Manny died in an accident in the army, and he gets reincarnated as Adrian Lawrence from a mid-tier noble family, and so he starts living in this highly technological world where magic exists and he quickly stands out. But because he draws too much attention, his father's first wife, jealous that he's a genius unlike her own son, tries to poison him when he was only 7 years old. And when he realizes his father did nothing, even though it was obvious who poisoned him, he decides to stop acting like a genius for 10 years, waiting for the right moment, when he'll have the power to destroy her, his stepbrother, and that woman's entire family. And of course, protect his mother. But before that, leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel, share this video to help me out, and become a part of our members community. You'll get access to exclusive videos every week. And if you guys want the next part of this series, let's get 5,000 likes on this video. So now, without further ado, let's get right into the story. In a world of magic, there are 4 continents, 20 nations, and various species. And in Rondell, after the age of myths and swords, they say that the current Rondell is in the age of magic, having developed magic extensively. However, despite the advanced magical civilization, the political system remains feudal, with kings and nobles, which means classism still exists. However, the current age of magic is known as the Golden Age of Rondell. And besides that, on the 29th of December, 1999, in the Magic Century, one day before the arrival of the new century, the last will of a supreme mage named Manuel Lucas was revealed, turning the world upside down. And the old man informed everyone that he had hidden his power, knowledge, and wealth somewhere in the world, and those who desired it could claim his unclaimed destiny. And Manuel Lucas, the supreme mage who led Rondell to the golden age of the magical century, and also being an archduke of the Bryant Empire, held the title of the only Ninth Circle Mage Lord. And upon hearing this message, citizens from all walks of life set out in search of his legacy. Those who wished to find Manuel Lucas's destiny embarked on their journeys, and thus various rumors emerged. Some said that Lucas's dungeon was in the barren land of dragons, while others claimed his possessions were hidden in the allied nations of Elysia, known as a tax haven. And there were even rumors about Manuel Lucas's sky fortress in Siophis Sormos, the center of the world. Regardless of their nationality, species, or social standing, everyone sought the destiny of Archduke Manuel Lucas. However, the rumors remained just that, rumors, and despite numerous investigations, no one ever found a single clue. And with that, 20 years passed and the mystery persisted. But one day, a civilian was sweating, as the system in front of him confirmed that he had acquired the destiny of Manuel Lucas. He was ecstatic about this revelation. And this was in the year 2007 of the magical century. At the Lawrence Castle, the butler asked young Master Adrian if he intended to resume his studies, and Adrian said yes. But the butler said he didn't need to. But the boy Adrian said there was a book he also liked, and that he was going to find it later. And this is the second son of Viscount Lawrence, Adrian Lawrence. He realizes he's been reincarnated and remembers his past life, but nothing special happened in it. And in his final moments, he died in an accident when an army truck overturned, with only 1 month left until his discharge. But when he opened his eyes from the Republic of South Korea, he was transported to the Hayward Kingdom. And he went from being Kim Indy to Adrian Lawrence. From an ordinary middle-class family, he began to live his new life as the second son of a Viscount's family that owned an estate. And although he was confused at first, his experiences from his past life became a great advantage for him. He was passionate about learning more, much earlier than the others, and the instructors always praised him, saying he was very exceptional. And so he managed to gain the recognition of those around him and meet his father's expectations all at once. But this made some people jealous. And he thinks that considering this world, there's something that is still very disappointing. Because, although Rondell is a very advanced civilization, much more so than Earth in the 21st century, because of that, his knowledge from his previous world wasn't of much help. And the only thing he could do in this situation was to continuously strive to increase his own value. And so he continued to act like a genius. However, life isn't easy enough to be navigated with effort alone. He remembers the day when he was eating with his mother, and just out of nowhere, he fell out of his chair because he'd been poisoned. This happened when he was only 7 years old, and the doctor said he was lucky, because if they had acted just a little bit later, he would have died. And people asked who could be responsible, but Adrian knew the culprit was obvious. And while he was sick, someone came into his room and asked Adrian if he had any idea how worried she was. And when he looked up, startled, he saw that woman, asking if he was okay. She was the official wife of the Lawrence family, Anna Lawrence, and for that woman of high lineage, the fact that he, who came from a humble background and wasn't her son, had caught his father's attention, the patriarch of the family, was enough to make her extremely uncomfortable. And after he recovered, he became extremely furious. Because, even though this world had developed to such a point, the country's political system was still very backward, and convicting Anna without any solid proof was impossible. But he couldn't understand why his father wasn't reacting, and there was no way he didn't know that she was the prime suspect. And it was in that moment that he understood that his father was turning a blind eye and pretending not to understand, even though he knew all to avoid harming the family. And so from that day on, he stopped acting like a genius. And about 10 years later, on May 1st, 2019, Adrian was already 20 years old. He headed towards the same coffee shop he always went to, and the attendants were talking. One asked if the other knew that guy, and they mentioned that he was the second son of the Lawrence family. But they said he didn't look like a noble. He seemed like an ordinary person. But the female attendant just told him to shut his mouth and asked if she could help. And Adrian told her he didn't see any point cards for Chronicle Online. And so the attendant said their policy had changed. So, the point cards could only be purchased at the counter, and she asks how many he wants. He told her all of them. After he leaves, the two of them thank him for his purchase, and that guy's supervisor tells him to get a grip and asks if he doesn't know that if he loses a noble's favor, he could be punished. But that guy, clearly confused, wonders why he came to the store personally, when he could have just sent a servant to do it. But she said she doesn't know, and that she was also very surprised when he came to do this the first time. And that guy asked if he came often, and she said 2 or 3 times a month. And as he can see, he seems to be a huge fan of games. And so, Adrian thinks about how he just spent 5 million on game point cards. And in Korean currency, that would be 5 million won. And then the guard tells the young master that they received a phone call informing them that young Master Cedric is visiting their residence, which made Adrian really pissed off. And now back at his house, Adrian's mother, Sylvia Lawrence, asks where Adrian had gone. But to both of their surprise, someone approaches and asks if he's walking around the property without a vehicle and if he's lost his mind. And this is Adrian's older brother, Cedric Lawrence, who's 23 years old, 3 years older. And Adrian just thinks that this guy is so irritating. He starts being rude to our boy, saying that he's the son of a noble, and how can he not even think about the family's reputation, acting like a commoner. But Adrian thinks that he doesn't care about that reputation stuff. This guy is only a big shot, because he's a noble. He wouldn't even be able to take care of himself otherwise. But if he talks back now, this will drag on for much longer. So he's just going to back down. He says that he was being thoughtless, and that next time he'll pay more attention. And that Cedric, who's super arrogant, says that either way, being a half-commoner is nothing to be proud of. Adrian asks what he's doing there. And he says that it seems their father wants him to take over a business, and it's the FAR's distribution business. He says Adrian must have heard about it too. And Adrian thinks that by this land's standards, the noble families of Honda are a powerful combination of conglomerates and politicians. And consequently, these nobles are involved in various businesses. And FAR's distribution is the cash cow of the mining industry, one of the businesses run by the Laris family. And he thinks that now he understands why Cedric suddenly appeared. And he says he understands, but he's going to refuse. And this brute says he's a quick learner. And so the silver-haired man says that if he's finished his business, he can leave now, because he spent a lot of money to gamble. This greatly surprises his brother, and he starts laughing, saying that's right, he should do exactly that, and being a nobody is what's best for him. But then his worried mother asks if he'll be all right. He says he will, because not getting involved is better. And he thinks that after the poisoning incident, he abandoned his image as a genius and isolated himself, minimizing his interactions with his vassals. Since his father had no interest in a concubine's son who wasn't a genius, his father showed him indifference. And thanks to his attitude, he never again faced situations that would put his life in danger. And so he lived for 10 years erasing his presence. And the people in the mansion say he's a gambling addict, and that a long time ago, this kid was considered a genius back then. And various rumors about him being addicted to gambling circulated around the mansion. And most of the servants who worked for him were under the influence of the official wife, Anna. And in this way, he could open his mouth freely in his own house. And now arriving in his room, he grabs a virtual reality headset, and after putting it on, he thinks that people think he's focusing on games to escape reality. But they are completely wrong. And as soon as he enters the game, he completed Phase 1 of the Mission of Destiny, and is synchronizing his character with his real-life body. And so Adrian says that if he wants to monitor someone, he must also do it in the virtual world, where basically the skills in Chronicle Online are reflected in reality. And now Adrian thinks that 10 years ago, when he was enrolled in the Royal Academy, he researched Manuel Lucas for an assignment. And that's when he discovered something unexpected. When he saw Brazil in Lucas's family, no matter how he looked at it, it strongly resembled an English word. The word was because, which made him wonder how English could possibly exist in this world. And so, he figured that maybe Manuel Lucas was also from Earth. but he told himself that he couldn't come to that conclusion based on that alone, and it could just be a coincidence. However, it didn't take long for him to confirm that Archduke Lucas was in fact from Earth, and he saw that this Archduke Lucas had said a few words before he died, expressing a wish to walk the California wall with Mary one more time. And although he wasn't familiar with the place names, as they were names he had never heard of before, but this was the story of a great man, and it couldn't be ignored. And the names that were written in the butler's records, who was by his side until the very end of his life, were just as he had imagined. This was no mere coincidence. And the great Archduke of Honda was an Earthling, just like him. And he had evidence that he was an inhabitant of Earth, because he named his prototypes after places on Earth, like the aura condensation device, called Washington, the first virtual reality device, Hollywood, and so on. He used the knowledge from his past life on Earth to search for the destiny he left behind. He spent years and years searching for it, and in the end, he finally found the destiny of Manuel Lucas. He's very excited, saying he finally did it, and that from now on, he can walk a path of flowers. But to his surprise, obtaining it was very difficult, and he had to fight several monsters. And since that virtual reality is linked to his physical body, he feels real pain, and he thinks that after getting his hands on his destiny, the real suffering began. And he wonders if he can fight without fear, because the destiny of Archduke Lucas was hidden in an unexpected location. It was basically in the online world. In other words, in his own virtual world. And even though the virtual world is created in such an elaborate way to mimic reality, a game is still a game, and usually he can't feel anything, because it's always filtered. But he feels the pain in real life, and struggles every time he fights. And this impossible story, where to acquire the destiny of Manuel Lucas. He has to synchronize the game with real life. Who would believe him if he said that? At that moment he sees a goblin about to attack him, but he manages to dodge and then strike back. He finishes it off and thus reaches level 10, and now he can change his class. And finally, he has completed the first stage of the Destiny quest, and now he's being moved to a secret space by the head god Ariel. And after several notifications pop up for him, he thinks that he's finally reached level 10 and made it to stage 1. And basically, the skills in Chronicle Online are being reflected in reality, so everything he gains in there will be transferred to his real life. At that moment, a door appears right behind him, and he is asked if he would like to go to the second floor of the Manuel Lucas's magic tower. He says, of course, and opens the door. And when he enters, it's a gigantic library. He thinks that it's very different from the first floor, which had nothing in it, and there are several shelves full of books. He notices that over in the corner there's a treasure chest, and when he opens it, he wins 5 billion lot, and he's informed to please enter his account and receive the deposit. He thinks that finally a prize that looks like a real prize has appeared, even though it's a shame that he can't get that much money. The true value of destiny isn't the money, but this. The magic circle that he got, where he has now changed his class and become a mage, and this magic circle has bonded perfectly with his real body. And the system asks him not to log out of the game, because the synchronized body will take heavy damage if he is forced to log out. And he's thinking that up until now, he thought the MP shown with his HP was just mana, but he had never felt the presence of mana in real life. And now that finally, the creation of the magic circle is complete, he can perfectly feel the presence of mana in his chest. And it wasn't an easy process. So this is the true power of destiny. The synchronization between the game and real life. And now that the first circle has been created, he wonders if he can learn a technique to go with it. But just as he's about to grab a book, a window pops up, asking if he'd like to view the materials, and he says that it's actually very convenient, because there are too many books for him to go through one by one. And he thinks that it's just as you'd expect from the best mage in the world, Manuel Lucas. And after a while, he starts getting a massive headache, thinking that it's convenient to learn skills and magic just by touching books in games, but the process of engraving the principles into his head is extremely uncomfortable and painful. But anyway, this is the last book, the Book of Magic Circle Concealment, which hides the mana circle he possesses, and he thinks that this skill is exactly what he needs most right now. It's as if Manuel Lucas knew about his situation, and just like that, he acquires the skill, and once again he's hit with a headache. After he collapses to the floor, he thinks that he didn't have much hope. When faced with Manuel Lucas's destiny, he just wanted to live a quiet life, without any problems with his mother, and he's definitely going to do whatever it takes to have that. Now the next day in the mansion's training hall, the knight says to Adrian Model, he has more stamina than usual, and Adrian asks if he really thinks so. And that knight named Vice says that, to be honest, he was surprised when he said he wanted to train this hard. And Adrian tells him that his body seems more heavy these days. He thinks that, to be honest, he thought it could help in the game by training his body in real life. But he thinks that leaving that aside, he can feel his mana circle and his stamina improving. And it seems my improved stats also have an impact in real life. So in other words, it means that the skills he can use in the game, he can also use in real life, which is extremely broken. And he thinks that fortunately, he can solve the problem of hiding his circle from mana-sensitive knights with this circle concealment skill. And at that moment, the knight asks if something good happened. But Adrian says he got a good item in the game, and the people training nearby say that's to be expected from a game addict. And that Vice is also a freak. And what is he doing? Helping a weak human like him, but Vice really pissed off. Says that they're being very rude, but Adrian tells him not to mind them. And he thinks he's grateful to him for being angry on his behalf. But this is all just an act. He needed to avoid that pathetic gaze from Anna and Cedric, and being ignored as a useless bastard is the best situation for him right now. And once again, he goes back to his room and gets back into the game. He says that now that he's confirmed his real-life stats are reflected in his game stats, what he most needs is to create a guild, because that's how he'll get more money and skills in the future. And he remembers someone told him that the most important thing in this game is the power of your wallet. And so he basically starts buying various items, potions and buffs like the goddess's blessing, the goddess's protection, increased XP, and a bunch of other things. And a new window pops up for him, saying he can summon a supporter. He wonders, a supporter? It must be because of his low stamina, and having support will help him level up. And to get a supporter, he needs to spend XP points, the same ones he uses to level up. But considering he's going to be playing on a team, it's not a waste of resources. And he says he'll choose a warrior of the highest class to be his tank. He doesn't care how much it's going to cost. So he clicks and a bunch of characters appear, supporters for him. And he thinks that this is really similar to those weird games in Korea. And he put in 30 million won, but he couldn't find anything he liked. But then he's surprised to see one of the supporters called Asia the Celestial Steel. And she's a support specialized in defense, with a protective shield called God's Shield. And he wonders if it's the first time he's seen a support like this, and maybe she's a character that hadn't been discovered yet. And he realizes that his class is a unique angel, and she has really good skills. And he's asked if he would like to register the Celestial Steel, Arcia, as his support. And he says yes. The system then explains to him that once the character is registered, no changes can be made. And it asks if he'd really like to register her. And so he registers Arcia as his support. Then he sees this massive effect, showcasing the character. And right before his very eyes, Arcia appears as a tanker with a giant shield, called Celestial Steel Arcia. He notes that her facial expression looks like a golem in a human body. And now he heads straight to the battlefield, along with Arcia. And while testing her skills, he realizes she's incredibly good at defending. And he just keeps using the magic missile skill. In the short time he's been fighting with her, he's already reached level 20. And the hunt is going much easier than he thought it would. He thinks that even though a portion of his XP is going to her, it doesn't feel like it's making any difference. But just then another window pops up for him, telling him that he's been in the game for 15 hours straight. The system kindly asks him to log out and get some rest, and so he logs out, returning to his room. He says to himself that today was really good, and that he's going to take a nap now. When he wakes up, he'll head to the training room. But to his surprise, he realizes someone is right behind him, and when he looks, he realizes it's that same Arcia, the Celestial Arcia, who has been transferred into the real world. And he's startled, asking what the hell she's doing there. And she says that she's her master's support. But he says that's not what he was asking. What he wants to know is how she got out of the game. She says she understands now, and that he must be curious about how she maintains her presence in reality. And he says yes, thinking that seeing how she can distinguish between the game and the real world, it seems she perfectly understands her own situation. She says that she's basically a homunculus, an android, and her creator is Mr. Manuel Lucas. And as predetermined by her master, her appearance and combat characteristics are those of Arcia, from Arce Celeste. And the protagonist says here, so in other words, she's one of Mr. Lucas's legacies. She says yes, and he thinks that this sucks. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have chosen a better support, something more versatile than her. And he asks if her stats are the same as in the game. And to his surprise, she says yes. The restricted stats will be recovered when he raises the game's mission level. And at the present moment, she believes that her stats are maxed out, comparable to a Grandmaster. This leaves Adrian shocked, thinking that a Grandmaster is on the same level as an 8th Circle Mage. So basically that's the strongest level on the continent. And even in the Rayward Kingdom, the highest rank of magic is the 7th. So there are 8 8th level mages in the entire world. And he wonders how Manuel Lucas created a monster like this. But either way, it's always good to have a reliable companion who only follows your orders. But he thinks that the problem now is how he can hide this girl. So he asks her where she was before she came here, and if he can take her back to the game again. and she said she was in standby mode in a maintenance warehouse in Everwell, a holy city. So, she was transferred by the management server from the game server, and transfers are only possible at the time of the initial deployment. And after that, if she wants to return to the maintenance warehouse, she'll have to go back on her own. And so Adria asks her if she has any stealth functions or magical concealment. And she says she's in the warrior class, so she doesn't have any stealth functions. But mana concealment is possible, and so Adria asks her to show him. She activates her mana concealment ability, and he notices that the protective shield covering her armor disappeared along with her mana. Fortunately, she's just like him, and has a mana concealment ability, so she won't be discovered by the knights. This will have to do, and he says it seems there's no other option. His reputation is already one of the worst, anyway, so he couldn't care less. And basically the next day, he starts walking with her around the mansion, as if it were nothing. And the servants say that Master Iron is openly inviting the woman to his mansion. And they've heard about it too. And the maids caught that girl, Master Iron, in the room with a woman. And they're wondering who that girl is. But when he goes to talk to his mother is overjoyed. She asks when he's going to get married, and says that she is very lovely. But he, trying to dodge the subject, went back to his room and got back to doing the quests. And he finally reached level 30. And he sees in the status window, he thinks that by pretending to be an immature young master who brought a stranger into his own mansion, it's the best way to keep anyone from suspecting ours. And so he asks her what happens to her body in the real world when she connects to the game. And she says it switches to power-saving mode, so it's as if she's just resting. However, this monitoring function will remain in operation for the master's protection. And he asks if that means that if there's a problem out there, she will notify him or respond immediately. And she says that's exactly right. But when the two of them realize it, the initial phase is about to begin, where they'll have to fight an orc warrior named Kante. And Adrian says that the quest of destiny, stage 2, is to defeat the orc warrior Kante. And this is that gigantic orc. He tells the human that he can become special if he gets rid of him right there. And a status window appears, saying that using consumable items in attacks, like bombs and scrolls, is impossible. And the other one thinks that items that make hunting easier are forbidden. What Manuel Lucas wants is for his disciple to become stronger through pure grit. And he calls that Arcia. He says that now they're going to defeat this orc. And when the orc goes to attack him, Arcia puts her shield up in front, blocking the orc's blow. And that monster is left completely bewildered. But when it looks at Adrian, Adrian activates his magic missile and launches it right into its eyes. And he landed a critical hit on that great warrior. And he thinks that, thanks to his body's improved condition with high-quality equipment, the power of his magic missiles surpasses the first circle. If this guy is a monster of the same level, it'll be a piece of cake to kill him. But to his surprise, that orc grabs a sword and immediately tries to finish him off. But Arcia manages to defend him just in time, and Adrian says this is insane. That orc, even without being able to see, it's just charging ahead, without a second thought. He realizes that its health bar hasn't even reached the halfway mark yet. And that gigantic orc starts unleashing a flurry of attacks on the two of them. And Adrian thinks he'll die if it lands even a single hit. He's glad that Arcia is with him. And though it would be a lie to say he doesn't get nervous when he sees the enemy coming at him with all that strength. He's already died once himself, so he doesn't really give a damn. And so he activates the dig skill, and a hole appears in the ground, and that orc falls to the floor. And after it's knocked down, Adriano thinks that at this level he can't let his fear get in his way. He has to get past this stage. And so he orders Arcia not to let it get up, again, and to keep attacking it. And so she starts attacking it from various positions. And after a long time, finally that warrior, Orc Kante, is down to 50 hit points. And Adrian says that this guy is really persistent, and that it would have been better to put down the sword and use some ground techniques. And seeing that orc charging at him, he activates his magic missile one more time. He finally managed to defeat the orc warrior Kante and completed the second stage mission. And the conditions to open the next area of the magic tower have been met, and the third floor of Manuel Lucas's tower has been opened. And now, still that same night, in Viscount Lawrence's office, the Viscount himself is looking out the window, and someone enters his office, asking what he's thinking about, calling him darling. And this is Adrian's father, Highford Lawrence. And this is his wife. She says that for him to be there all alone at this time of night. She asks if he's like this, because of the news that Adrian brought a commoner to the mansion, and his father calls her Anna Lawrence, his first wife. He hands her a letter, and upon reading it, she realizes that this is a summons from the armed forces. And the locations, with the possibility of war against the Empire, tensions have greatly increased, and the troops from each territory must join their local forces. And so, Viscount Lawrence must join the Western Command, with 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. This greatly surprises the woman, and she asks if he isn't thinking of sending Cedric, who looks ready for battle. And she asks him to please send Adrian, because he just plays games all day and does nothing more than that. And as a member of the Lawrence family, she asks if he does not have to do his part from time to time. And he asks her if after leaving him alone for all this time, she wants him to be needed now. And she says he was the one who wanted this, and until now, he's been enjoying his noble rights to the fullest. Her husband then asks if she really thinks that. She asks what he means by that, but he just stares at her silently. And he says that Cedric is the heir to the territory. He will make sure that she and her stepfather won't be bothered by anything from now on, so she should just follow his decisions. This greatly surprises the woman. And he says that just as she said before, he will send Adrian to the battlefield this time. However, when he returns, he will make him a completely independent person. And he hopes that Adrian and Sylvia don't get into any danger in the future. And this includes surveillance and secret investigations. He asks if that's enough for her. And he tells her to stop now and let Adrian be free. And now, it's morning, with Adrian training with that knight. That guy said that his physical strength has improved drastically, thanks to him coming to train every day. And he says he can't even believe how he's improving so quickly, and that if he had worked this hard back in his teenage years, he would have become a great man. But Adrian thinks the reason he improved so much is thanks to him having reached level 30 and completing the second stage of the Destiny quest. And the reward for that quest was really good. And above all, he received a lot of money and formed his second magic circle. And it's like an inventory in a game. He has his own treasure chest to hide items when necessary. And if he takes advantage of this, beyond simply storing things, he can also use it for other purposes. In fact, the game stats are reflected in real life. And depending on his effort, he could end up becoming a mage, while also possessing the physical abilities of a knight. And if he can manage to completely absorb the stats received from Destiny, he could become a monster, far more terrifying than the Archmage Lucas. But to the surprise of the three of them, the butler arrives calling for Adrian, and he says that his lordship has summoned him to the castle, which really surprises our boy, who wonders why they've called for him all of a sudden. A few days pass, and now at Laren's castle, in the Patriarch's office, our boy was wondering why they had called him there. But his and my brother started to yell at his father, asking why he was going to send that guy to represent their family on the battlefield. And his father explains to him that he is the only heir to this family, and he can't let him go to the battlefield, where it's so dangerous. Audrey's mother asks his father if he's saying that Audrey isn't as precious as the other one. And the Patriarch says there is a difference in value between him and the family's heir. And Audrey realizes that he really only called him there just to say that, and it's really starting to irritate him. But this isn't so bad for him, and he thinks that anyone can get into the game if they have a helmet. And since he's the heir substitute, no one is going to mess with him. And the most important thing is to get out of there quickly, so he can get away from Anna's surveillance. And so he says that he understands that he'll participate as the family's representative, and his father thanks him. But Cedric says he won't say anything more, that it's his father's decision. But he won't stay quiet if he disgraces their family. Meanwhile, Adriano thinks it's funny, him saying that to his younger brother, the one who's going into battle, while he stays home resting. And he's much older than him. But how can he be so immature? He thinks they went way too easy on him when he was a kid. And so he says he'll do his best. But before Audrey can leave, the Patriarch asks if they can talk for a bit. And now, with just the two of them, our protagonist thinks that he must have told the guard to leave, and he wonders what he has to say, in private just for him. And so he asks what he wanted to talk about. And his father says that if this incident goes well, he will relocate him and Sylvia to the King's Land. And he should consider this a reward for going in Cedric's place. He'll be able to do whatever he wants, without interference from anyone. And so Adrian thinks that Anna hates him, even when he's out of her sight. And he wonders if his father really meant it, but he thinks he still can't trust him. But even so, he says he understands and will think about it. His father says that means he doesn't trust him, and Adrian says it's more like he has to come back alive from the battle to really think about it. And his father says that's true and tells him to take that. And when he takes it, he says that it's an artifact, a Class 5 shield, and a Class 7 Great Shield, which will be very useful on the battlefield, since teleportation isn't allowed. And Adrian thinks that artifacts like these are really valuable, and so he thanks him. And his father says he'll have to stay sharp to survive. But when he looks back, those two are just staring at them, with a very threatening aura. And he thinks of course he'd be watching. And then, the Patriarch tells him not to worry about Sylvia, and to relax when he's there. And Adrian thinks that when someone tried to poison him, at 7 years old, his father's reaction was incredibly disappointing. He had let him down time and time again. But he's surrounded by enemies, and the only one he can trust right now is his own father. And so he says he'll trust him this time, but only this time. And now back in his office, Patrick has a splitting headache, Noticing this, he activates his ring that mitigates the pain and thinks about that boy. He knew he was just pretending to be dumb ever since the incident with the poison. And now at Adrian's mansion, he asks his mother not to worry so much, because she knows he can take care of himself. But she said that if they hurt him after taking him into battle, she doesn't know what she'll do. But Adrian says that's actually good for him. It's good that they have more crimes to their names, since it'll make it easier to eliminate all of them. This greatly surprises his mother, and she asks what he means, and how he can talk like that so openly. If someone hears, they'll be punished. But he tells her that Arsa is standing guard at the door, and so he says he's not just taking a beating, like before, since it's almost over. And he asks her to please wait just a little longer, because when he comes back, everything will definitely change. And now 2 days later, on the day of the deployment of Larry's army, the butler Raman asks who that young lady is, and Adrian asks if he doesn't know Arcia. The butler says he's heard about the two's relationship, but he's going to the battlefield, and he isn't so sure about bringing a lover along like that. And inside the conference room on the levitation train, Adrian says he'll discuss Arcia later, thinking that he can't leave her behind, because she's the one who will save him if things go wrong. And especially now that she has leveled up a lot recently, and his stats are close to those of an official knight, but he still needs to improve his survival tactics, and he spent 200 million in 2 days of gaming, and used money to complete the 3rd level of the encounter with luck. And now he's about to reach the 4th stage. The rewards for the 3rd level cost 100 billion each, and he got a cure, an omnipotent 1 and 3 vials of elixir. The elixirs are now stored in his pocket dimension, and he thinks this reward is perfect for the situation. He can't waste any more time there. And now, he stands up and says he's going to rest in his room. Then he asks them to send him a message if anything comes up. The others wonder what he's going to do, and he bluntly says he's going to play some games, asking if there's a problem with that. This surprises everyone, and one of them says that the rumors were true then, which leaves R very surprised, thinking that that guy is a vanguard. He thinks that a vanguard is a special force, equipped with power armor and a power sword. They are the core of the war, and have priority when assessing a nation's military strength. And that guy asks if he's sure about this. He'll be seen as an incompetent commander if he does what he's doing, and his reputation is already not very good. He even brought a girl to the war, and now he's saying he's just going to play games. And he gets the part about the girl, since she's very pretty, but someone interrupts him and calls him Mr. Dalton, telling him to watch his words. This makes Dalton very afraid. What if this man tells Mr. Adrian that his subordinate overstepped his bounds, and he apologizes? And this is another vanguard, the vice leader of the Knights, Billion, and he says that a long journey like this is just something to pass the time. And Adrian thinks his expression doesn't look like someone who wants to apologize. And that guy says there's no reason for him to care about the opinion of a mere subordinate, but he just turns his back on him and asks him to send a message when they get there. And now back in his room, he finally enters the game world and is already facing a giant lizard. He used a potion to attack the tears of the salamander, and he says it's really expensive. But 3,000 true damage without even casting. He accepts it without a second thought. Then he gets a notification saying that he reached level 80. And the main god, Ariel, is going to take him to the secret room. And arriving there, he thinks so this is the 4th level mission, the Demolic. The Demolic has over 32,000 hit points. And this monstrous Demolic says they are welcome to become its prey. And Adrian thinks that he has to complete the 4th level before they reach the Western headquarters. That way, he'll unlock the 5th floor of the Tower of Manuel Lucas. And Adrian looks at its name and realizes it's the Demolic. And Lich-type monsters are hard to kill, but this one seems pretty dumb and slow. The monster casts Curse of Stone, and then Ice Lance. And that spell flies past Arcia, and heads straight for Adrian. And he realizes it used magic, before they could even get into position. And Ars won't be able to help him in this situation, so he has to dodge. But just as he tries to do that, he's hit and starts screaming. And that elite begins to laugh, saying that he can hear his bones being crushed, his flesh being torn in half. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks this is bullshit, that he should have dodged it. He can't even think straight because of the pain, and that guy's laughter is also incredibly irritating. As the guy laughs, our boy thinks that it's just like hearing the laugh of a certain someone, which in this case would be his older brother. But seeing him getting up, the elite orders him to stay on the ground, and activates a fireball. But the two of them manage to dodge and immediately charge at him, and to the elite's surprise, our boy has a healing ability. So he tells Ark not to give him any time to cast another spell, thinking that the best way to fight an elite without a priest is by using equipment with a holy attribute. And that elite starts to scream, and Adrian says that using holy attributes is the best strategy to beat this guy up. And that elite asks why he's dealing so much damage with a single wand. Then he activates Wall of Fire, making a gigantic wall of fire appear right in front of him. But to his surprise, our boy passes right through it, and with his wand of holy power, he tells him to just die, saying he's a wretched monster, who looks just like Cedric, and he smashes the wand right into his face. And after he finally defeats Lyta, he reached level 4 of the Fateful Encounter mission, and he starts screaming in a lot of pain, so Arcia goes to see how he's doing, and Audrey remembers that they say you don't feel pain when your adrenaline is super high during a fight, but as soon as it's over, you feel an infernal pain. So Arcia takes a potion from her inventory and gives it to him, and he thinks that a servant opening their master's inventory on their own, it just goes to show that she's even more special. So he thanks her and says he feels better now. And with that, the system announces that the requirements to unlock the next floor of the tower have been met, and the 5th floor has been unlocked. And now he's ascended to the 5th floor of the tower of Manuel Lucas, and when he gets there, there's another treasure chest, and he wants to see what kind of reward he just got. And as soon as he opens it, he's won 500 billion loties, and they've already been sent to his account. He also got a pair of round glasses. He wonders what these glasses are. They can't be just any normal pair, since they're a gift from the Archmage Lucas. So he opens the detailed description and realizes that these glasses have analysis, clear observation, evidence, and night vision. They're able to analyze a living being or object's use, purposes, and status. They're able to see through obstacles and are capable of seeing things from a distance of 100 meters away from him. And he's pretty surprised to see that this item is really good and that it's a useful item, so no one will suspect it's with him. And finally, the mission is complete. The 4th circle is generated, and now they've finally arrived at the Western headquarters. And these people around realize that the 2nd son of the Lawrence family has finally arrived. They thought that the older one would be chosen by the Lawrence family. And actually, he thinks his name was Cedric, or something like that. And he saw that he'd caught everyone's attention early on because of his talent. So maybe it's the youngest one and not Cedric. He heard he became an idiot after ingesting poison, and our boy says it's true. He's the little kid who took poison. And the 2 guys say they can't see him as an idiot, and the rumors must be lies. And these 2 say it is a pleasure to meet him. The one on the left is Viscount Evans, the local team leader of this headquarters, and the other is Viscount Miller, the local team leader's assistant. And this one, Wade bows and says it's an honor to meet them both. And now their leader asks if his troops consist of 5 vanguards and 50 knights. Adrian says yes, and there are also 1,000 soldiers. But that guy says he doesn't need to report the soldiers, because this war will end with just the vanguards. And the silver-haired guy thinks they're treating the armed elite like artifacts. And the vanguards are monsters that only great sorcerers of the 7th circle or higher can control. Unfortunately, what he's saying is true. And he thinks it was the Archduke. It was Lucas who created the vanguard system. And the aide says that the Lawrence army has been reorganized into a 2nd, independent brigade, under the command of the 3rd Division. And he shouldn't forget to meet with the division commander, Count Otis, to receive a report. And Silver thinks that he already knows Count Otis is the great lord of the East. And he tells him he understands. And after he leaves, he says that his army has been organized into a 2nd, independent brigade. And he calls everyone to continue. And now a week has passed, and he thinks that Commander Otis is definitely the best. The best kind of superior is an absent superior, because when he went to meet him, his aide said that the commander was traveling all over the place, using a teleporter, so he couldn't meet him. And Silver thinks his actions are pretty absurd. But this is great for him, because this way, he'll be able to play without worrying about anything. But just then, Arsa calls out to him, and says that someone has entered his room. This really surprises our boy, and so he closes the game. And when he looks, it's that Mr. Dalton. He wonders what kind of power this girl has. He doesn't understand why he's here. But then, he uses his glasses and sees that his status is excited. He approaches him and says, "You'd better explain why you're here." And that Dalton guy, he said he was worried about her health, since she'd been playing for a very long time. But this girl blocked him. But to his surprise, he gets a kick from Adrian. And he asks why he did that. And Adrian said he gave the order that they should send a message if anything happened. And he has Arcia with him, always by his side, protecting him. And he'd better give him a good explanation as to why he entered the brigade commander's room without his permission, and why he's there, and if it's to kill him. This really surprises Dalton, who says that this is going too far. And he asks if he knows who he is. He's a vanguard. How could he possibly do something like that? But Adrian kicks him again. And now he asks Arcia to explain what happened. And the girl says he tried to separate him from her. And he asks, "Are you saying that he tried to take you somewhere?" And she says yes. But that Dalton guy says she's framing him. He asks the young master if he's really doubting a vanguard, just because this little woman who came from who knows where said he did something wrong. And Prada thinks this guy is a piece of trash. And those knights must have followed him to see what would happen. And so, he says this is a violation of military discipline. and in fact it constitutes mutiny, so he will receive a fitting punishment. And with that, he points this dagger at him and tells him to take a step forward. And Dalton's seriously pissed off, asks if he's being serious. And those guys in the back tell him to calm down. And Prada, he thinks that he's not doing this to show that he's a good person. He did it because he wants to keep on living, and that's a place where Anna won't be able to watch him, which means he has no reason to back down. He says to hell with calming down, and staring him down, he tells him to bring it on. And now in Vice Leader Billiam's tent, someone arrives, saying that the brigade commander has issued an execution order for Sir Dalton, and they need to go there this instant. Dalton thinks to himself that he didn't expect this from him. They got themselves a very arbitrary commander, and he can't just make up an execution for someone from the vanguard at a time like this. But to his surprise, a knife appears right before his eyes, but he manages to catch it and realizes there's blood on it. And so Adrian asks why he didn't see it sooner. In another second, he would have killed him. And then he notices that Dawson fellow on the ground in a lot of pain. He asks what the context of this situation is, and Adrian says that as far as he knows, it's against the Knight's code of conduct to harass a woman. He asks what the vice leader thinks, and the vice leader, absolutely furious, asks what they did. Then he bows and says that because of his lack of tact, this ended up happening, and he asks for his forgiveness. And stepping on Dawson, he says that he is suspending Sir Dawson from his post, and he asks them to confiscate his armor and arrest him. And on top of that, those three will also spend some time in prison for insubordination and complicity. And so Adrian says that the one in command now, there he is. He's not there to play around taking care of children. And this vice leader just lowers his head. And this Adrian guy says that he isn't the count. And the room reeks of blood. So he orders someone to clean it. Meanwhile, he'll stay in the room next door. And that vice leader says that he let his mask finally fall. And this guy gives him a little smirk, thinking that someone interesting has finally shown up around here. And once again, our boy locked himself in his room and went back to playing the game, along with Arcia fighting against other monsters. And in the middle of the fight, he thinks that the enemy keeps trying to hit his weak spots, but he still manages to keep his distance. And this is the fallen knight Zenith. He's basically the 5th level boss, and charging right at them, he tells them to die. But just as he was about to strike his neck, Audrey dodges, and to that guy's surprise, Arcia smashes her shield right in his face. And at that moment, our boy activates his magic, and that guy strangely smiles. And then he says that he is just a stepping stone for his growth. And so basically they defeated another enemy. The 6th floor of the Tower of Manuel Lucas has been unlocked. And upon arriving there, he received 2 trillion lots. Our protagonist is getting richer and richer, and so an account was created at the Elysian Union Bank, and the protagonist thinks that even though it's an exaggeration, it's very satisfying to see this. But he's surprised by 2 new notifications, and realizes he's gotten some equipment, like the Scepter of Isto and the Mantle of Isto, and also the Armor of Isto, and the Shield of Isto, and the Short Sword of Isto, and the Sword of Isto, and various other things from the Isto set. And yes, Andre said that the Cloak and Scepter are unique items that he can use, and he'll just give the rest to Arcia. And the items are always incredible, as you'd expect, since the one who made them was Archduke Lucas. But just then, Arcia says there's an intruder, and just like that, he's brought back to reality as someone comes to his room. He addresses the commander asking for forgiveness for the intrusion, and so the leader asks what happened. That man says he felt a powerful aura all of a sudden, but our protagonist says he was just checking some artifacts and tells him not to worry about it. So the man apologizes and leaves. He thinks about Archmage Lucas, and it's just as he suspected. This sword is the kind of thing an elite vanguard would use. The Sword of Istro, made of mithril and dragon bone. He says that anyone would be on par with a vanguard soldier while using this sword, even if only for 15 seconds. And normally, the equipment given to members of the vanguard only amplifies them, since unlike mana, aura can't be created and is difficult to store. He wonders if mage equipment also has this effect. And so he takes out the Scepter and Cloak of Istro and realizes their special ability is to store aura. Extremely surprised, he says he now knows why everyone wants Archmage Lucas's legacy now. 2 weeks passed, and ever since he was appointed as his family's representative to lead the army on the front against the Croissant Empire, the atmosphere of war is imminent, and at any moment, lots of people are going to give their lives for the country, and he's just walking around. He says that ever since the incident with Dalton, everyone has been avoiding them and treating them with a lot of respect. But the way William treats him is peculiar. He always looks at him in a friendly way, and he notices that his status is curious and cautious. But he really doesn't want to worry about that right now, because since everyone is afraid of him, he can just play in peace. But then he looks to the side and notices Arcia, and sees that her status shows she's happy. He gets really confused, wondering if it's because they came out for a walk, as if she were some kind of puppy. And from the outside, it's hard to believe that this muscle-bound girl has emotions. but he knows almost nothing about her, and she barely has any personality. He doesn't know what she likes or dislikes, but almost is the key word. Even if she doesn't express it, he can tell. And as he stares at her, he notices that her status is now very happy. Later, they head back to the mansion, and he says he's going to take a walk later. She says she understands, but to the surprise of our boy, a soldier is staring at him. He asks what the problem is, and then that guy asks if they could have a drink together, if he wouldn't mind. This is very surprising. Our boy checks the soldier's status. It shows ashamed and uncomfortable, and he thinks he understands what's going on here. And so Adrian asks if those other guys put him up to this. He thinks there must be a reason, but he's not the least bit interested, and says that if he has nothing else to say, he's leaving now. But noticing something, our boy stops and asks why he decided to become a knight. This really surprises the guy, and he says he's very sorry to the Lord. He guarantees it won't happen again, and begs him to please not send him to prison. Then our boy activates his glasses and manages to see his stats. He notices that he has a talent for mana, and realizes his mana talent is extremely high. His learning ability is also high, and his intelligence is high as well, and his trait is great at arithmetic. He thinks that this is the first time he's seen someone, other than the homunculi, with more than 2 high talents. He's a rare talent for a mage, but he doesn't understand why this guy is being made fun of by the other knights. But that doesn't matter, and it's not his problem. He asks the guy to excuse him, and says it would be much better if he were a mage. Instead, this really surprises the guy. The thief in his room says it's a waste, and he thinks that he doesn't want to get involved, because he doesn't want to cause trouble either. But Lopes, he's practically one of a kind, and even if he couldn't be the best at physical combat, if he combined magic with vanguard equipment, he would be an amazing magic swordsman. And of course, talent doesn't guarantee success for anyone, but he's been a knight since he was a kid, so his chances are good. And if he could train him and put him under his command, that would be excellent. But the problem is Count Otz. Alan is a knight from a different county, so first he needs to convince Otz. And what if Adrian thinks that maybe, if he bribes him a little, perhaps he'll succeed? But he also doesn't know what his talent coefficient is yet. It could be that he's just above average. But he needs to start building his own influence. And now he's freer than ever. So he says he's already decided, and they're going to be pretty busy for a while, from now on, going after more and more talented people. And now as that guy is walking, he thinks about the words of Adrian and the commander of the 2nd Brigade, Adrian Lars. At first he thought he was one of those rich, spoiled kids, but he has been thinking that he should become a mage. He had thought about that too, and as he heads towards Commander Yachts, he's there because he was summoned. And he thinks that rumors aren't always right, but he is completely different from the rumors, and that's kind of scary. And so opening the door, he asks if the Lord wanted to talk to him. But to his surprise, sitting next to Count Hotz is Adrian Lawrence. He doesn't understand why his lord called him there. And this Hotz guy says that he probably already knows this. But he is the representative of the Viscount of the Lawrence family, Adrian Lawrence. And Mr. Lopes, from now on, must serve Lord Lawrence as his lord. This leaves Lopes completely lost. And our boy starts thinking that in his past life, when China lost to Korea in a soccer championship, a Chinese person asked a question. China has a population of 1.4 billion people, and how can't they find 11 good soccer players? And a guy answered that it's because the Chinese Messi, the Chinese Ronaldo, is somewhere out there, taking care of plants on a farm. And Adri thinks that's the exact reason. So no matter how much potential someone might have, none of that potential will matter if there isn't a system that can help them make all of their potential actually manifest. He asks Arcia, who could have imagined that in this place there would be so many people going down the wrong path. And after a few days, he recruited the Count's third-rate knight, Alan Lopes, a commoner who serves as a manual laborer, Ederson, one of the only soldiers capable of playing an instrument, who became a trumpeter, Eric Jones, a bold kid who was caught trying to sell pornography in the army, Nicholas Brown, and also a maid from the neighboring army, Linda Noah. And he thinks that every single one of them is exceptional, but they never had a chance in their lives to be exceptional with their respective talents. And this girl, Linda Noah, approaches our boy and asks why she's there. And the Lord said she could be a mage, but the test came back negative. But Adon said the test was wrong. It's as simple as that. And she's very nervous, says she understands. And he looks at her stats and notices that her mana is very high. Learning. His other intelligence stat is also high. And he thinks it had better have been worth it for him to have spent $500,000 to be there. And he thinks none of them really understand yet why they are there. But this commoner here tells them not to question it, and to just believe in Mr. Laris and the protagonist. In his stats, he notices that his physical ability is very high, and his aura is also high. And this guy came with Nicholas. He also has a great talent for aura, but he's still a minor. And he tells them to hurry up and change their clothes quickly. The front is about 100 kilometers from there. and he tells them not to worry. And basically, Adrian Lawrence took all those guys to one of the most expensive stores in the city, and he thinks everyone there is a bit awkward and doesn't know what they're doing. It must be because they've never been to a place like this. But then someone comes up and says he'll pick this one, and Adrian says it was a good choice. And Eric Jones says he is grateful for his words, calling him commander. And in his stats, it says his political negotiation skill is very high, and his administration capability is high, and his trait is silver tongue. And Adrian thinks that those three are good fighters on the front lines, while he's a fighter in politics, and his talent is truly incredible. And so Adrian tells them not to worry about the price. They should get whatever they want, and always aim for the best. And he thinks that talent means nothing if you don't train it. So they are going to start training outside the base, and they will also be educated. They will dress in the most proper way to fit in with the environment too. And now, after everyone got new clothes, they ask Adrian if they will be living in that gigantic mansion. And Adrian says yes, they will be spending most of their time there. The servants have already been assigned, and he asks them not to worry about the day-to-day chores and to just focus on their studies. He will make this month's payment, and on top of that, they will receive $20 million a month and an annual bonus of $240 million. But they must not forget the regulations of the contract. And basically, they're all overjoyed about the money and say they will do their absolute best. And so, Adrian said that if they prove his intuition was correct, there's a lot more money, where that came from. However, that doesn't happen overnight, so they must do their best. And he says that to conclude, he hopes they don't disappoint him, because he hates having to give lectures. And they say, yes, Commander Adrian. And so, the silver-haired man thinks that here are the best talents he has ever found. And from now on, they will be his hand-picked elite. It may be a short-term investment, but one day they will prosper. And this is a major investment for a bright future. And now, as he's walking through the city, he thinks that when he gets back, he has to be careful when confronting Cedric, even with Anna by his side. And he has to think about his mother, too. But to both of their surprise, our boy feels something right at his back, and Arcia quickly grabs the guy by the neck. Our boy wishes him a good morning, and he thinks that recently, he's been getting more and more worried about their safety. He's already seen several spies lurking around every day. And basically, he walks toward that guy. And before he can say anything, Audra just tells him to save his words, because he has no interest in hearing them. And he asks if his brother really doesn't know when to give up. But for a rat like him, there's only one way to become useful. And he says that stupidity for a spy is a very bad flaw. And he asks him how much he values his life, with Arcia throwing him to the ground. And he tells him to do as he says, and that way everything will be fine in the end. And that spy is trembling with fear, feeling Arcia's aura, and realizes she's an aura expert, and not just some ordinary woman. And this guy says he doesn't know anything. But after Audra threatens him, he explained everything. And Audra asks if he followed them there, ever since the teleport, with the help of the agent who was inside. And this blonde guy, very nervous, wonders how on earth he knows that. But to his surprise, our boy says that he already knows everything about him, beforehand. Besides the other spy, he was always one step ahead, and maybe he can help him get one step even further ahead. And he's sure he was just following Cedric's orders, and he knows he doesn't really oppose him. He felt as if he was reluctant to spy on him. And that guy starts looking at Arcs and gets really nervous and asks if he's really planning to go against Master Cedric. And the silver-haired guy gives a little smile. And that guy says he can't, but at that moment, Audrey points that dagger at him and tells him to save his words, because he said that if he's afraid of death, he has to obey him if he wants to live. And that guy says, "Young master?" And the silver-haired guy said that's what he likes to hear. But then, he asks what he thinks about working for him, and he tells him not to worry. He would never put him in danger, and he always prided himself on being a very merciful person, and he only wants him to file false reports, since his little friend will be arrested in his place, and he asks if he accepts this, and that spy says yes. And now in Cedric's office, he wonders how Meltiz got arrested, and that spy delivers the report, saying he was caught while trying to get into the commander's room, and this made him more and more cautious. And Cedric says that this sucks, and thinks that this happened because he ignored what his father said about not sending spies after him. He had already been chewed out by his father after he wasn't chosen to go to the army, and he says he has no other choice, and it's too late now. And he orders him to keep watch and report everything that happens. And that guy deceiving young Master Cedric says he'll tell him everything later. And he thinks to himself that he has now taken care of another spy, and everything will get easier with this guy's help. And those guys are progressing very well. He has recruited another 20 people with some kind of talent, and Eric and Elisa have proven to be very capable of leading the school. And everyone is giving it their all, so he can't fall behind. And now finally, he reaches level 159, and he says that with just one more level, he'll be a 6th circle mage. To his surprise, a message appears, telling the commander that they are activating a state of emergency. And so, he returns from the game and asks his subordinate to give his report. And that guy says they have identified combat ships from the Empire entering their airspace, and they've received orders to be on standby because the war is about to start. And then Audrey thinks that it's finally over, the calm before the storm. And now in the meeting room, they're talking about the crossing Empire's army moving towards them. And Condiotis said that the local forces were ordered to stand down, and they will gather troops at the train so that they can be dispatched at any moment, and all the rest. And the meals will be served inside the train. And so the Count says that from this moment on, spatial coordinate interference has begun, and the entire front line, the border with the Grayson Empire, has almost no signal, and they shouldn't even think about teleporting, because that would be suicide. And from now on, he will cut off all personal communication between the troops, except for colonels and higher ranks. And so just use radio communication, looking directly at our boy. He says that he is no exception, and that he must be careful not to be in a room without a radio. This is directed exclusively at him. And then Count Jorge stands up and tells them all that this is war, and they must be prepared at all times. Pedro thinks that the war has finally begun, and now he has leveled up again, and reached 160. He thinks that at this rate, he'll reach the 6th circle. And he says that it was worth it to play a little, while remembering that other guy, who was told not to play and to prepare for the war. And he thinks that he feels bad, but this is much more important to him. And as a prize, he received over 10 trillion kilots, and the money he received will be in the Alicia Bank Union. And then basically he received another reward. It's his sub-support, the supersonic Black Eagle, which is a gigantic eagle. He wonders if there are even supposed to be sub-supports in this game. And this is a combat support eagle that an archer is supposed to have. He should be able to find the right information, more easily in fact, here in the game system. And what if he goes back to reality and asks, "Where is that eagle?" He goes outside to see if it's there, and getting out of the spaceship, he thinks he's found that great Black Eagle. He thought it would appear just like Arsa did that one time, but that would just end in chaos. But as he's looking around, Marcia notices that it's right there, coming straight toward them. And to the surprise of everyone, they all arm themselves, and he tells the brigade commander to evade now. And to everyone's surprise, that eagle lands right on top of the spaceship. And that gigantic eagle looks toward Adrian and lands in front of him. So Adrian gives the command for the soldiers to stop, and he realizes that this is the supersonic Black Eagle. And it's a chimera that has the bones and legs of a black dragon and a body that can hardly be damaged, even by an aura blade. It has an ultra-high recovery rate, and it only has one ability, which is shared vision. And just like Arcia, when it gets stronger, it will unlock other abilities. And so he pets it, and says that there's a more likely condition. He probably has to complete missions. He thinks that he's not sure how this suicide dive could be useful, but shared vision will definitely be a great help. It's as if he's receiving information at the speed of light. And a crowd forms around him, and they ask what that thing is. And Adrian thinks this sucks. He was so focused on the Black Eagle that he didn't even notice people gathering, and he thinks there's nothing he can do. And so he says to the eagle if it wants to stay by his side, and the eagle confirms that it does, shaking its head, and he starts petting it, as if they were best friends. And everyone is surprised, not understanding why that eagle isn't attacking. But Adrian thinks this is really embarrassing, and feels like it's going to bite him later. And now it's said that after the war began, the war situation didn't just create small skirmishes in other regions, but expanded across the entire western frontier. It was an all-out war, but thanks to that, his brigade is making its debut. And communication with the internet is still down, so he can't get into the game for now. But to his surprise, someone comes up and says, "Pluto from the vanguard of the Frozen Empire is approaching." But Adrian tells them not to panic, and to pull their army back into the initial formation, and to tell Billy to prepare the vanguard, thinking that even though those fights happened in the game, he doesn't think he'll die that easily, and that guy by his side just keeps staring at him. Adrian asks what's wrong, and he says it's nothing. But just then, Adrian senses enemy vanguards approaching them, and he thinks that they're attacking. And what if he tells the 2nd Battalion to activate the energy shield, which surprises everyone, and they quickly activate it. And to their surprise, one of those enemy vanguards was actually attacking them. And so a tremor runs through the spaceship, and he's stunned by an attack from so far away that is still unbelievably strong. This was no mere test, and if they hadn't had a 7th circle magic, or higher, it's pretty obvious they were going to win this fight, and he asks what the situation is. Those guys commanding the ship say that the 2nd Battalion's energy shield is gone, and they need a 90-second recovery. And Adriano thinks that this shield, which is supposed to protect everyone there, was destroyed with a single attack from the vanguard. and Archduke Lucas. He was supposed to have made some magic equipment for them, but he doesn't need to be jealous of the Vanguard, because if he reaches the max level in the game, he'll be at the 9th magic circle. And so Arcia asks if he's okay, and Audrey says yes, and thinks that in the end, he also has an 8th circle grandmaster, named Arcia, right by his side. And as soon as the vice leader says they managed to survive, and if it weren't for him, they'd all be dead. But Audrey says his luck is incredible, and thinks it's better if he doesn't go back. On his words, and now he wants to think about what to do, to defend or counterattack, and the size of their attack force. Isn't that different? The problem is the size of their fortress. And he said the Crossan Empire has sky fortresses, but they are significantly smaller than theirs, and it was probably produced for a mass invasion. And the vice leader said that, unless they missed some information, this is the first time they've used them. And Adriano thinks that in this war there are vanguards on the ground, and fortified fortresses in the sky, and the ground is a complete stalemate. And it seems the variables are right there. And to their surprise, those spaceships continue to attack them. And he says it's a mess. But then he senses something else. He senses a weapon being disassembled. And so he asks what that is and what just fell. And the soldiers start to laugh, saying that in the end she broke. And it really is funny. But Adrian receives several notifications about a power overload of magical energy and realizes this is bad. So he orders them to send a message to the fortress, because an all-out suicide attack is about to happen. And basically to their surprise, that suicide attack really did happen. And a huge explosion took over the sky. And now in the Sky Fortress, they receive the message and realize it was a suicide attack. And he orders them to request an evacuation right now and use anti-aircraft rounds and personal firearms or whatever else. Use everything they've got. Meanwhile, Prada thinks it's going to break. And so he activates the great shield on his ring, which covers his entire spaceship. And that way, they manage to protect themselves from that huge explosion. But he thinks that was a close call. If he hadn't used the artifact his father gave him, they all would have died. And he wonders about the Sky Fortress. But when he looks, he thinks it's a relief. They didn't fall, because their allied forces quickly surrounded that Sky Fortress. If it fell now, the enemy forces would have massacred everyone. And so he orders them, please check on the Vanguard situation and take care of the wounded soldiers. And after that incident model, Count Otis is smiling widely and thanking our boy for his great hard work. He says his performance was excellent, and if he hadn't noticed their suicide attack, the damage would have been colossal. They attempted suicide attacks on 3 battlefields at the same time, but his unit was the only one that noticed the abnormality in advance and successfully protected the fortress. He told the local commander that today's victory was thanks to him. He's certain that he'll receive a great reward, and the protagonist thanks him, saying that's great. And so, Count Otis says it's up to the boss to make sure his employees get a nice bonus when they make a good contribution. And the protagonist thinks that although there are many people who give their subordinates a hard time, Count Otis is a pretty decent guy. Then the Count says there are some pretty strange rumors circulating about him. Adrian asks what kind of rumors they are, and he says he's heard that Brigade Commander Lawrence has taken a mysterious giant eagle as his companion. And they say that the way he communicates with the eagle is truly mysterious. Adrian says he doesn't know about the communication part, but she is indeed very intelligent, as if she can understand what he's saying. He was just taking care of her because he found her fascinating. And Otis says that's great. He asks if it's mental communication, or if animals can actually understand what they say. That guy on the sofa says that if it's a large black eagle, it's probably a species called Alta R from the holy city of Everreal. And even though they're birds, they're a rare species born with a high level of human-like intelligence. And they say that they can fly up to 5,000 kilometers at once. And Audrey asked if that's true, and he really didn't know about that. But he thinks that actually he did know. And that guy says that once they've been tamed, they never betray their masters, and they don't hesitate to risk their own lives to protect them. And Adriano thinks he's glad the Archmage, Lucas, made it, based on a real-life species. And if he had just given him some flashy mount, for no reason, people would have gotten annoyed asking what that was. And then, it wouldn't have been easy to deal with that. That hate hound is really happy. He says that it's no different than a little dog then, and can be called an eagle hound. And so, Larissa tells him that now that the enemy has retreated, he asks if he can use the internet. And the Count says yes, he will allow it. And he should consider it his reward. And our boy is overjoyed, thinking he can finally get back to gaming. And now, 2 weeks have passed since the war began. And while speaking with Mr. Billiam, someone tells them not to be too conspicuous while coming down the mountains, because it could be a trap. So don't get too close and try to fight from a distance. And they agree. And our boy thinks that no one would have listened to the brigade commander, Lawrence, in the past, but now they all listen to his orders. And that Billy guy tells them not to blindly trust the radar signal and to follow Commander Lawrence's instructions. This Billy guy He thinks everyone changed in just 2 weeks. And to their surprise, it was actually a trap. And that Billy guy tells them to fall back. He had thought they would come from underground, since that was the only blind spot. And he's glad he listened to Commander Lars's warning, because otherwise they would have been caught completely by surprise. And he thinks what a stroke of luck. They managed to avoid total annihilation. But the situation isn't looking very good. They have to wait for support while fending off the Vanguard's attacks. The only problem is they're heavily outnumbered, and it's going to take at least 5 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. But it's impossible to hold out without taking any damage. To his surprise, Adrian tells him to push forward. And when he realizes what's happening, other guys have arrived to help him. It was 10 Vanguards, directly under the command of the division of Commander Idiots. And Billy realizes that they're reinforcements after all. But he doesn't understand how they got there so quickly. And then an Adrian speaks to him over the communicator and says that the enemies have their backs to the mountain. And Billy thinks that high-pitched voice again. He really has no idea who actually came out to play here, because it sure as hell wasn't Adrian Lawrence. So they need to defeat at least 5 units while they're at it. And the people in the meeting room ask if they heard the orders from Brigade Commander Lawrence, which is to kill 5 enemy vanguards. They say that he's truly incredible. He didn't just predict the surprise attack, but he also turned a crisis into an opportunity. And what's more, while the other units were going through a rough time, Commander Lars's team was doing just fine, doing their part. That guy Otis thinks that he initially believed it was a coincidence, but from the way things are unfolding, that doesn't seem to be the case. And hadn't they told him that Viscount Lawrence's prodigy had become an idiot after consuming poison? He's like a dragon that was hiding its power while it slept. He asks the others if Lawrence is about the same age as Michelle, and if his family allows it, he would like to bring him over. This surprises everyone, because he's going to offer his daughter to Adrian Lars. But they say he already has a girlfriend. They are very close, because he even took her to the battlefield. But Otis says that's not a problem, and if Michelle wants to, she can be his mistress. Then they mention he is a gambling addict, but the Count argues, asking if it isn't better to be addicted to that than to drugs, alcohol, or women. He thinks to himself that he has already chosen his son-in-law, and no one is going to change his mind. But those guys say that, considering the young lady Michelle's fiery personality, if she hears about this, they'll all be screwed, because she's a bit temperamental. And Count Jot says that's enough talk about his daughter, and that they should send the report of the performance to the command staff, and they must make sure to say how great Commander Lawrence's contribution was. Lawrence. And as our boy and Arsa are leaving, that man Billion asks to speak with him for a moment. Adrian agrees and asks if it's something important, telling him to be quick. He notices that the man's condition is anxious, and it has changed from curious and vigilant to favorable and anxious. He wonders if it's because he saved him in battle. And so Billy asks why he hides his strength, saying that many of his subordinates are worried about the future of the territory. And if young Master Cedric becomes the Lord, the way he's going now, there will certainly be a crisis. He believes that young Master Cedric doesn't have the qualifications to be a Lord, and if he has any intention of competing with his brother, he would like to give him his full support. This really surprises our boy, who thinks that the magic glasses show no change in his state. So this guy isn't lying, and Sir Billy is one of his father's closest aides. He wonders if maybe he received some instructions in advance, or if he's acting this way, simply out of his own goodwill. And so he says that he is grateful for his words, but he's going to pretend he didn't hear them. This really surprises Billy, and he moves towards him. Our boy thinks that he's not naive, and that Billy spoke without thinking it through, because no matter what they do to restrict information from Cedric, he can't act carelessly, knowing there are surveillance systems he's not aware of. He thinks he alone is more than enough, and the job of finishing off Anna and Cedric is completely his. He has no intention of sharing this joy with anyone else, but he thinks that for now, he will remember that there are people who are purely concerned with the beast of the territory, and thinking about that, he saw that he would be awarded a medal after the incident, but he thinks it must not be a big deal. Only to his surprise, that guy reading the contributions says that the second son of the Lawrence family, Adrian, will receive the second-class Golden Lion Medal given by Callist Van Reed, the 23rd king of the Reed Kingdom, and all the soldiers around begin to celebrate. And Adrian thinks that this is much bigger than he imagined it would be, and he thinks he has already been chosen as a fantastic representative through the war effort, and he says it's a great honor, and he will cherish it for the rest of his life, and he thinks that Cedric will probably go crazy when he sees this. And now at his house, after Cedric and his mother received the news, he says that everyone is talking about that idiot, Adrian, and if he had participated in the war, all these merits would be his, and he asks what about his father. What's he talking about? And his mother says, he's going to be with that poor woman. And so, Cedric says that it seems his father is spending more and more time with that woman these days, and he asks his mother because she's not doing anything. And she asks what she should do, and if she should poison him too. Cedric gets irritated with the way she's talking, and she tells him not to raise his voice. And Adrian is furious about why his father is with that woman. She thinks his father is determined to protect that commoner from all of them, while Adrian is on the battlefield. And so Cinder asks his mother if it's true that Adrian is going to completely cut ties with the family after returning from the war. And she says yes. And that's why he must be desperate too, trying to earn some merit to receive a title. And she tells her son to calm down, because he isn't even his competitor. His mother will make sure of that. And he thinks, yes, it's all just as his mother says. And behind them is his maternal grandfather. Most of the Laren's Viscounty is under his mother's control, and his father is just the proxy who temporarily governs this land until it's handed over to him. And so he wonders why that brat, he always thought he was better than him. He was always smarter, cuter, more handsome, and better than him. He was always considered a prodigy, and he, filled with rage, thinks that he's so irritating. He was definitely reduced to a useless bastard after they tried to poison him. And so he didn't understand why. He keeps getting on his nerves, thinking that Adrian, he definitely has to die. And now in the 7th week, 48 days after the war began, Adrian is quite happy. He kindly asks the vanguards to have an energy drink before heading out, and goes around offering the drink to everyone. He listens as they say that they feel more and more invigorated after drinking it. And Prada thinks that considering how precious it is, of course that would be the case. What they're drinking is just a diluted elixir, containing only a single drop of that legendary medicine. But of course they don't know that. He thinks that honestly it's a waste, but he has to do it so the war will end quickly. And Billy says that they're going on patrol now, but the protagonist tells them to be careful. But to his surprise, the division commander is looking for him. He asks what this is about. And while he's on his way to the division commander, he feeds Crow, which is the name he gave to this black eagle. He remarks that that idiot has been calling for him more frequently lately. The guy driving says this means that the commander trusts him a great deal, and asks if that isn't a good thing. But Prada thinks that even if that's the case, it's annoying to be constantly summoned by a high-ranking aristocrat. And so, upon arriving, he doesn't understand why the other unit commanders are there as well. And everyone looks very surprised, not understanding Count Otis's intentions. If it were something related to the battle, he could have just sent a message. He wonders if it's because has something important to announce. And basically, that Count Otis appears and says that they are welcome. They should rejoice, because they will no longer have to listen to those disgusting gunshots, as the end of the war will be declared soon. This really surprises our boy. And so, Count Otis explains that the foreign ministers from both countries are currently in a meeting, and it's possible the end of the war will be declared soon. And it seems those guys from Crossing had no intention whatsoever of getting into an all-out war from the very beginning. And this war was only large in scale, but in the end it was a local war. That wasn't much different from an annual event. And so the men comment that those guys are completely insane. But Silver thinks it was the same in his previous life. He thinks that his country has no luck when it comes to relations with its neighboring countries. And so he asks about the vanguards that were sent out. And Count Otis says that until the declaration of the end of the war is made, they must continue this war game. And Silver thinks that it's always the subordinates who die because of their superiors' decisions. Then Count Otis tells our boy to relax and not worry about anything else. And he asks if he didn't receive the Golden Lion Medal as a spoil of war. And his reward certainly won't be small if the war ends like this, so he should savor this moment. And Silver thinks that he's right. Since when has he been so virtuous? And instead of worrying about others, he's going to focus on his future, since he has to return to his family after the war is over. And that's why he needs to grow even stronger. And Billy says he thinks that's a good thing. And he asks what would happen if his country and the Cruisin' Empire were in an all-out war without sky fortresses. Tens of thousands of vanguards would have annihilated everything, and that would be an unimaginable catastrophe. And Adri asks him if he shouldn't be getting more rest, and why he came over there. Meanwhile, Arsa in the corner keeps on eating her cookies, and he takes one of them and offers it to Billy. And Billy says that, considering it was given by Count Otis, it must be quite precious. And he notices that Arsa just keeps eating, without even paying him any mind. And Billy says that he's felt this before, but he's really different from the other nobles. He doesn't just feel genuine sadness for the sacrifice of the commoner soldiers. He even stands guard at the command center while his men are resting. He's really different from the others. And Prada thinks that's obvious, since he was a commoner in his previous life. And Billy says that at the same time, he still possesses the composure and dignity of a true noble. And Prada says he thinks he got that part wrong. But Billy asks him if he wasn't just drinking black tea, even when he saw enemy troops approaching, and he thinks that's impossible, without a person having absolute confidence in themselves. And his subordinates managed to relax, paying attention as they saw his composure, and he says that everyone in the 200th, 30th, 2nd Brigade trusts him completely, and if he cares, he thinks that now he understands what he was trying to say, and he's wanting to again mention his support for him as the territory's successor. And the protector says it's just like he said last time. But to his surprise, Sir Billy kneels in front of him and says that there's a perimeter of trusted men around them, so no one can get close. And they also checked if there were any surveillance devices, so he doesn't need to worry. This really surprises Adrian. And analyzing the situation around him, he realizes that he's being serious. And from the looks of it, all of them are on his father's side. And this, Adrian says he knows that he took precautions. But this kind of behavior could draw too much attention. And Sir Billy says that's why they came here, while everyone else was resting. And that this humble servant Gilbert Billion would like to serve Adrian Lawrence, the second young master of the Lawrence family, as his lord from now on. And so the protagonist asks if the other knights outside are thinking the same thing as him. And Sir Billy says yes, which surprises our boy a lot. He says all right then, but says that however, there is one condition. He must act normally until told otherwise. And a very worried Sir Billy asks if that wouldn't be rude for him to pretend that he isn't their lord. And even if he gathers power there now, the size of his forces won't be insignificant. But he asks if it's enough for them to win. And he has a plan in mind, so they just have to follow his orders. And so Billy says yes. And Silver asks him how many knights are willing to follow him. Billy says that first of all, they have 5 vanguards there, and the remaining knights are about 30. And if they gather the people from the territory, their numbers will at least double. And Adrian thinks that's not bad. It means there are more people for him to work with. And he says that's good. But before he leaves, Billy says he has one more thing to tell him. His lady plans to assign Sir Precious to him, and he thinks it would be a good idea to recruit him beforehand. This really surprises our boy, thinking about Sir Precious. And this Precious, he was originally the vice commander of the Lawrence's Knights of the Wheel. And with his superior skills, he had practically no rivals among all the aura specialists, and that includes the knight commanders. But he thought he had left the order, with Christian being involved in the family's political struggle, centered on Anna. And he wonders if really someone like that is coming back. And Billy says that maybe when he returns, many knights who were neutral will change their minds. And so, Adrian thinks that Sir Precious was a warrior, a typical very popular knight, and, in other words, there's room to expand his power through him. And that might just be enough to compete with Anna's and Cedric's forces. And he thinks that recruiting the Sir Precious is not a bad idea, especially when it comes to valuable talent that he can use from outside his family. And so, he says that he needs to find him as soon as possible. He asks if he could arrange a meeting between them, clearly in secret. And Billy says yes, he'll do it for him. And Adriano thinks that soon he'll be able to gain power, and that's very good, of course. However, his top priority isn't to build his own power. His top priority is to complete the next mission of the Lucky Encounter and advance in his game to finally form the 7th circle today. But to everyone's surprise, our boy unfortunately died, and Arcia died along with him, and even his new eagle bit the dust, and the system says that he died at the hands of this mysterious being. But rewinding a few minutes back, when they were still fighting that guy, Adria was thinking that even after reaching level 200, he had never experienced death, and he's not going to die in games just to overcome difficulties. But if he dies there, the pain he'll feel will be beyond his imagination. And he realizes that Arcia is being pushed back, something that has never happened before. She always kept her safety as the top priority in a fight. And with that bird lunging at the guy, he quickly defends himself from both of them. And with his sword, he is ready to finish. Adrian, and his name is Pascal the Death Knight. And our boy is staring at him, thinking that he's not just an aura master, but he also swiped a buff from a quest boss and has an abnormally strong body. And he's definitely on a completely different level. And just like that, our boy died and respawned in a nearby village. And sitting on a village bench, he thinks that this system is a piece of crap. It shares all of his senses, so he can't even complain too much about the pain because there are too many people around him. So he summons his support, who in this case is Arcia, and she starts apologizing to him. But he then asks if she's okay, if she feels pain. And she says that yes, she does feel it, but her senses in the game are duller than his. Deorder says that's a relief, while thinking that he recruited her without a second thought because of her stats as a tank. The closer he gets to her, the more embarrassed he becomes about hiding his small body behind her. And that's why he wants to change his fighting style. And fighting that Death Knight showed him a clear limit to his combat style. Arcia blocks their movements. Yag blocks their vision, and then he launches a surprise attack. And since he's a mage, he deals a lot of damage. And it worked, since they had plenty of tools at their disposal. But that has its limits against the Death Knight, who is on the same level as Arcia. So that means that the only way to keep enemies at a distance between spellcast is to have the Black Eagle fight. But he thinks that Arcia's defense works against the Death Knight, and if he had more consistent damage model that could help her when he casts his spells would be the ideal combat style. And he's thought of 3 solutions so far. The first is to use smaller magic circles. You'd still reduce the casting time, but the drop in power would be greater. The second would be to use the Black Eagle as a warrior instead of for combat support. And the third was for Arcia to stop using only her shield for defense and to use her sword to deal damage. But the first option is basically nerfing himself, so the second and third are better. He told her it wasn't going to be easy, and so they went to their second battle against the Death Knight, but they died miserably. And after he returns to the plaza, he starts screaming that this isn't possible, and once again Arcia reappeared. Meanwhile, he's thinking that this time he has to use Arcia and the Black Eagle to fight actively. But he thinks it's difficult for the Black Eagle to fight against the Death Knight, and she died in less than a minute after the fight began. And he died 3 minutes later. And right after that, Arcia died too. The Black Eagle didn't do much damage to the target, but her being a distraction helps a lot. But then he wonders if he should equip her with a chest plate. With that, he thinks that he has to do whatever it takes to complete this test and reach the 7th circle. And now they've started the 3rd battle, and once again they died. And Audrey is really pissed off, saying that this is awful. Model. Then he tells her that they've started to see his pattern, and they should try new things to improve their performance. And now, in the 5th battle, that Death Knight asks if he's fighting a bunch of acrobats. And he really is very talented. So why doesn't he change his class? Then Audrey says he must be confused, but he asks if he's ever heard of a human bombardier throwing his magic at that guy and sending him to a dramatic death. But that guy manages to defend with his sword, but Ars quickly comes from below. And our boy said that it was great. But to his surprise, Ars can no longer lift him and simply places him on the ground. And that Death Knight says it's great to see him down there. And our boy looks at him completely uncomfortable. And just like that, his head is ripped off again. And they tried several ways to defeat that guy, but failed at every single one. But he thinks the damage increased since the last time, and casting spells against someone who dodges and parries attacks is his biggest problem. So now he wants to try using items more focused on his reflexes, instead of focusing on his casting. And then once again, he's finished off. And on the next attempt, he's already dodging much better, and manages to evade that guy's strike. And then he casts 2 spells and throws them in his direction, and Arcia also moves in to attack him from the other side. But that guy manages to finish them both off, and our boy gives a little smile, thinking that this battle just confirmed his suspicions. He tried to be an aggressive mage, which lowered his damage, but it allowed him to survive longer on his own, resulting in a 62-minute battle where he dealt 84% of the damage to the Death Knight, and he thinks that if he keeps trying, he'll definitely be able to do it. And now he logs out and goes straight back to his room and thinks that it seems he exceeded the connection time. And he tells Asia he thought they would end up at level 200, but they're stuck in an unexpected place. But as he stretches, he notices that the world seems to be moving slower. But Ars said that he's experienced death countless times, so it's normal to feel some changes. And he asks if she's feeling the same thing he is, and she says she can't tell. Her body's strength is the same as yesterday, but she feels stronger than before, and he wonders if that's true. And Asia's responses? They're definitely not like those artificially created by a homunculus. And if time passes and she experiences much more, she'll become very much like a human being. And Ars asks him if he has any orders. But our boy says no. He's going to sleep now, because he needs to rest. And then they'll try again when they wake up. And after that day, he went into his 12th battle, dealing 75% of the damage to the Death Knight. And in the 13th, it was 85. In the 14th, it was 91%. In the 15th, 89. 16th, 93, 17th, 98, and in the 18th battle against the Death Knight, our boy Swagya along with Arcia are ready to finish him off. And after a huge fight, the damage dealt to the Death Knight was 100%. And so, that knight begins to disappear, saying that he did well. With that, our boy, overjoyed, starts to celebrate. He had finally managed to pass that test, and with that, the 7th level of the mission was completed. And now, finally, he's going to the 8th floor of the Tower of Manuel Lucas. And he tells Arcia that the 7th floor was much bigger than the 6th, but this place is just immense compared to the 7th floor. And all of this looks so different from the outside, and everything is so detailed. And to his surprise, someone says that's because all of this is real. And as our boy speaks, he realizes that this time there are 2 enemies, and he immediately points his staff at that guy. But to his surprise, Arcia tells him not to worry. And our boy wonders why she's smiling so much. What he didn't expect was to see a little man with the appearance of an old man staring at him. But then he realizes and gets a shock, saying that this must be the Archduke, Lucas in his miniature form. But that little guy says his name is Chester, and he's the one who takes care of fate. This guy is a part of Manuel Lucas, and he's basically an NPC. However, he is created from the memories of Manuel Lucas. And Adrian thinks that even if he was created based on his memories, it doesn't guarantee that he'll help them. But without a doubt, he would be a great help. But if he's different, it's not going to be good. That being said, Chester says that's no reason for him to be apprehensive. But Adrian said that he doesn't seem like an NPC. He's very different from the others, because he seems alive. But Chester says that's obvious. He may not be a soul, but he was created to act a certain way, because he was created based on the memories of someone who once lived. Then our hero says that even if he couldn't beat old age, in the end he'll always live on there. And so he asks if Manuel Lucas gained eternity through this. Chester says it can be seen that way, and that's the main reason for the creation of Hollywood. However, nothing is eternal. He is just a shadow of someone he once was. And if the original idea was really to create a clone to live forever, it wouldn't have been in the virtual world, because he would have created a homunculus just like Arcia did. Hearing this, Adrian thinks that he thought Manuel Lucas would try to possess him to be revived or something like that. But fortunately, that's not the case. Then he asks Chester what he's doing there. And the last floor was extremely frustrating because of the difficulty. And he wonders if he's going to stop fighting to focus on other areas. But Chester swings that staff at him and shows the status window. With this, Adrian realizes he received 5 uses of the Hollywood System Administrator's authority. Then Chester says that the destiny he has granted him, that's everything Manuel Lucas had, and it was already expected that the administrator's authority would also be given to him. However, there are a few limitations, which will also disappear over time, and in the future there will be no limit on its use. Our guy asks him what he can do with it. Then that miniature says that he'll be able to use this authority on any program based on the Hollywood system. This really surprises our hero, who thinks that in that case, Hollywood is basically a virtual world, no different from the internet back on Earth, where he can access any information and modify practically everything in existence. But Chester said that, however, there are some rules he has to follow. The first is that he can't use the authority on online chronicles that are under Manuel Lucas's destiny. The second is that he can't use it to access or enter the brains of other users. And the third is that he can't use it to steal other people's property. And the fourth, he can't use it to harm the world, either indirectly or intentionally. Hearing this, our protagonist thinks that he was a little worried, but it makes sense. He asks if by any chance he can use this authority to launder money. To this, Chester says that it's not difficult, and there are a few methods he personally recommends. But he asks another question. Isn't it too risky? Can't someone review the documents? The miniature says that the chance of them noticing is low. Here it's not just about the current reports. This would basically mean manipulating the entire market. With that, our boy then said that he'd like to use one of his permissions. That being the case, Chester said that his current assets are 12.625 trillion lots. He asks if he'd like to organize the lots that he's going to win from this floor, in addition to the equipment. And our boy says yes. He usareves and asks if there's anything else. Following that, our boy says that Arcia needs to be registered. It would be good to list her as having come from the sacred city of Everil. Hearing this, the guy says of course, and that he'll register that her family has already passed away, and her current status is that of an orphan. With that, he asks that guy if he would be willing to help him with the administrator's authorities. And Chester says yes. But the lady asks him why he went so far, for people he didn't even know. And so, that guy said, and the answer to that is that this is his way of showing longing and consideration for the world he left behind, and so that the life of whoever would be his successor wouldn't be as difficult as his own. This left Audrey very confused, but he thinks that those don't sound like the words of someone who is remembered as the legendary Mage. And if it weren't for this world, if it weren't for someone from Earth like him, if he hadn't created a legacy for the next generations, his life would be pathetic. He couldn't even dream of being the man he is today. So he kneels and thanks his master. But Chester said that he is not Manuel Lucas. But our boy notices a little smirk right at the corner of his mouth. And with that, he acquired another 50 trillion plots of land. And he also acquired an Icarus sky fortress. And his 7th circle was created. And now in the scholarly district of Nishin City, the former captain of the knightly order, Pesios, asks who Arian is. As soon as the knight says, "But I believe that your young master, Arian, can take control of the territory, and it will develop even more than it is now." He asks if he intends to support the young master, Arian, along with him. But Pesios wonders what kind of crap he's talking. He thought he was summoned to talk about the Lord. But if he'd known he was called for a private conversation to talk about an immature child, he never would have agreed to come. But the knight says that young master, Arian, is a prodigy. But Perseus says that he heard he distinguished himself in the war, but he asks if he doesn't think that this person he's trusting is still too weak. But the knight says he's very sorry, except he starts to laugh, which really surprises the man. Then the knight says he wasn't laughing at him. He just happened to remember that he was in a position similar to his not too long ago. And it seems you think that the young master, Arian, just got lucky this time, and that he's still the same as ever. So Perseus asks, isn't that right? But the knight said, certainly not. And in fact, that's just the tip of the iceberg that the young master shows to the world. And unlike you, sir, he witnessed his abilities firsthand. After all, he was the one on the front lines by Master Adrian's orders. And that being the case, I dare say that he is without a doubt the greatest genius of this era. He won't understand until he actually sees for himself. And that awful man then says that he is completely devoted to the second young master, and he researched the story of an incredible prodigy who took poison and became someone mediocre. At 7 years old, it was just a mask for him to become someone great, to survive since he was a child. And considering Adrian's intelligence and Billy's words, he has to admit that he deserves his attention. Then he asks Billy what he wants to do. As a knight, he says he should use his contacts to convince the vassals to support the young master, Adrian. But Persia says that's a bit complicated, but it's still interesting. So Billy says that he's made a great decision, but Persia says he hasn't decided anything, and before making any decision, he must at least meet him. That being the case, Billy says that young Master Adrian would love for him to visit soon, and he'll call him and tell him about his willingness. And while he's talking to Adrian on the phone, Persia thinks to himself that someone who spent more than a decade hiding his power, waiting for his revenge, is really something else, and he hopes that Billy's words are true. Indeed. But to both their surprise, the priest simply hung up. And Billy says he must be too busy to answer right now. But to their shock, something appears right behind them. And they realize that in the end, it must be some being from at least the seventh circle. They wonder who in the world it could be. But then to both their surprise, our boy appears, along with Arcia. And so, our hero says that judging by their expression, they have no idea they're surrounded, which greatly surprises the two of them. In response, Adrian tells them not to be surprised, and that they came well prepared with various artifacts. And with that, he tells Arcia to get rid of all of them, and she quickly starts killing every single one. And after finishing them off, she reports that the 5 assassins have been killed, and our boy says that perhaps he had set his expectations too high. He had heard that the 2 of them were the most powerful on the continent, but even so, they let themselves get surrounded by assassins. The 2 of them wonder what kind of attitude this is, and who this monster is that they are facing right now. At this, Billy asks him what happened, and our boy says that he spent 13 years preparing for this moment. He asks him if he really thought he would be unprepared, and that it was to be expected that he would have a gold-level master by his side, which greatly surprises the 2 of them. And that, Wretch thinks that then, he was planning to see if he was worthy, but now he's the one who has to worry about whether he can be useful to him. And this is the kind of person who's in front of you. And as they stare at each other, our boy looks at Percy and sees his status window and thinks that he's not bad at all. And Billy asks if by any chance the lady of the house sent them. Adrian said that obviously he imagines they have a lot of questions, and so he snaps his fingers and uses a spell, repair a restoration spell, and he repairs the entire house. And Billy says that the bloodstains and bodies are gone. This is truly incredible. But our boy just asks them not to think too much about it, and now they must go somewhere else. And another spell activates, leaving the 2 of them shocked, thinking that this is a 7th circle spell called Teleport. And so it is said that in the kingdom of Luas, in the Hayward Kingdom Alliance, the nation with the largest number of great mages, second only to the 4 empires. But even so, if you ask anyone about the most famous one among them, everyone will say a single name, Duke Kane Riverdale. A great mage and a successful teacher, who trained 6 7th circle mages. And they always say the same thing. The greatest mage in history is Archduke Lucas, but the greatest teacher is Duke Kenny Riverdale. And so Percy asks if he's serious, and if he's really a disciple of Duke Riverdale. And Adrian says yes. But he died a few years ago, but he was the one who taught me everything I know so far. And he was able to learn everything without any problems. With that, Petro wonders, but when did he learn it? Since he spent most of his time in games, but as soon as the scumbag interrupts him and says yes, that's right. The only place he could train him, without any restrictions, was in the virtual world. And he taught in both the real world and the virtual world. But he thinks that, of course, it's a lie. And with his skills that seem to come out of nowhere, no one would believe he was still only 20 years old. And it's better that people believe this, because if he uses the title of Riverdale's disciple, he won't have any problems. Perseus said that he is certainly an eccentric man. To the surprise of both of them, our boy prepared some fake proof to prove that he is really the Duke's disciple, Riverdale, and this isn't real, and he asked the administrator, Chester, to do this for him, so that he could use it as an alibi. And just like what he's holding now, are various traces of Riverdale, and a record of him being a secret disciple that no one knew about. So if they're from the same family, Riverdale or his disciples can trust him if they end up meeting, and he would really like to say that he is the heir to Manuel Lucas's destiny, except no one would leave him in peace for the rest of his life. And being so, if he told the two of them that he and Asia can handle Anna and Cedric, then he shouldn't worry so much about expanding his influence and calling people for that. Which brings up the dumb question of why he was summoned there in the first place. And our boy said that this was never his plan from the beginning, but there's something he wants him to do for him. He asks him to hold out his left hand, and just like that, they touch their watches together and access the window for the other guy. And our boy says that this is his second bank account, where he has 20 billion lots. He asks him to create a group under his command to gather information, thinking that this group's job will be to do the dirty work, and that it's necessary to achieve his plans. But it's very strange to ask for this type of work from a knight. Persis says that, considering they will be facing Marcus Raven, he believes this is necessary. But he asks if he's sure. He believes it must have been very difficult, or almost impossible, to accumulate such wealth. But our boy tells him not to worry, that he got this amount very easily, because he has a great talent for investing. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that the man would faint if he told him that he has 3,000 times the amount of money he just showed him. Then he extends his hand to Persis. He says he is going to remove Cedric from his position as the family heir and will have a power that no one in this nation will be able to disrespect. He asks if he will stand with him, extending his hand to Persis. And with that, Persis kneels and declares his loyalty. And now at Adrian's house, his stepmother says that 5 expert assassins have disappeared without leaving a trace. And the butler says yes. At that, she says that he had told her that they could kill anyone, be it an aura master or a great mage. And the butler says yes. She throws the glass at his head, and filled with rage, she asks why they couldn't do it then. And after she calms down a bit, she asks where Perseus and Billion are. The butler tells her that Sir Billion has returned to his unit, but Perseus has completely disappeared. Hearing this, she says that he must be alive, and Billion would have reported to her husband if Perseus had died. She thinks that those two together must certainly be plotting something against her, and she can't just let this matter go because she remembers that her husband told her to stop and just watch Adrian and Sylvia. And she thinks that she has no choice but to obey, because if she defies him while Sylvia is hiding things, matters would be even worse. But if Billion and Perseus join forces, they will be unstoppable. And she can't let them do whatever they please, because she can't let Cedric have a competitor. And since they don't have any more time, her butler asks if she would like to deal with the Assassins Guild. They had guaranteed that they would complete the job. And she asks, so they should just kill Adrian. But the butler asks what she's talking about, and she, like a fox, asks what he's so afraid of. This is the easiest way. And yes, this is the only way. There's no reason to think of another method. But the butler says that, if she does this, there will be no turning back for her as Viscountess Lawrence. Besides, the young master, Adrian, is very famous. But she, filled with rage, asks how long he's been working for her, and he immediately starts to tremble. And she says that this will be his 30th year, working for her. So he should already know that she hates being contradicted. And she starts pouring wine over his head, and asks if he doesn't think that she knows what he's doing, and that there isn't another way to solve this. And she asks if he thinks he's smarter than her. And the butler thinks that he only tried to help because of a mere spark of remorse for the young master. And so he kneels and begs her for forgiveness. But she asks, "Forgive you," and she says that in that case she'll frame him, which greatly surprises the man. "I am mourning the Viscount's son who is dying, and someone needs to take responsibility for that. And all this time, you have shown me your loyalty, so it will be easier this time." And she asks him what's wrong. "Is it that you're not loyal to me?" And he, trembling, says that he understands and will prove his loyalty. And she says that is a perfect answer. And she orders him to make sure that they don't fail again, or else they will all be killed. And that man thinks that she's just throwing him away, after 30 years of loyalty, just because he said the wrong thing at the wrong time. And it's too late to go back. If the young master can manage to overcome this ordeal, maybe he can get out of this. And now at Count Otis's house, they are celebrating the victory of the 23rd Division. They say that they can finally go back, and Count Otis says he never thought he would receive recognition. Thanks to young master, Lawrence. He's really looking forward to the ceremony. And those guys over there are saying their family's status has improved, thanks to him as well. They can guarantee that they'll be the heirs to their families, and he should visit them any time. And they'll welcome him with everything they've got. And our boy thinks that they're taking credit for what he did, and that it's only natural that all of this happened. because His Excellency trusted him and supported him with his great wisdom. But Count Otis says it would have been better for him if the war had gone on a little longer. This surprises our boy, who asks what he's talking about. And so Otis says that if the war had continued, he would have received more recognition, and he could have become a lord himself. But what he has now is a position that will be limited only to him. And our boy thinks that there's a huge difference, then, between inheriting a title and earning a title on your own. And no matter how high he rises in rank, he doesn't have a county, and he can't pass his title down. And seeing a very sad Count Otis, he says he didn't fight expecting anything in return. And Count Otis says it's truly a shame. He has so much potential, but lacks an environment where he can fully express himself. And this makes him feel very sad. But he tells him not to worry about it. Perhaps he could become involved with his family. This greatly surprises our boy. And Otis says that he has a daughter, and if he is willing, he can make it happen. And our boy smiles at him and thinks, what do you mean a daughter all of a sudden? And Otis asks him to please think about it. He will always welcome him with open arms. But our boy wonders if the Count's daughter isn't known for being a maniac. But now he thinks that he can finally go back. And Anna and Cedric, when he returns, things they never expected will happen. And now, on the day after the Hayward War ended, with Crossing, the provincial army was immediately disbanded. And now at our airbase, those guys thank our boy once again and tell him he should visit them whenever he can. And now, returning home, our boy logs into his game once more, and he says he's getting tired of this, having grinded like crazy in the game every time he gets a little free time. And the level requirement to take on the level 8 mission is 250, but his current level is 202. And 10 days have already passed since he reached level 200. But it feels like he's not making any progress at all. And as they get stronger, the monsters also get stronger. And the experience requirement has increased too. So it's impossible to level up at least once a day, like it was before. He thinks that this monster they just killed also requires at least 5 people. And maybe he needs to recruit a new member for his party. But he can't do that. It's better to avoid drawing more attention, since he had a lucky encounter, and he can take it slow and steady, and eventually reach the max level. So he calls for Arcia, but she remains motionless. He wonders what that was, but then a shiver runs right down his back, and he asks what's happening, but then he feels something. And when he looks, they're asking if something happened outside. He quickly logs out, and sees Arcia fighting someone. She takes out the great shield from her ring, and Arcia says they're assassins. It seems they're the ones they got rid of last time. And the other guy asks, since when do assassins use swords, especially ones with auras? And Arcia says she's not sure about that. But they're armed with aura armor and swords, and there are 3 of them in total. And our boy says he's being very calm there, considering there are 3 vanguards trying to kill him. And Arcia says that Sir Billion was prepared for any attack, and he delayed them. And his vanguards are dealing with them now. Hearing this, our hero thinks that since he has 5 vanguards, it shouldn't be difficult. But Arcia says, however, that she thinks it's not going to be that easy. Just then, the ship's ceiling is completely shattered, and our boy stares at it, thinking that it's an armored golem. And Arcia says there's a total of 6. Our hero then says he thought the madam had sent the devil after him instead of Billy and Sir Perseus. And he asks Arcia if a sword with an aura would be enough. And she says, of course. Then he grabs his staff and Arcia grabs her sword, just as that monster attacks them. Adrian says that this is pathetic, because he chose the wrong target. And so he activates a flame explosion spell, burning those golems and flying over the ship. He calls Arcia to fight. And just like that, the captain of the assassins gets a call saying that this isn't right. They have to retreat now. And the captain wonders how their plan ended up like this. But to everyone's surprise, 2 explosions throw them far away. And that guy wonders why there's a monster hidden in the Lawrence family. And our boy starts defeating those guys, with Arcia also by his side. And on the communicator, someone tells the captain that they have to run as fast as possible. And they have to kill that archmage, because he's interfering with their teleportation. And that guy wonders if he's going crazy, and as if the archmage wasn't enough, they still have an aura master. And so he starts to run away, and says the others are on their own. But our boy quickly activates a spell on that guy, and just like that quickly cuts off his arm. And when she's about to kill him, Adrian tells her to stop. And with that, Adrian says there's no point in him trying to escape. And that guy thinks that this is impossible. They were completely wiped out. And our hero asks how about they help him. But to his surprise, that guy starts to pass out. And our boy asks what happened. And so Arcia checks his body and says that he's dead. And it seems he chewed on poison hidden in his teeth. With that, our hero says that he doesn't have much experience dealing with assassins, and underestimated their determination, including those vanguards. He wondered if young Master Lawrence really was that strong, and the vice commander already knew it. But then Billion says that young Master Adrian is a disciple of Duke Riverdale, which surprises them a lot. And Billion says it wasn't just them, but the entire family looked down on him and they all know it, with the incredible Duke Verdeo. But he thinks that young Master Audrey was able to become this way, because he's something special, and he was making plans for the future, while he humbled himself and deceived everyone around him in order to survive. But now the tables have turned, and they should definitely consider joining him, and our boy thinks that for sure. Billy is good at influencing others, and now back at his house, his mother, very worried, rushes up to him and asks if he's all right, and if he got hurt anywhere. And his father right behind her says that he worked hard, and our boy, observing this, thinks it's completely normal to be celebrating their son like this, right after he received a medal on the battlefield. But it's very quiet, and his father apologizes, saying there was supposed to be a big reception, but Adrian says it's all right, and that he doesn't like noisy events. Meanwhile, he thinks it must have been because of Anna and Cedric. But his father says that in return, they've prepared a huge banquet, so now they're going to celebrate his return with food and drink. Now our hero looks up and leaves his aerial fortress in power-saving mode, and now at the banquet. The knights say that it's their greatest honor to fight alongside young Master Adrian, and they are extremely grateful for it. Then his father asks him how he learned to win the hearts of others on the battlefield. But to both of their surprise, that Anna girl appears shouting for Adrian, and our boy notes that it's been 3 months since they've seen each other. Cedric's mother says he is welcome, while our boy thinks that she looks like she's seen a ghost. But he doesn't understand who that guy is. He realizes this is Morris Gusher, and his impression of him is one of relief and joy. He had heard that he worked for her for 30 years. But why is his impression of him so favorable? And to our boy's surprise, he realizes that person is at the center of Anna and Cedric's forces, Commander Chrome, and his impression of him is hostile. Then Cedric says that as someone who carries the family name, he did a great job. But even though it's not that big of a deal, he supposed he should praise him. At this, our boy just smiles at him and thinks that this is all bullshit. He would love to rip their heads off right now, but he's going to come up with some justifications first. And these bastards screwed with him so much. How could he possibly just grant them a quick death? And so, Cedric asks if he feels good being praised, calling him a rude bastard. But at this, Adrian just laughs and asks if he really thinks he'd be happy hearing some praise. He says it as if he were capable of doing anything, which greatly surprises everyone. While he thinks that what he wants is to create an atmosphere and use it as his justification for why they deserve to die. And with that, he tells Cedric that he can already imagine him ignoring tactics and getting himself killed after charging in recklessly. This makes Cedric absolutely furious, asking how he dares to say such a thing. But our boy asks him if people aren't supposed to know how to use their heads better as they get older. And that's why his vassals call him an idiot and an imbecile behind his back. And Cedric gets incredibly pissed off by this. Then our boy says that maybe his ignorance comes from his mother's side. This surprises all of them, and Cedric's mother asks what he's talking about, to which our boy asks if she has something to say, and tells her to stop pretending to be elegant because it doesn't suit her. But then Cedric starts to laugh, and says this brat has gotten even more ill-mannered after coming back from the battlefield, and he grabs his sword, and says he doesn't even know what fear is anymore. And his mother in the background says that Adrian is tired from the battlefield, and tells the kid to put his sword away. And his father says this isn't the occasion for something like this, asking what he thinks he's doing. But Adrian just tells them to stand still and watch. And so, Cedric starts to approach, saying he has him in the palm of his hand, and that he understands why he's suddenly acting like this. It must be because of the investigation into that rebel. And how dare he try to bring down his family, asking if Billy is crazy, which left the two of them completely clueless. And Cedric says that he thought Adrian was going to try and tear his family apart. His mother says that's absurd, and asks if that's really true. Then Cedric orders them to capture that rebel immediately. But to his surprise, no one responds. And he asks what the hell they're doing, and why they aren't following his orders. But a knight in the back says if he wants to capture Vice Commander Billy, he should do it himself. A furious Cedric asks what he's saying, and charges at our boy with his sword. But to his surprise, Arsa grabs him by his arm, while holding a gigantic pork leg. And so Cedric asks what that wretch is doing, and wonders why she's so strong. He tells her to let him go. Then to his surprise, she takes that leg and smashes it right on his head, knocking him unconscious. This surprises the commander and his mother in the background, and everyone else too. And after he falls to the ground, everyone is just stunned. With everyone watching, our boy just smirks, looking at the utterly defeated Cedric. But from the back, that commander tells them to stop this. And if she continues to cross the line, she'll have to deal with him. and Adrian asks if he isn't the one crossing the line. Now, in all this time, he says he has committed so many things that he can't even remember, or maybe he just feels no shame at all. And Cedric says that those bastards dared to hurt him, and they deserve to die. And that commander says that, of course, they deserve to die. However, as a vassal, he cannot harm the second young master, a member of the Lord's family. And Cedric asks what he's talking about. But the commander says that, however, it's a different story. For this little woman, he has no reason to show any consideration. For a commoner who dared to lay her hands on a noble, pointing his sword at her. And he asks if she thought she was a noble, just because she's a noble's lover, and he moves to attack her. But to his surprise, he asks why the others are defending her and what he's doing now. He must retreat immediately. But Billy says he wouldn't have drawn his sword if he was just going to retreat at his words. And he orders him to get away immediately from Lady Alice. That guy wonders, "What do you mean, Lady Alice?" And he thinks it's strange. He can also see people from Cedric's faction on their side, and most of those guys would put profit before loyalty. And he realizes that in the end, something doesn't seem right. And looking back, our boy notices that reinforcements have arrived, and Cedric starts to laugh, saying that it's no use regretting it now, and including Billy. All of them will be punished for their crimes. However, our boy says that they are in the presence of the Lord, and asks how the Viscount's knights dare to take the opposite side of their lord. But Cedric says they should advance to judge those bastards immediately, and orders everyone to attack. And with that, Edward thinks that in terms of numbers, his forces have more soldiers. But they are the ones who are properly armed, and within Cedric's faction, there are more than 10 armed soldiers. Their equipment is much better, and if a large-scale battle breaks out, it's going to be a one-sided massacre. And that commander asks why they're doing something so useless. It seems he's become drunk on his own victory and has forgotten his place. He says that his family's system can't be changed because of his recklessness. The only people who will end up seeing blood are these guys. And the commander starts laughing and asking, as for him, well, he won't be killed immediately. However, even if he survives, only hell awaits him. And if his father sends the Atom Zero artifact, his mother, trembling in fear, says she's very sorry. But Cedric says it doesn't matter if he runs away, and orders the others to attack. And seeing them charge at them, our boy says that they are miserable fools. They are revealing their true colors, and these bastards are trying to harm the Lord. And so the Legion of Knights moves to protect their Lord, which surprised everyone. And that commander asks what the hell he's doing. Then Adrian says that anyone can see that they are the traitors, and that they are going to end this boring situation. And he tells the Legion of Asia to leave those 3 with him, and take care of the rest. With that, he dispels the illusion magic, and she says yes. And to everyone's shock, moving at an unnatural speed, she slices off the heads of all those guys, which leaves the commander in complete shock. Because Adrian said that on second thought, the commander, Crone, just said something interesting to him. And for a traitor, he needs discipline, and he immediately smacks him right in the face with his staff. Crone thinks that this is impossible. That woman is an aura master now, and this gambling addict just managed to hurt him. And the commander said that she is an aura master, and they must form a formation to face her and keep calm, because they'll be able to deal with her. But Adrian said that on second thought, he still managed to give instructions to his subordinates in the middle of all this, and as expected of a commander. But even so, nothing will change. And that guy understood everything he was saying with that. Our hero says that he is a teacher who is going to teach them a valuable lesson, and he starts activating various buffs on his body. And that guy realizes mages can use magic 2 circles below their level without needing to cast, which means that if he's a 7th circle mage, he can use 5th circle magic without needing to cast. And being his, our boy uses the spell, Memorize. While he thinks that the moment mages become archmages, the so-called weakness of a mage, casting almost disappears completely. Then our girl rushes at him. The explosion of flames, burning that guy's body, and after he falls to the ground, he just walks up to those 2 who are trembling in fear, saying that now they're going to have some real fun from here on out, and he asks if they don't think so too. But that commander, still wounded, lunges at our boy, but he manages to dodge, and Adrian says he should have stayed on the ground, asking why he even got up, as he starts beating that commander in front of the other 2. And after the guy drops dead on the floor, he wondered how this could be, and how Adrian Lawrence became an archmage. Meanwhile, our hero comes over, giving a little smirk to the 2 of them. And they think that for sure, they're screwed. And now in another place, an old man says that that bastard Adrian dared to lay his hands on his daughter Anna. And this is Raven Margrave, Anna's father and Cedric's grandfather. And now at the Margrave's house, he's watching all the footage of what happened to his daughter and his grandson, and pissed as hell. He says that this video is spreading all over the internet, constantly, on various portals and platforms. And maybe by tomorrow, most people will be aware of this situation. And the things these commoners say in the virtual world don't mean anything. However, even among the nobles, some are supporting these speculations, but the most those bastards can do is file a few complaints. Meanwhile, it's said that, no matter how valuable a marquis and a guildmaster are, this isn't the era where a war can be won with just one or two superhumans. Besides, helping those two means opposing the Raven Margrave, who possess military power equivalent to a duke or a marquis combined. It would be problematic if someone with a title equal to his, like a duke or a marquis, were to take Adrian's side. However, that's highly unlikely. And his butler says the royal family might intervene. But Marguglio tells me that obviously, a young archmage and an aura master have caught people's attention. However, even if it's true, they can simply brand them as a couple of imposters. As long as no one believes they are an archmage and an aura master, there won't be a problem. And in this day and age, there's no guarantee that a video can't be created artificially. They'll just announce that the video was fabricated, and through that video they'll expose who is behind Anna and Cedric. And those stupid commoners are acting exactly how they wanted them to. They're just trying to get a justification, which is what they really want. This greatly surprises those three. They ask why they would be provoking the Marquis. But Marco Rivera asks how many of his forces can be mobilized in a territorial war. And that guy says that approximately half of their total forces in their territory, they can mobilize 3 flying fortresses and 150 TIE vanguards, or 2 flying fortresses and 200 vanguards. And Marguglio asks me, what forces can be mobilized right now? And that guy says 200 vanguards and 1 flying fortress. And the old man tells him that's enough, while thinking that the brat, who's still just learning things, actually dared to challenge him. And he says that in that case, this is war. But he's going to make him regret it. And now back to our boy. He thinks they must have checked the video that they just released and must be preparing for an attack. The relationship between Anna, Cedric, and Raven Margrave is inseparable anyway. And his blade of vengeance will only be complete when it reaches Raven Margrave. However, before that, to solidify his position, there are conditions that must be met beforehand. Facing 3 people, this blonde woman says it's a pleasure to meet him, and she is the daughter of Kenny Riverdale, Olivia Riverdale. And our boy thinks Duchess Olivia Riverdale, an archmage belonging to the kingdom of Luas, and the daughter of the famous Duke Kane Riverdale. And although they say she is a mage, close to the 8th circle, her existence is on par with the patriarch of the Riverdale family, to which the 6 archmages belong. And she says that he seems real to her, and the others say that it's definitely true. Then our boy asks if this means that they've acknowledged him. But even so, she activates her magic, and Flax says that it looks real, because it's completely possible to fake that platinum plate in the first place. And with the 3 of them staring him down, he realizes that they're pressuring him, sizing each other up with their circles. But he manages to break through that pressure and asks what this is all about. And the girl says that's incredible, and the 2 of them applaud him, but she said it was no big deal. They just wanted to test his abilities, and our boy says that surely she could have verified it without having to resort to something like this. But she said that having 7 circles doesn't mean they're all the same, and she just wanted to gauge his exact level. And Audrey asks, so has he earned your recognition now? And she says she still has many questions, but there's no reason to refuse. And our boy thinks that she has a very sensible way of thinking. And he asks, if he ended up being a villain, who would bring losses to her family? Could she turn her family into her enemy? It's the same as what I lost through death, and she doubts that anyone could bear that. They've already confirmed his identity, so it's all fine. Then our boy says he'd like to make a request, which surprises the 3 of them. And now the next day, the Margrave asks how much more time it will take to mobilize his troops, and he orders them to be a little faster. But right behind him, someone asks him to take a look at a video, and he asks, what is it this time? And in the video, you have Oliver announcing that he would like to declare that today, officially young Master Adrian Lawrence, disciple of the former Duke Riverdale, his father, has become a 7th Circle Archmage at the age of 20. This left that Margrave completely furious. He says that Adrian is a rare magical genius and a talent who is expected to reach the 8th Circle, and that they of Riverdale will do their best to help him and will spare no effort to support his growth. And Anna's father thinks that he was 1 step ahead, and it's as if he were reading his thoughts. And he continues saying that if anyone tries to harm him, they of Riverdale will consider it an act of antagonism against them. He immediately smashes the video device completely pissed off, and says that even so, they will proceed as planned. This surprises everyone, but he asks if they didn't hear him. They will proceed as planned. But then there's the question about the royal family. He says he doesn't give a damn. As long as they achieve their goal, they can overcome anything. But Karen, right behind him, says to His Grace that with Riverdale backing Adrian Lawrence, they think that they should call off their expedition. But the old man Furious says he doesn't care, and that they're foreigners anyway. This leaves the 3 of them shocked, And he says that besides, he's sure Adrian will be relieved, that they won't be able to attack him, and their surprise attack will be that much more effective now. He says they have to finish their preparations and mobilize their troops as quickly as possible. But to their surprise, that eagle of Adrian's is just observing them, and the same vision it passes on to our boy. And cutting back a few moments earlier, when she was asking if he really wants to hold a press conference, if that's what he's asking for, and Adrian says yes. She said she now understands the situation that he's in, and if he wishes, she can provide more support as a fellow disciple. But Adrian said no. She just needs to reveal that he's a disciple of the former Duke of Riverdale, and also an archmage. He doesn't need anything else, which left her quite doubtful. Our boy, smiling, tells Arcia that now is the time to go, and thinks that when it comes to his revenge, he doesn't want to depend on anyone's help. He even wonders if revenge isn't something you do for your own satisfaction, and everything must be done according to his plan, under his leadership. Cutting back once more to that moment, with her asking why, and Adrian telling her, "They are my prey, and I don't want to share the joy of hunting them with others." And now down in the dungeons, they manage to break free and start to run, while Anna has a key in her hand. And as they run for their lives, she says that this is the same as being dead living like this, and her father won't leave them in peace. And Cedric asks if they're really going to do this. But she says what else can they do? They can't live like this. And Cedric says she's right, and she just tells him to shut up and keep going. And now up on the roof, she looks at the sky and clicks her key, and her message appears. And she is transported to the Sky Fortress. Arriving there, he takes off their cloaks, and she says that Japanese guy is really something else. But she will guarantee his death. And if he really thinks she's just going to stand by, because she can destroy him and the Viscount with this flying fortress. And with her key, she activates the fortress, and its system asks who she is. She says she's Anna Lawrence and is verified. The system then asks if she's trying to activate the fortress in response to a threat. But she says no. And just like that, the activation is complete. And this Anna orders the main cannon to be prepared, the Firestorm, and to aim it at Viscount Lawrence, and to fire as soon as she gives the signal. But to her surprise, our boy tells her to shut up, and says that she acted perfectly just as he predicted, and he thanks her for unlocking the Sky Fortress's security. She wonders when he got in, but to her surprise, Arcia has already defeated all of them, and is holding Cinder right here in her hand. And our hero says that, as she continues trying to take out the Viscount with the flying fortress, her crimes just keep piling up. And Marquis Heaven's troops are almost there, and she and her brother will have to protect this land with their own bodies. This surprises her greatly. And our boy says that this is what he wanted to see. And if she's guilty, she must be anxious. And if she really thinks that, her crimes can make her so proud. And then he throws her to the ground and tells her that he had plenty of his own security measures in this Sky Fortress. But it's a good thing she unlocked all of them for him. And she tells Adrian she's not sure what he was trying to do. But how about they all just cool their heads and talk for now, because she thinks everyone is getting too heated. But our boy thinks that he's not the one who tried to blow up the Viscount. And after Arc starts beating up Cedric, our hero just tells her to bring him over. And just like that, she throws him right next to his mother. And when Cedric asks why he's doing this, saying that they're brothers, our boy says, "Brother's my ass. I'm done being their great shield." And Arce asks what they should do with the knights. They start begging for forgiveness. Our hero says that they look like Marquis Raven's people. He's going to send them back to him. But to the surprise of the three of them, he just opens the door and throws them out of the ship. He tells Arcia that he forgot to make the video appeal, and he tells her to edit it for him and upload the videos later, while those other two start banging on that barrier, begging to be let out. But with this, our boy says he's going to use the media platform in a political way, and so he posted on the internet the scene of Anna aiming the flying ship right at the Viscount's house. And seeing that video, Marguglio asks him if he can kill all the commoners who are commenting that crap. But Mardu says that it's possible, but it won't be easy. This site is under the jurisdiction of the Elysian Union. They don't reveal users' personal information, unless it's for a serious crime. And his Marquis says that those damned people from Elysia are really stubborn. And with that, that other guy in the back says that a flying fortress is complete, and there are 200 vanguards on board. They are all prepared. And so the Marquis says they'd better not fail, and orders them to leave now. The mages activate the teleportation magic, and as the ship vanishes, the Marquis just watches, and wonders if maybe he should have gone there personally. But meanwhile, his daughter, still inside the barrier, just screams for her father not to come. And then in the sky, right above that flying fortress, Marquis Raven's army appears, and so our boy says that they've arrived. He then orders the flying fortress to begin the monowave, which surprises the two people inside. They start screaming for Adrian, saying they're sorry, and that they'll never do anything again. But our hero says that what he's doing now is something he learned in the war, and it's called a suicide bomb. with the Marquis's army right above that flying fortress. The two of them are screaming in fear. And with that, our boy raises his glass and says goodbye to Madame Anna and brother Cedric, just watching in the sky, as that flying fortress explodes with the two of them inside. And as he laughs, he thinks that some might say that revenge is meaningless, but he completely disagrees. And he asks Arcia if she wants to make a wish, but she asks what he means. And he explains to her that they should make wishes while they watch the fireworks. And he thinks that the alcohol has never tasted as good as it does now. And the era of magic, August 15th, 2019. He erased Anna and Cedric and has been causing problems for this world. And now he has won his absolute freedom, just watching those fortresses and ships explode beautifully. And now in Marquis Markgrave's office, he asks why the hell? They can't say anything, and the operation should have been over by now. He asks if maybe communications failed, and the Marquis remains apprehensive. So he asks about the spies they sent, but one of those guys says they couldn't make contact with any of them. And Markgrave asks, so are you all messing with me? But one of the guys says that maybe this whole situation was planned in advance, which pisses the Marquis off even more, wondering since when this has been happening, and if this is true, it means he's right in the palm of the hands of that brat who's young enough to be his grandson. But to both of their surprise, someone enters the room, calling for his grace, and says he was looking for articles online related to the Lawrence territory. This article was posted 3 minutes ago, Marquis, and he wonders what it is, and the scene cuts back to Viscount Lawrence. And after that explosion happens, the vanguards down below are protecting the territory, and they hear more, and more explosions and more debris falling to the ground. And the one watching all of this was the Marquis himself, Marquis Grave Mordo. One of them says that according to the video, an evacuation notice was issued an hour ago, and all the residents of the Lawrence Viscounty had already evacuated. And the article says that, while communications were completely cut off, a huge explosion suddenly went off in the sky, and they've just confirmed that communications have been restored. And on it, there was an announcement made by the Lord's castle, and filled with rage. The Marquis smashes his desk, because this was a complete surprise to those guys, and he starts to wreck his entire office. He asks how many troops they can deploy right now, and the guy says 65 vanguards, or 25 vanguards and 1 sky fortress, and the Marquis thinks that if before, the troops that were dispatched had a strength equal to 5 sky fortresses, and judging by the video, it's not hard to tell that Adrian sacrificed his sky fortress for a suicide attack. And no matter how old his sky fortress was, it wouldn't have suffered any damage, unless its explosion caused a massive flow of mana and blew it out from all sides, which means that Adrian knew their movements perfectly, but he thinks that he certainly couldn't pull that off a second time. Then that butler says that unfortunately, that number is not enough to overwhelm the Lawrence Viscounty. They received an emergency message that arrived from the family. That just arrived from the family, Imperial. And he said that the use of force against Lawrence again is forbidden. This left the old man very surprised, and he starts to laugh, which once again shocks all 3 of them. And so he asks, so this is the price for underestimating that bastard? And damage recovery is still possible, but they won't be able to do it immediately. And it costs approximately 15 trillion to build an aerial fortress, and at least 50 billion for state-of-the-art equipment, as well as 30 trillion for damage recovery alone. He says that the power of his family, which had been built up for generations, collapsed because of one small mistake. And he asks if communication with Aris has been restored. The butler says yes, and he orders him to immediately make a call to Adrian. And with that eagle in the sky, it's said that she is the same as Arcia, a support unit. But her basic method of use is completely different. If Arcia is a versatile being like a human, the Nega Eagle is an auxiliary that is strictly focused on support, from where it can observe everything and pass the video and audio to Adrian. With that, our boy says to think he'd be shameless enough to call me. And the Marquis says that he recognizes his skills and that his tricks worked well this time. But it's a grave mistake to think you can get away with that again next time. But our boy says that he shouldn't worry, please. His revenge will only be complete with his death and the fall of his family. And the Margrave asks if he said vengeance. Our boy says he must not know how much the madam and his eldest son loved that air fortress. He left them inside. He bets they were satisfied, since he prepared a cremation ceremony that was so expensive for them. And the Margrave on the other end of the line says that just because his strategy worked once, he has lost his sense of how terrifying the world is, and he tells him that he will never forget this humiliation, and he will definitely pay for it 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that, seeing how pissed he is, and how he keeps barking, he guesses he doesn't care about the deaths of Anna and Cedric, and really those two were pitiful. After acting so arrogantly, they were nothing more than tools, And with that, our hero asks the Marquise if he's on the 80th floor of the Lord's castle. And the Margrave asks what he's talking about. But then Iron says he's prepared a gift for him, and it should be arriving right about now. And he wonders what it is. And with that, our boy asks, have you ever heard of memorization magic? It's a skill, a magic ability that eliminates casting time. It can store up to 10 spells. So what does he think would happen? If he had 10 seventh circle spells, he asks, don't you think model that can even break the shield of Lord Heaven's castle, the one he's so proud of? And when they look outside, there are multiple magic spells aimed right at the 80th floor, which shocks everyone instantly. And then our hero says that the gift he sent is 10 seventh circle magic spells, the Blaze Blast. And just like that, all of them are summoned, combining and heading straight for the shield, shattering it. And Adrian just listens to their reaction over the call, where they are absolutely terrified. And Old Man Raven is screaming Adrian's name, while our boy just smirks at him, saying he'll pray for his safety. He says he's leaving now, and after he ends the call, Billy appears right behind him, and says that just as he ordered, they've gathered the reporters in the conference hall. And as he walks through the mansion, all the butlers and maids gather before our boy, trembling with fear. He just stares at them, and thinks that among all the servants and attendants in the Lord's castle, there wasn't a single one who hadn't despised him. And now it's funny to see them, trembling just at the sight of him. It's time to say goodbye to his past self, the one who pretended to be an idiot. And the second act of his splendid life has just begun. And after that incident, the internet was buzzing about Viscount Lawrence, and how Marquis Raven had secretly mobilized an aerial fortress and 200 vanguards, and everything was turned to dust in seconds. Some people blame Adrian for copying a tactic used in the war against the Empire, crawling. But others tell them not to forget that the Marquis Raven who planned the ambush. And in the middle of that confusion, a humiliating defeat. The young prodigy Adrian Lawrence took down Marquis Margrave. And reading that, our boy thinks that now he has 1 million followers in one day. He's an influencer now. And William says that he was scared to see that people might pressure him for taking down a renowned noble. With this, our Maria asks what's the point of caring about the reactions of others. And he smiling says that he'll never be shaken again. And Billy thinks that he's lived his whole life being pressured. And the Marquis incident caused controversy both inside and outside the country. And there were articles that criticized him too, since the Raven family is still going strong. However, public opinion is in his favor. And this made the people who were neutral come over to his side. And our group thinks that commoners are basically slaves to the nobles, but he's different. Since he can benefit from this public support, he has to prove that he's different from these nobles. And he'll do it by constantly communicating with them, posting photos, and interacting with them. And he thinks that discrimination against commoners is a social problem in the noble society of Honda, and not because commoners are worse than them. But to his surprise, his father enters the room and says that a summons has arrived for him. And our girl asks if he's serious. And reading that letter, it is ordered that Sir Adrian Lawrence and Madame Arst clan report to the Inspection Council. And he thinks that sounds curt and authoritarian. And from this he comes up with 3 possibilities. The first is that it's a move by Marquis Raven. The second is that the nobles are planning to take him down, and the third is that the Royal Council plans to take them down. After all, they wouldn't just send an order, if they wanted to be friendly. And so his father asks if he has any plan, and our boy says of course he does. And he asks him what he thinks the nobles like the most. His father says it's money, and Adrian says he agrees with that, and that he's going to change their minds with money. And many nobles would be interested, even the royal family. And his father said he would like something more detailed. To that, Adrian says that he made some money from investing, and if he pays them with a bribe, that will certainly change their minds, which greatly surprises the 3 of them. And he asks why they don't seem happy, but it's better to show than to tell, and so he shows them his bank account, which leaves Billy completely surprised. And he says it's incredible, and he asks how on earth he saved up 60 billion in cash. And our boy tells him to look again. There are 4 commas, not 3, 60 trillion lots. To this our boy said he just got lucky, and Billy asks if he saw the future or something. And his father says they would go crazy. But with that, Andre asks how much he thinks the tax would be. And his father says that at least 1/5 of it will be taxed. And if it's 1/5, then that's 12 trillion. And so, he says what he came to say. That if the noble pays a large tax, the royalty guarantees a tax waiver. And his father says that's right. And if it's based on the way the royal family operates, he will get a 0 tax rate on half of the taxes he pays. And he thinks this is good. He was planning to use this money, but he'll end up having to use 1/5 of it, which is a lot. And so his father asks if there's anything else he wanted. to buy, and our boy says yes, because he is thinking about aerial fortresses and vanguards. And with that, this news shocked the world, saying that Adrian Lawrence has finished declaring his taxes on the money he earned from investing, and the amount he earned is 60 trillion, which shocked the entire noble society. And Count Jones is very happy seeing that news, and he says that this guy is a complete madman, and that he really likes to surprise others. And his wife asks if this is the boy he told her about before, and he said yes, but now he should be called a great mage for having reached the 7th circle. And he said that he wanted Michelle to meet him, but he ended up becoming very influential in just a few days. Then his wife asks if they can't do something, because he would love to have him as a son-in-law, but his daughter slams the table and says that his face is her type. But she doesn't want a person who benefits from their partner because she will earn her own authority by herself. And her mother asks how, and Michelle says that it will be easy after she finds the Archduke's legacy, Manuel Lucas. She'll definitely be able to get anyone. But your mother pulls your ear and asks, when is she going to grow up? But her father looks at them both and asks why she's acting like that. It makes perfect sense. If Adrian is the one who found Archduke Lucas's legacy, it would explain all of his courage. But his daughter says that the Riverdale family accepted him as a member. But Otis says that's perfect. Since he doesn't have a strong presence, he can hide within the Riverdale family. And Adam, man, he's capable of hiding himself perfectly until he has the title of Lord Mage. But his daughter says that the royalty confirmed that all his money came from investments. But Adam wonders if maybe there's some deal between Riverdale and the royalty. But his daughter asks if he enjoys these conspiracy theories. But to the surprise of both, there's other urgent news. The Republic of Prius has just announced they found the person who discovered the legacy of Manuel Lucas, which surprises everyone. And his daughter gets really pissed off. And now in the Tower of Manuel Lucas, our boy thinks it would be easier if he absorbed his research books. Since he has the skill and the mother, he will need to go on an expedition with Arcia. The day after tomorrow, he must go to a party held by the royalty. And the day after that, he needs to search for sky fortresses and cutting-edge equipment. And he can't leave the game because he's busy. So he needs to stay logged in as much as possible to gain more power and keep searching for books. He thinks that there's at least 1% of military research in these thousands of research books. And apparently Archduke Lucas, who invented things that changed the tide of the war, was still a man of peace. And the research he dedicated the most time to was dimensional teleportation. He never married or took on a disciple, and he spent his entire life researching a way to return. And everyone says he was the one who changed the world. But the truth is, he missed his home. And the reason he left traces that he was from Earth was probably so he could find someone from his homeland. But sadly that happened after he passed away, and his legacy became his hope. This dimensional teleportation, it's obvious he wanted to go back. But he's not going to get obsessed with it. And he thinks it would be cool if he could just go back and forth between the two worlds. And maybe what Manuel Lucas wanted was for someone to finish his research. And if that's what he wants, then he'll try his best. But that mini Manuel Lucas says he's just being humble about it. At this, Adriano says he has something to ask him, and he asks if they won't get caught while he's laundering money. But the little guy says there's a small chance, and if they were to look up every single investor in the world and match them up, they'd all see that there is more money than the transactions that were made. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that, in fact, nobody would ever do that, and it was a good idea to cover up the Marquis incident with money. But there's a lot of attention on him, but he's getting a lot of attention. He's a 7th Circle Archmage. He also has Arcia, who is an Aura Master, and if anyone finds out that he was the one who found the legacy of Manuel Lucas, there's a chance he'll lose everything he has, so he has to make sure he keeps his secret. That's why he came up with a plan, the fake Lucky Holder plan, and he asks how the fake holder operation is going. After that, the scene changes to the Prius Empire, where there's basically a motorcade going on, with everyone celebrating and cheering, "Long live Luis Falmonte." Meanwhile, this kid thinks this is exactly what he wanted, and that they should just keep celebrating, because he is their savior. And this kid is the fake holder of the lucky encounter. At 29 years old, he's a brilliant agent for the Republic of Prius and the son of President Castro. But behind the scenes, he's just a second-generation rich kid who causes trouble all over the place, using his father's name. And without this kid even knowing, he's part of the Operation Fake Holder, the Lucky Encounter, run by our boy. Basically, the plan is to have someone act as the holder of Manuel Lucas's legacy and draw all of the world's attention onto him. And with this operation, he can dispel any doubts they might have about him and buy some time until he reaches the 9th circle. And now in the library, he says that even though he doesn't feel guilty for handing a ticking bomb to that guy, it bothers him to leave the name of Manuel Lucas with someone like him. But the short guy says there's nothing to be done, and he isn't strong enough to protect the legacy on his own. while Adria thinks that the Republic of Prius is considered one of the four great empires of Honda and is practically the only country that accepts democracy and elects its president. But in reality, corruption and deals between politicians and businesses are its foundation, and the legislature and the media are the government's lapdogs, and it's no different from a dictatorship, since the president has been in power for 14 years. Adria says that maybe this will help increase the president's approval rating, and Volode says that's likely, but the country's situation wouldn't change, with or without this news. And Adria says he hopes no one else becomes a victim because of this incident. Meanwhile, Mini Manuel Lucas says that when the bombshell of the false bearer of the lucky encounter is discovered, it will be difficult for Louise and the president to remain unscathed. In the long run, his actions will bring great changes to the corrupt regime of Falmont. And Adria says that innocent victims have emerged because of this operation, and he asks him to please identify them. And the guy says he would like to say no, but he'll accept the request this time, since the reason he went so far was due to his own lack of consideration. But he says that this is truly unexpected, and to think that he would care so much about the lives of other people. And he asks him if he didn't kill Anna, Cedric, and the forces of Marquis Raven, without any hesitation. But Adria says it's because they are his enemies, and this is different, and his mini-master says that this is a good mentality to have, and they have to prevent innocent casualties, while showing no mercy to their enemies. And our boy thinks that in these moments, he seems more human than an artificial creature, and when he reaches the 9th circle, they ask if he would be able to create creatures like Ars and Chester, and then the mini-master asks him if he still doesn't want to use his last administrator privilege, but Andre says not yet, and that he'll save it for a last resort. While he thinks that for now, his level is 205, and it seems like it will take a while to reach level 250, which is the first condition for the 8th legacy mission. And so the three of them go through a door. But after that, the scene changes to a mansion, and inside the workers are talking about whether they heard that Javelord said he's planning to buy 5 air fortresses. This time, one of them asks if it's really possible, because the maximum number of air fortresses that a viscount of a barony can have is at most 1, and others say that he even plans to have the maximum limit of equipped vanguard forces. And 2 women are also talking about if it's really okay for one family to have so many lords, and the one with glasses says of course it is, since the titles are given based on merit, and what would they do if these kinds of talented people went to another country, because they were treated dismissively. And he's not just a great noble in name, but also someone who will be equipped with the corresponding military capability, and in other words, he has a new power in the kingdom, Hayward. And the maids are still talking about it. But one of them says they should stop chatting right there. They ask why, and she explains to them that Lady Arcia just called for them, and she needs to hurry. However, the 3 of them start bickering, because they want to go in her place, since it's their shift. But only one of them won, and he wonders how they dare to challenge his lady, while thinking that because most of the servants used to work for the Lord, they were on Anna's side. Now that she's dead, he feels like he's walking on eggshells every single day. And even though the people of the Lawrence family don't want to face their young master because of the sins they committed against him in the past, they don't want to be fired from such a good job, with a great work environment and a guaranteed future. And after she enters the room, she says that she's brought her snacks, and Arcia thanks her, while the maid thinks that as a result of them all arguing with each other to see who would get to serve, the relatively more laid-back Lady Arcia, she was the one chosen. She then serves her breakfast. She just stares at Arcia, thinking that it's the complete opposite of her grim title, Aura Master. Lady Arcia has a gentle personality, and even has a gentle smile that she shows frequently, and the maid blushes a little, and the maid is blushing. She thinks about how even she came from a common background, just like her. But it's amazing that she rose all this way to the level of a count, just with her own power. And as she faces Arcia, our girl asks if she has anything to say to her. The maid says that if she doesn't mind, she'd like to ask something, and Arcia says yes. The maid asks if the young lord, Adrian, is going to fire the castle workers. Arcia says that Adrian is a good person, and he absolutely hates it when others have to suffer on his account. But she says this very seriously. However, he is cold to his enemies. Then she asks if by any chance the maid is Sir Adrian's enemy, putting pressure on her. Trembling in fear, she says of course not. So Arcia smiles at her and says that everything is fine then. The terrified maid just runs out of the room, almost bumping into Adrian, and she leaves apologizing. And so it's said that from that day on, a rumor spread that Adrian never forgets a favor or a grudge, and that Arcia deals with anyone who bothers her love. However, that new recruit of our boys asks if he can really follow them through the royal castle. Adrian says yes. He asks what he's talking about, and the kid says that it's just that he and Sir Eric are still weak. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that when the war against the Cross Empire was in full swing, aside from just leveling up, there was one more thing he was preparing, which was to discover talents with great potential by using his magic glasses. And then Eric says that he doesn't think the young lord summoned them for no reason, and he must have a plan. And Adrian says he doesn't know if you can call it a plan, but he called the two of them over because they have a little more experience. He's thinking that currently he has 4 vanguards as his escort, and along with Lopes and Eric, who are members of the Institute of Talents, they're heading towards the royal castle to be investigated by the auditor. And he tells them that they'll probably see a lot of nobles at the castle today, and if they're lucky, they might even get to see the royal family. They should keep their eyes fixed on the individuals leading this country. And the blonde kid says he'll do his best, while our boy thinks that if he wants to grow in the future, he'll have to learn to be more confident. And the driver says, speaking for the young lord, that they're arriving at the teleportation portal. And our boy just tells him to go ahead. After they pass through the portal, he arrives in another city. And that kid is completely mesmerized, looking out the window, while our thoughtful boy thinks that they're finally there, in the capital of the Hayward Kingdom, the city of Lionel. And so as soon as he gets out of the car, several people around them start saying that they really are more handsome in person. And as they're walking to the Royal Administrative Building, the butler up ahead says that he can see the two of them are quite popular. And Adrian just says that it's the media that put them in the spotlight. But the long-haired guy says that he has no idea how. I was recently going crazy over these two. And just as they expected, the upper class did not like this. This surprises our boy, and that guy says he's famous among the nobles, not the heirs, and that he earned his place on his own. And our boy uses his glasses and realizes he is Baron Harry, who is also the lead inspector of the nobility. And he has 4 talents: intelligence, administrative power, leadership, and learning ability. And our boy calls him Baron Walker. The Baron apologizes for talking too much and just asks him to forget it. But to his surprise, Adrian says he's not talking about that and just tells him to take the card. The Baron asks if this isn't his card. And Adrian says that when he gets a territory, he was thinking of hiring a talented administrator to take care of it. And if he's interested, he should please get in touch, as he will be sure to guarantee the best possible treatment for him. This greatly surprises the Baron. And now arriving at the royal house, that Skywalker fellow says they finally arrived. Investigation Room 1. And he says that only Sir Larry's and Madame Klein can enter this room. And the briefing will last around 2 to 3 hours. He suggests the others wait in the waiting room. And our boy says he'd rather they walk around, and he'll let everyone know when the investigation is over. And they all agree, and ask the two of them to be safe. And that Baron tells him to be careful, because he doesn't know what might happen in there. But the chief inspector doesn't seem happy with him, and Adrian laughs at him and thanks him for the information, thinking that leaving the country is always an option if something goes wrong. And as soon as they enter, they are surrounded by several people. But to our boy's surprise, he can see the reason for Baron Walker's concern. And it's because of these two, the chief inspector of the nobles, Douglas Hamilton, and the second prince, Luke Wing Hayward. But he wonders why the second prince is sitting in front of him. And then he says it's an honor to meet the commander of the royal guard. And so the prince tells him that he knew he would notice right away, and that he is in fact an archmage. And then Audrey says that he could be a spy if he didn't know his face living in this country. And the prince just asks him to raise his head, while our boy sees that he has several talents, like aura, physical strength, skill, learning, average intelligence, average leadership, and average administrative power. And he thinks that probably this guy had an aura master as a teacher, and took some elixirs and rare medicines to become an aura master. And then the prince says that he will lead the investigation. And Adrian says that if that's what the chief inspector decided, then he has no problem with it. And our boy stares at the prince, and the prince stares back at him with a status of observing/uncomfortable, and he wonders why he is uncomfortable. Right, it must be because he asked the chief inspector, just to be sure. And he apologizes for his discourtesy. He ended up questioning His Highness's decision. But the prince says he has no problem with that, and asks them to sit down, because they're about to start the investigation. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that during that time, there was nothing unusual about the investigation. And even if there was something against him, he had his alibi. The three of them talk. That old man next to the prince then asks why he caused that one-sided damage to Marquis Heaven. But the prince says he's talking as if it were an ambush, but that was clearly a territorial dispute, and the three of them argue. Our boy thinks that he was worried that his relationship with him would be hostile, but he seems to be a fair person. And then the prince says that there's no reason to continue this investigation, and there's nothing to look into, but the old man beside him says that Marquis Heaven is a considerable force on his side, and our boy thinks that he can hear everything he's saying, as he thinks that, including Hamilton, most of the noble inspectors, are alienated from the prince. And there are also some on Marquess Heaven's side. And maybe Prince Luke has developed a hostility towards him, due to the influence of other people, and not of his own free will. But the prince says that he's basically asking him to be unreasonable, and they'll end it for now. And with that, he calls for Sir Lares. He says he doesn't like to beat around the bush, so he gets straight to the point. He's competing against his brother for the crown, and the competition was fair enough. However, that all changed when he showed up, especially concerning Marquess Heaven. He is one of his main influential forces, but he brought him down, and our boy apologizes, and that guy says he doesn't blame him. And it's just like he said, this incident is completely his fault. But if he had sided with his brother, it would have been even worse for him. And that's why he wants to ask before his brother does. And Andre thinks that now he understands. This is the real reason he joined this investigation. Because the first prince is already the crown prince, but he faces opposition because the second prince became an aura master, and they were evenly balanced. But no one thought the second prince would go so far, even while being aware that the first prince has the right of inheritance and status, which means things are in his favor. And Marquess Raven's forces were dissolved, but it wasn't enough to cause a major impact. But he thinks the problem is him and Arcia, who fell from the sky. And it's not just their individual skills, they also have funds. They are a huge weight that can tip the scales. But he thinks there isn't any obvious benefit for him in getting involved in the political war. He says he doesn't have enough to enter the political field. And on top of all that, he hasn't even earned his title yet. But the prince says that's precisely why it's more important. Because if he joins him, he will give importance to his status as an archmage and recognition from the last war, and will give him the support to obtain the title of Marquis, which really surprises our boy. After all, a Marquis would be just one step away from a duke, and he asks if that's even possible. The prince says it's not, but he can make it happen, and the Marinikov territory seems like a good fit. Audra thinks to himself that he was trying to stay neutral, but the prince is really trying to tempt him. So he says it's a very good offer and asks if he's really worth all of that. The prince says he's worth more than he thinks, and besides he has a beautiful aura master by his side, and he stares at Arcia with this look on his face, which makes Audra's expression turn very serious. And so he asks if perhaps he could have some time to think about it. This really surprises the prince. He then says that mages are known for being cautious, especially one who has remained hidden for most of his life. He says he will give him 1 week, and asks if that's enough. Our boy says he's grateful for his consideration. As the two stare each other down, the prince asks if he doesn't think the crown should belong to the most capable person. He says that if the crown prince takes the throne, the Herite kingdom will perish, and he must also think about the country's future as a nobleman. And our boy says he will reflect on those words. And with that, he walks over to Madame Klein and says she's smaller than he expected. He adds it's very surprising that she's an aura master. She thanks him. He then says that perhaps they can duel later, and that she's the first female aura master he's ever seen. She says it would be a pleasure. He notes that she's quite cold and says he'll see her next time. But that head of the nobles walks past Adrian and tells him he'd better stop thinking and accept the offer, since he's not used to being rejected. And as they're leaving, our boy thinks that he was just stalling and was only doing that as a formality. And now he wonders what he should do, whether he should go back home or just walk around. He asks Arcia if she's hungry, and she says not really, but she would really like to eat now. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that all Arcia ever thinks about is eating. He's reminded once again of that little smile from the second prince, who said that a piece of trash touched his hand, and that they would wash it first. And she says that he also touched her left shoulder. But to the surprise of them both, someone appears behind them, saying that's great. And it just so happens that he also knows a bunch of restaurants, with this blonde guy smiling at our boy. And after the blonde guy says that, Adrian and Arcia are very surprised, while he wonders who this guy is. But looking at him more closely, he realizes that he's the first prince, Prince Michael Van Hayward, who is a 5th circle mage. His talents are very high intelligence, very high learning ability, very high administration, high command ability, high political ability, low mana, low aura, and low physical ability. And he thinks that the first prince is just casually walking around, and it seems like nobody has noticed his presence yet. And that prince said that the two of them are truly an archmage and an aura master. And it seems they've noticed who he is. And he thinks this spell doesn't work on people who aren't idiots like his brother. And our boy thinks that he doesn't look like the first prince from the way he's talking now. And one thing comes directly to his mind, because facing him, he is certain that he cannot make this person his enemy. And so, he tells the prince he expects a luxurious dinner. And then the prince says yes, he will guide them to the place. And as they walk, our boy thinks his profile is too good for a human. His talents are focused on politics and administration, but he's never seen a person with 3 very high attributes, other than Arcia. And actually no, If he considers all their talents, he is better than Arshia. And her talents aren't as high, because they're focused on her sword skills. And the first prince has 2 high talents, and 3 very high ones. And his mana is low, but he became a high mage with his intelligence. And then the prince says it seems that he has many questions about him. Meanwhile, Adria says that he is a more mysterious person than his younger brother. And then the prince says they have arrived, and when they enter, our boy asks if this is a teleportation room. He thought they couldn't use this kind of spell inside the castle, and asks if it has an interruption barrier all around him, and the prince asks if he didn't know. It's lined with electric stones underneath the castle, and sometimes it conflicts with his mana, and causes a disruption in the teleportation spells. And when he clicks the button, that barrier dissolves, and our boy realizes that he has disabled the interruption spell, and the prince says they'll be going now, while in his head he thinks that this guy is no ordinary person, and wonders who this crown prince really is. After they move to a different location, the prince says that they'll go inside now, and that it will be quieter over there. And so once again, he presses the button and activates the barrier again, saying that the interruption spell is working again. And our boy thinks that he's the one controlling this, and the second prince probably has no idea that the first prince is messing with the castle's security. But there's no way for him to know because he's just an idiot. He says that it's an honor to meet the first crown prince, and the prince says yes, and that it's an honor to meet them too. And so the butler asks if they're back, and Michael asks if he's finished preparing the food, and the butler says yes. And our boy asks if this is the crown prince's palace, and the blondie says yes, that's exactly right, and the chef of this palace was personally hired. He can guarantee that he's one of the best in the country. Then the prince asks if he knew that he follows him on SNS, and our boy asks if he's serious, and the prince says yes. And your name there is Grandioso with eyes closed. And he says that nobles tend to not care about the virtual world, but not him. He has a lot of fun doing it. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that Michael Van Hayward, he has the title of Crown Prince, but he treats him like his best friend, and it doesn't seem like he's faking it. And it definitely wasn't how the second prince treated him. The two of them are complete opposites. He says that he seems to have some sense of humor, and the prince says yes. He loved seeing him messing with Marquis Raven, and he thought that his appearance was more important to get that many followers. And Adrian says that yes, it was very important. Meanwhile, as the butler delivers food to Asia, she starts drooling on the spot, and our boy says he saw his fan club greeting him at the castle entrance, and the prince says that's right. And in the middle of the meal, our boy asks him why he invited them there, and the prince asks if he doesn't already know. And our boy says that maybe he's recruiting him, and the blondie says yes. Meanwhile, Adrian asks what he expects them to offer, but Michael says that unfortunately, he can't offer anything for now. And so Adrian asks, is he going to promise benefits if he gets the throne? And the prince says yes, but he won't stop him from having the title of a Viscount, leaving Adrian very surprised. Meanwhile, the prince says that the title of Viscount isn't something that can be given easily, and it's even harder now that power is divided. And it seems Prince Luke promised him the title, thinking he has the power and influence to do so. But if the people on his side disagree, they can stop him from getting that title. And Audrey thinks that this actually makes sense. And the reason why he can't offer a title, like Prince Luke, is because he knows it's an empty promise. And who could just stand by and watch the other side get stronger, and him saying he won't be against him having a Viscount title is basically saying that he'll help him get it, as long as he's on the side of the second prince. And if Michael says he'll get a title for joining Prince Luke's side, and that his own side won't be against it, then he'll get it easily. And so the prince says that's why he should come over to his side. Meanwhile, the boy thinks that it's not bad. He's the deciding card in the game, and whichever side he joins will have the advantage. And if he accepts his offer, he can get the title and join the crown prince. But if he refuses the offer, if the title goes away, he'll have to join the second prince. And then he says he has more than one choice, but he only has one answer. And the prince asks what it is, and Adrian says yes, he'll do as he says. Meanwhile, Prince Michael asks if he's sure, and if he doesn't need time to think. But Adrian just says yes, he deserves the throne more than the second prince. Meanwhile, the prince says that he can't just say all that, and then go over to Prince Luke's side after getting the title. And Adrian says that he can't betray one of his followers. Meanwhile, Arsa isn't listening to them and just keeps eating. And what if the prince asks, Madame Klein, which side is she going to choose? And our boy thinks that the first prince's interesting nature is different from the second prince's malicious one, which makes him feel better. Then Adrian asks Arsa what she thinks, and she says that if Adrian is okay with it, she will follow him. And he asks if she really means it, even as he thinks that he knew she would say that, but it's still a bit uncomfortable. Then the blonde guy says they're great together, and then Andre says he has a question. He's on board, and he'll side with Prince Luke to get the title. But he asks if the prince doesn't think it would be strange if he didn't react. And the prince says yes, and that's why he's going to pretend to be against it, and then just give up at some point. And Andre thinks yes, it's a clean move to divert suspicion, but he thinks it's not enough. And he says that instead of doing that, he thinks he should take something from him in exchange for letting him win the title. This surprises Prince Michael, who asks, "What do you mean?" While our boy thinks that there's no reason to just give up without getting anything in return. Then Adrian explains that Marquis Raven suffered a great loss for messing with him. He lost 40% of his power for letting his feelings get in the way while dealing with the defense of his territory. He says he doesn't think the man deserves the title of Marquis, so Michael asks if he wants to take Marquis Raven's title in exchange for the Viscount title. And our boy says he thinks it's a fair deal, and it will be a huge blow to Luke's side, demoting Marquis Raven to Count. And Michael says that seems personal, and Adriano says he won't deny it, while thinking that he's very happy whenever he gets to hurt his enemy. He has a knife pointed at him, and there's no way he won't stab him, and the prince asks, what if Luke refuses? But then Adrian says that among his own, he should promote some of them to Marquis. That would also be a good idea. And he's getting the title of Viscount for his merits in the war, and it would be a good move, as was seen with his counts, who also helped in the war. Meanwhile, he thinks that there's a huge difference between the new Viscount and the second prince, and a count of the first prince will become a Marquis. He can be the Viscount who is also an Archmage, and if he accepts the plan and everything goes well, he'll be able to maximize his gains from the betrayal. And he notices that the prince has a suspicious yet allied relationship with him, and a feeling of confusion and interest. He asks what he thinks, and the prince apologizes. It's just that he was a little surprised, and he asks Mr. Lawrence if he could tell him who he met with from the second prince's side before him, while staring very seriously. And our boy wonders, what does he mean? And then he says that it was Baron Walk the Urugio, Prince Luke, and Viscount Hamilton. The other 6 inspectors were for his interrogation, so that made 9 people. And he asks if perhaps he did something wrong. The prince is very surprised by this. Then the boy saw that his status are curious, an ally confused and amazed. Then Adrian says that now he understands. The two of them thought of the same thing, and the prince says yes, and asks if he can read people's minds, because he figured out part of his treasonous plan so quickly, and our boy thinks that he can't read minds directly, but he can guess based on the information from the glasses. And the prince says he's incredible, and that he was also considering those two as part of his plan, and Adrian says that he suggested a plan he'd already thought of, and that's even more incredible. But the prince says that this allowed him to see that his decision-making is amazing, and it seems that reaching the 7th circle at his age isn't something just anyone can do, and he really doesn't want to be his enemy. They should be friends. Our boy thinks so too, and then the prince hands him a phone, and our boy asks what it is, and the prince says this phone is secure, so that no one can trace it. He'll call him when he has something to say, and that today's meal was fun and productive, and they should go back now, activating that teleportation circle. And he says goodbye to the two of them. And our boy says he'll see him around, and after he returns, he asks where they are, and Asia says they're in the warehouse, near the entrance, and as they're leaving, Adrian thinks that the first prince is a really careful person. But turning the corner, he notices those two, with their arms full of shopping bags, getting startled as soon as they see him, and our boy asks what they're hiding, and then Arcia nudges him, and when he looks to the side, he realizes that they were selling decorations and gifts with their faces on them, and they even sell their clothes. And our boy wonders why they're selling this stuff in the castle's souvenir shops. And then Arcia looks at their shopping bags and says they're such otakus. And after a while, it was said that the Prios Empire had grown by 12% within a year. And the severe corruption made the island eager to try introducing a republic. And the economy's signs of inflation were taking a back seat because the Prios Republic was focused on military strength. And the Republic's hope was all in the hands of the inheritor of the legacy, who is the president's son, Luis Felmonte. And the news wondered if the legacy of the Archmage, Lucas, was really acquired by the president's son. And this news reached a palace with an old man shouting about how the legacy of the Archduke, Lucas, had really fallen into the hands of that nation. And this is the palace of the Brigand Empire, the Golden Dragon Castle. And the old man says that the legacy was supposed to be his, because they are the homeland of Manuel Lucas, the country that guided him to the Golden Era. And this old man is Emperor Eduardo de Brigon, and he asks his servants if they really invested effort and money to search for this legacy, and still couldn't find it. And they all apologize, and he gets really pissed off, and calls for the Director of Information, who is the Countess Alfred of the 7th Circle, and he asks what she thinks, and if she really believes that those bastards are telling the truth. And she says it's 50-50. And he asks what she means by that. She says that she looked at their exploration progress, and they were using a very old method compared to hers, and the location was completely random. They didn't expect to find the legacy there, And if it were that easy to find, it would have already been discovered 10 or 20 years ago. And most importantly, they have no clue about the main legacy, which is the ciphertext. The file that Lucas spread around had hints in ciphertexts called English. However, they found the legacy without even knowing about this. And that doesn't make sense, unless the hints weren't anything more than a trick. And the producer asks why she gave it a 50% chance of being right. She says it's because the hints that the Archmage Lucas made were just decoys, and someone else may have found the legacy and deceived the Prios Empire to distract the others. And the Emperor asks why this person would hide and if they really needed a distraction. But that woman says that this person could be exposed to another variable that they don't know about, and they have to look through all the possibilities. The old man says that another person has obtained the legacy, the possibility, but tricking Prios into thinking they got the real legacy. That seems like manipulation on a national level. She says that she also agrees. And there are 4 possible nations that could pull this off. The Crossing Empire, Alicia's allies, the Kingdom of Lucas, and the Kingdom of Hayward. And the Emperor says that the highest probability is Alicia's allies. And he also saw that the Hayward Kingdom is also making moves. And she says yes. A young mage reached the 7th circle at 20 years old, and the country has been in chaos since his appearance. And he also earned 60 trillion through investments. The Emperor said that this is unusual, and he's far too talented. But he can't possibly have the power to do all of this, because the Lucia's kingdom accepted him, their commoner. And many investors testified that there was nothing wrong with the investments, and there's no evidence that he's the owner of the legacy. And the Emperor says that it's interesting if all of this was done simply because of his talent, and asks if that's really possible. And she says that a long time ago, in their empire, there was someone much more talented than Adrian Lawrence, who is the Archmage Lucas himself. And the Emperor says that indeed, the Herbert Kingdom is already having a succession conflict. And in their situation, it seems impossible to deceive them. She says that they can classify the suspects as Elysia, the Luciana's kingdom, the Harry Kingdom, and the Crazy Kingdom. And so he asks for surveillance on the group that she just mentioned, on the royalty and the nobles. She says yes. And he asks them to send a strong warning to Prios because the legacy of Archduke Lucas is clearly their property. And then they will consider your actions to be theft. And if you all don't realize the position you're in now, the warning will become an ultimatum. And they showed the world who they are. As he says, he destroyed a country just to claim Archduke Lucas's legacy. It's a small price to pay. And he adds one more thing. She should try to recruit the young man from Hayward. She asks, what do you mean? He tells her to offer him naturalization, saying it's better for him to be a count in this great empire than in the tiny kingdom he's from. Now the scene cuts to a lunch, where someone mentions that Adrian locked up his brother and stepmother in the Sky Fortress and killed them because they were annoying him. This shocks everyone, who wonder if those rumors could actually be true, and if this Adrian is that same lunatic who watched the death of his own family members as if it were a fireworks show, and even posted pictures drinking wine while watching it. Seeing this, they become extremely worried. They thought he was just an arrogant noble with no support, but who could have imagined that he was the disciple of Duke Riverdale? They start to wonder if they're going to be okay, because Adrian is an archmage on his own, but he also has an aura master as a partner. This means that guy has 2 count-level individuals, hidden within his main forces. That's as much power as a marquis. Isn't that a bit much for a new aristocrat? But the young girl in the center says she doesn't know why they're so worried, since Marquis Heaven lost, because he commanded his troops like an idiot. She asks if they honestly think he would lose if it were a head-on battle. And she is the overlord of the Southeast, the eldest daughter of Marquis Cascabel, Isabella Cascabel. And they say they thought she'd be worried, since she was the one who especially bothered Adrian. But she says that they're the cowards and that they should have some common sense. And just because they're a few counts. Do they really think he would take revenge on them? Times have changed. This is no longer the era where they have to fear a single archmage or an aura master. On the battlefield, fortified areas have defenses so strong that they can withstand multiple attacks from an archmage. They get pretty excited about this. And she asks why they're so afraid of Adrian, when there are so many high-ranking nobles in this room. They are such idiots. But Carrion speaks up saying it's because she's from a great family. But while that's happening, she gets a call and says she's leaving. They ask where she's going, but she just says that her father called her and even she can't do anything about that. And after she leaves, she thinks about Adrian Lars. The radiant silver hair with blue eyes. His appearance is definitely remarkable, even at the academy where many of their peers gathered. And she remembers the past, when she and her friends were bothering someone, and he stepped in to defend her. Isabella said that this commoner had offended them, and that no matter what they did, Adrian had never fought back until then. And she asked him if he wasn't honored to find out what happens when you offend one of them. But Adrian said that they had better wait for it, because he will torture them in the worst way possible and will make them regret ever being born into this world, as she remembers this, thinking she always really liked him because of that handsome little face he made when he was angry. And what could a mere count with no political backing possibly do against her, the one who dominated the social circle of the 6th Marquis family? Except to her shock, as soon as she gets home, she asks what her father just said, and her father tells her that His Highness Luke has promised Lawrence the title of Marquis. He's going to be a key power in this country in the future. She's very worried and asks, "What do you mean? How could they give the title of Marquis to the son of a concubine? Is that even really possible?" And he says yes. Prince Luke thinks Sir Lawrence is worthy of the title. He became a 7th Circle Mage at the age of 20. And maybe he might even be capable of becoming an 8th Circle Grand Mage in the future. And with a talented Grand Master by his side, equivalent to an 8th Circle Mage, his existence is crucial to keeping the balance of power in their favor. And it's not a bad idea to bring someone like him with so much influence to their side. And so, he tells Isabella that he wants her to use the position she's built for herself to befriend him. And of course, it would be even better if she married him. This leaves her in even greater shock, thinking that this is definitely very bad. If Adrian becomes the Marquis of Harvard, things are definitely going to go to shit. Count and Marquis are only one level apart, but the political weight is on a whole other level. And just then the door opens and everyone is called in, and they are all drunk. She realizes she is so screwed, because these idiots are absolutely useless. And now back to the game. Our boy changed Arcia's hair color, and she asks if it looks good. He says it does, thinking that the first thing he did when he got back from the royal palace was log into Chronicle. And since it would be problematic to have someone walking around who looks exactly like a celebrity like Arcia, he had to give her a simple disguise. And now back in his office, that kid beside him asks if Sir Adrian is planning to get into the military industry. This made his father's hair stand on end, asking what kind of behavior that is, in front of Sir Adrian. And our boy thinks that he has 3 high-level skills, exactly like his father. And he asks why he thinks that. And that kid, the big shot, says that steel fabrication, iron-level manufacturing, zenith artifacts, the magic tower. With that, these are things that don't turn a profit in the short term, and just burn through money. And he thinks it wasn't Sir Adrian's flawed judgment. That led to trillions in investments. And he thought that maybe, with the acquisition of these companies, it would be an investment for the future. And our boy tells him that's exactly right. The mining and distribution sectors, which are the biggest industries in his state, aren't bad, but their potential is limited. And thinking about it, he figured the military would be a good investment. And the kid says, that's a fitting plan for a great mage. And he asks if he could know about it, what items he has in mind. And Audrey asks if it's just out of curiosity, but he says it's not. He asks because he thinks it's necessary to keep in mind what to prioritize. And Audrey is very happy, saying that they'll start with the Vanguard equipment. This surprises both of them because of the price, asking if it's even possible. And our boy says that they have the principle of the power system and a rudimentary production method for the Vanguard equipment. And his assistants will be able to understand him just fine. While he thinks that currently, the production of Vanguard equipment is shared among 3 families. The Rayward Kingdom, the current king's maternal family and the greatest magic master, Duke Raymond. And lastly, House Rayward. In other words, the Vanguard equipment is being manufactured by the hands of the most powerful people in the kingdom. And being able to produce this equipment means getting to equip themselves with it. And that kid says that the current powers that be won't just stand by. But Audrey says that's not a problem, as he's already thought of how to respond to them after the visit to the royal palace. Besides, the threats won't be that severe if they make something of inferior or similar power to theirs in the first place. He thinks to himself that a 20-year-old great mage appearing out of nowhere making equipment is just asking to draw public attention. And he says that for his information, he won't be satisfied with just Vanguard equipment. He tells him to let him know when a good magic tower becomes available, to sell it as quickly as possible. And they ask, what do you mean? And if this really means they will build sky fortresses. The 2 of them are very happy and impressed. After he tells his father is shocked, thinking that he really could be the Marquis. And our boy says yes. And he said that he would accept the second prince's proposal, because there was no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, he thinks that he won't tell him about the first prince, because a conspiracy of this level requires great confidentiality. And his father thinks it's serious, and nothing has gone as expected since he returned from the war. And his mother says she's worried, asking if her son will really become a noble. And he tells his mother that a count is also a noble title, just like a marquis, but she says they're on different levels. Meanwhile, he thinks that his mother has been a viscount's daughter for a long time, but she must not be used to this. And then he asks, what's the big deal if being a marquis is too much, and if he needs to be the king of a country and build a harem to be satisfied? But when he looks at them, they both look really pissed off, with his father asking what he's talking about, and them asking what kind of reaction that is. And his mother says that he can't say that kind of thing when his love is right by his side. He looks over at Arcia, who's eating casually, and he thinks that for convenience, he made her the fiancée he's going to marry, but they don't actually have that kind of relationship. He ended up speaking without thinking, and he says it was a joke. And his mother says that there are some things you can't do not even as a joke, and that he should look at Arcia and see how she's doing. And looking at her status, it says complex and subtle. But after a while she went back to normal. They ask what the hell that was, and his mother is very irritated. She says that he should be nice to Arcia, and not do anything unnecessary for no reason. And he very embarrassed says that anyway, they have an important commission coming up soon. And he wanted to finish the work they were dragging their feet on, to mark a new beginning for the Lawrence family. And his father asks what he's dragging his feet on. And our boy says it's no big deal, just dealing with the vassals who followed Anna and Cedric, and took unfair advantages, and punishing the employees, who preferred them over his mother. And that's why they have to clean them out, he says with this really malicious look on his face. And now the scene changes to a royal meeting with them, discussing something like, not a count but a marquis. That's asking for too much in the country's current situation. But they say it's not. It's just that Lord Adrian is a rare genius, who became a grand mage at 20 years old, and it's a fair reward. And they start to argue about it, saying that besides him, he also has a fiancée who is an aura master. And then Prince Luke says to his father, the king, that many countries are trying to get close to him, because they covet his talent. And some of them are saying that he will become the next Archmage Lucas, and treat it so lightly. It's like abandoning a competent young man, who is going to lead your kingdom. But Prince Michael says that as far as he knows, for at least 200 years, there hasn't been a single case of someone with no title becoming a marquis all at once. And the second prince's argument is that, since he won over Sir Lawrence, he wants to strengthen his position. But the prince faces him with his eyes closed and asks if they really need formalities between them. This makes Luke really pissed off. But the crown prince says that if he accepts his condition, they can accept his argument. And Luke asks, what do you mean? The prince says that he must allow Marquis Raven to have his position as Marquis demoted. This really surprises the old man. And Luke asks if he's suggesting that he choose between the old influence and the new. And the crown prince says that he doesn't think it's a bad suggestion. He asks if he wouldn't still have one noble as a count and one as a marquis. Their standing would effectively be the same. And Luke says there's no way. He says he can't do something so despicable as to risk his own people for personal gain. The crown prince says that he is indeed incredible, and it's just as expected of a leader. And it's just as he thought. He knew he would refuse. His personality wouldn't let him accept that. And then he says he will make a new proposal. He then hopes that Count Otis, who made a great contribution as Sir Lawrence's superior during the war, will be appointed as a marquis as well. This really surprises the chubby guy. And he says that he admits that Sir Lawrence made great contributions to the war, but it's no exaggeration to say that half of his credit belongs to his superior, the Count of Otis. And Luke just looks at him and says that's fine. They will stop fighting with each other. And the king says that it's been decided. They will accept the requests of the Crown Prince and Prince Luke, and they both give their thanks. And after a few days, the day of the victory celebration is about to begin, with our boy's mother looking very happy and excited while gazing at the palace. She asks Audrey if she looks ugly, and if her dress doesn't look tacky. But he tells her that she shouldn't worry about that, because there will probably be many sons of famous nobles asking to dance with her. And Audrey's mother says she thinks Asia would look much prettier in a dress. But Asia says that she really likes this style. But to our boy's surprise, he sees those three. The three of them are shocked, asking if that's really Audrey. And our boy realizes that this guy is Viscount Hart, Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, and Viscountess Ronnie. And these are the faces that he missed so much. And so he says that they're still together, even after growing up. But then Adrian doesn't even pay them any mind, and says he'll visit them when he has some time, and then they can talk a lot. And Adrian's mother asks if they're his friends. Adrian says they were classmates from the academy, and they very worried think that this sucks. And didn't they see the look on that woman's face? When they said goodbye, it looked like she wanted to kill them. And apparently Adrian still hasn't forgotten about them. And all the while Asia is staring at them. She asks if she should kill them. But Adrian says no, at least not yet, because he made them a promise. And now the royal butler says that they're welcome, and he will show them to their seats. While our boy thinks that they're at a front row table. And everyone around them starts shouting for them, wondering if they aren't the Viscounts of Lawrence. And they start to surround them, asking how they are, and saying that they're very elegant. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that all the high-ranking nobles must know about his new title, and that's why they're doing this. But to our boy's surprise, he comes face to face with an old man who is Marquis Raven, looking very flustered, as he stares at Adrian. And Adrian thinks he must have gotten an earful from the second prince, seeing as how he's keeping his distance from him. And now the victory celebration is about to begin, and the king in the center says that Count Otis will receive the Order of the Golden Lion, the coastal city of Hort, and will be appointed as the Marquis of the Aegis border. And Adrian thinks, thank God, Count Otis is also on the Crown Prince's side, while he just stares at Prince Locke, who is talking with his companion. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that the man by his side is definitely the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, Marquis Vicente. And when he realizes the two of them are staring at Asia, and he thinks that as expected, she's not a good match for the second prince and Deus. The two of them approach the king, and when they kneel, the king takes a sword and says that to Adrian Lawrence, the title of Marquis shall be given, and the area of Mar and Kof as his territory. And for Archiclin, she will be given the title of Countess and the area of Glendale as her territory. And in addition, he grants each of the two new landowners a fortified fortress, and he expects them to provide the best defense for the country. And the two of them thank him, which surprises everyone, thinking that he is now a marquis out of nowhere. And the king asks if there is anything he would like to say, and Audrey says yes. He says that first and foremost, he is at your majesty's mercy, and his heart trusts in the justice of this country. And he dares to say, thank you to the Crown Prince and the Mad Prince. And there's something he would like to do right after becoming an aristocrat, with his own territory, and he wishes to make his desire clear in front of everyone present. He mentions Viscount Hat, Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, and Viscountess Roner. He declares a war for territory against these four families with a gigantic wide grin on his face. This utterly shocks the king and the two princes, and even his own family and everyone else around him, while his adversaries stare him down. And so a king, Callistus Van Hayward, has had a growing concern these past few days. It is the problem of succession, as it is divided between the Crown Prince and the second prince. And also one more thing that has just become a reality. He thinks that he already has a big enough headache just from his sons, and now a new lunatic has appeared in his country. And it's our boy. And after he said that, he met with the prince in person, and Luke said that he must have misunderstood the disposition of Marquis Lawrence. He thought he was a typical scholar, but he never thought he would be so aggressive. And he asks if he doesn't know that a new lord cannot expand his territory by force. And our boy says that in that case, he should just destroy the four families and return their territory and the royal decree. And Luke asks if he planned this all along, and Lawrence says yes. Then he grabs his shoulder and says that his attitude has greatly disappointed him, and he wants to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, the security guard thinks that he expected this kind of reaction, but he couldn't care less about that guy. And when he returns, the royal party has already started. And Arch says she was waiting for him, while he faces other nobles, who are very nervous in his presence, and he realizes everyone is keeping a safe distance from him, and it seems he's been branded as a dangerous guy. And he says it looks like he's the scoundrel of the family, and his father right behind him says that he most certainly is a scoundrel. But Adrian said he didn't plan on going this far, he just got carried away, and his father asks why he wants to start a territorial war. And Adrian says it's for revenge. Meanwhile, his father gets very worried and says that if he fights against four families at the same time, they will be in danger. And he asks if he really declared this war knowing that. And Adrian says yes, and tells him not to worry. And his father face to face tells him that he believes in him, while his mother crying is very worried. His father says it's been a long time since he's been to a party thrown by the royal family, and he wants to take advantage of it. And he calls out to his wife and asks her not to worry about their son and to believe in him. And he blushes at this, and she takes his hand, and they're going to dance. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that he's been walking on eggshells in front of Anna this whole time. But now he can take care of his mother, and he tells Ars that now they should start what they were doing. And those four nobles are talking, wondering if this really makes sense. Even territorial wars have to have a reason. But the one in the center says that they will not lose. And the chubby girl asks, what do you mean? And he says, looking at his declaration, that they, the four families, should unite. And it's true that their opponent is a marquis, but it doesn't matter how small. They're busy with Isabella. They are four Viscount families, and with the combined power of four families, they can handle a newly appointed marquis. And they say yes. And the girl says that sounds plausible. But Adrian, right behind their backs, says that it does. And he says it's good to see them all. And they just call him Adrian. But Adrian asks how they dare call a marquis by his first name. But those guys say that if he really thinks they're going to respect him after he declared war on them, and Adrian, saying that he will make them respect him, throwing his glove in his face. And he says that the young Viscount Parma cannot stand such rudeness, and challenges him to a duel in front of everyone. But to his surprise, someone appears behind him, saying that he is not allowed to join this duel. and he realizes they are the heads of the four families. The four of them ask if he hadn't provoked them earlier. Besides, there's already a huge difference between the two of them, and a duel cannot be established, according to national laws. And Adrian says that's a shame, because if he had let him cut off his son's head, he would have kept his territory out of the war. The old man tells him he doesn't know what unhappy relationship he has with his son, but he is going too far. But Adrian says, what do you mean too far? He says he's just a person with well-defined relationships. If he promises something, he must deliver. Their father asks what he's talking about, but Adrian just tells him to ask his sons. And the letter that will announce the territorial war should arrive in a week, and unless he wants his family to fall because of his idiotic son, he must arrest him and bring him to him. That man asked if he really wants him to sell out his own son and if he isn't crossing the line. But Adrian just stares and says, so that's how it is. He then stares at Isabella in the back and says he'll see them on the battlefield, which left the old man absolutely furious. He says that when they get back, they will talk. And they start yelling for Isabella, asking why she only showed up now. They say she has to talk to her father. Meanwhile, she's very nervous, wondering what the hell is going on there. And our boy is reading the comments, thinking that really, after he revealed what those people did to him, they are on his side. And it's really touching. They're in an office with a guy in front of them who says they are providing information about the specifications of the floating fortress that can be dispatched immediately. This is the catalog of fortresses. And Adrian thinks that as expected, of floating fortresses. They really are very expensive. And he thinks about how people look at him and say he's irresponsible and illogical for fighting a territorial war when they don't have any proper military power yet. But it's obvious they're wrong about something, because if they don't have power, he should just buy some. And he tells that guy that he'll buy everything, thinking that right now he has 48 trillion saved up. And if he adds the properties confiscated from Marquis Heaven's, Anna's and Cedric's factions, and other family assets, he has 70 trillion. And that guy says that the transaction value is very large and that half must be paid up front. And our boy asks, saying he's paid a lot of taxes lately, so he should get an exception. And that guy says yes. And after they close the deal, our boy thinks that even though he bought 8 floating fortresses, he still has 20 trillion left over. And it's a deal so good it doesn't even feel real. Just wanting to leave. He meets Count Otis and is very surprised by him, and now he's no longer a count, but a marquis. And the Marquis is very happy, calling him Marquis Lawrence as well. And our boy asks if he would please speak to him more comfortably. And the chubby guy says that he's still a Marquis, and the two of them laugh. Our boy says he couldn't have talked to him like this if he were Count Otis, but now he's Marquis Otis, so it's all good. But then Otis says he should wait and ask if his coming here means, and Audrey says yes, he just bought all the floating fortresses. A worried Otis says he has no choice then, and will have to make a reservation. But he says all right. This is his first time seeing her, and she is the daughter he talked about. And she says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing herself as Michelle of the Otis family, all while staring at our boy. He says it's a pleasure to meet her, that he is Adrian Lawrence, and this is his fiancée, Arcia Klein. Meanwhile, he's thinking that according to the rumors, she's a lunatic with a bad reputation. But looking at her, she doesn't seem like one. And looking at her status window, he sees something surprising. Because in her traits, she has an English interpretation skill, which really shocks our boy for a reason. I don't really know. She knows English, the same language he knows. And as he stares at her, he wonders how she knows it. And Watson said that until recently, she had been very busy, struggling to find the fate of Archduke Lucas. But as he must also know, it appeared in the Republic of Prius, and he fell into despair because of it. And he's taking care of her. She's pretty blunt when she says she's already mentioned this. But the thing in the Republic of Prius is a fake. And Adriano wonders if really, a person searching for the fate of Manuel Lucas would have a trace of English interpretation. And he says that's interesting. So what does she mean by the destiny that was found in the Republic being a fake? And she says the destiny exists, but it's hidden in some secret place. And it's not something they can find in the Republic of Prius. And he asks what she means and what secret place that would be. And she says the details are a secret. But she can say that it's a difficult place to find if you're a noble. And our boy thinks that's right. Hollywood. Of course, nobles wouldn't normally think of Hollywood, a virtual reality system, as a place for commoners to escape from the fantasy reality. And as a result, naturally, it became a place where it's very hard to find nobles. He wonders what this girl's deal is. And he thought she was just making some random prediction. But damn, she was close to the actual state of his destiny. And she says she plays daily, and perhaps she could accompany His Excellency. And our boy says of course, she's welcome. And she says that unlike his father, who got his position because of his bloodline, and not his abilities, she likes people who grow on their own, like him, the Marquise and Countess Arcia, and the fat guy. He asks if he really likes that brat. And then she says she would love to, if he could talk some other time. and she asks what His Excellency thinks. He gets very excited and says he would love to, and he'll send her an invitation as soon as possible. And then they say their goodbyes. She asks if she should kill her, and Adrian says no, but they should observe her for a little longer, thinking that Michelle Otis, he'll need to keep an eye on her for a bit longer. And now, at Viscount Doret's house along with the Viscount, at Karma they're talking about the order that Adrian placed at the military equipment shop. It was 4,000 sets of armor, 4,000 knights' swords, 20 transport ships with 500 seats, 8 floating fortresses, 400 units of exclusive Vanguard equipment, 400 units of floating boards, exclusive to the Vanguard. And that's the list of military supplies that he bought while walking through the capital just today. And one of the old guys says that this brat is really planning on waging a war and to spend 70 trillion on weapons in just one day. He's completely insane. Actually, it's 140 trillion since he paid 70 up front, and will get the rest in installments. They get really worried, thinking they took this situation too lightly. But one of them says that even if he bought all those weapons, they'll be useless if no one uses them. And Adrian is still a new lord and doesn't have a proper cavalry. But the woman asks if that's really true, and she asks them if anything has really gone according to their expectations since he showed up. And they say no, and that he's someone they shouldn't apply common sense to. The guy asks if she's saying they should look at the situation like she does. And she asks if it wouldn't be better to prepare for the worst, in case they can't just go around causing a commotion all the time. And that guy in the back says that, to be honest, before Marquis Lars was honored with his title, he posted a job opening for knights in the online journals. On social media, he got almost 4,000 comments from people wanting to work for him. And they think that in the end, they fell right into his trap, and he already has everything ready for war. And in the end, it means that what Viscountess Ronnie said was right. This isn't a territorial war to take over land. It's possible that they'll be fighting against the maximum power the Marquis could have. And the other guy asks if that's all. The leader is an archer, and his fiancée is also an aura master, which is terrifying for everyone. They say that for sure. A one-sided massacre is going to happen. But the other guy says that this war isn't between the Marquis and his 4 families, and if he brings in the surrounding territories, they can get more allies, and then it will be a civil war instead of a territorial war. And that's something the royal family won't tolerate. But they think that won't work in front of His Majesty, and one of the fathers tells the butler to bring that bastard in here, and he's talking about the reason all of this is happening. It's his son and this, Adrian's eagle, flying over the metropolitan city of Marinkov, Adrian's new city. He's observing everything around him, saying that it seems very new to him. But when he looks down, this city is gigantic, and he really feels that he has become a great lord. And his guard from behind asks what he thinks of the newly formed troop of knights, and the 2 of them walk toward him. And Adrian says it was a bit last minute, but they seem good. And the guy says it's not just good, it's almost a miracle that he formed a troop of knights in such a short time. It's as expected of the Riverdale family. Your Excellency has good discernment, and he says it was because all of them want to work with him. And it's a relief that there are so many people who see him in a favorable light. But the woman by his side says that he has really surprised them several times. He brought many military supplies, including fortresses and cutting-edge equipment. And now he has prepared the knights in advance. And this is the head of security for Marinkov, Baroness Helena. And the 2 of them were very moved by Adrian's actions and plans. He says he just got lucky, but the man says no and continues to flatter him. Meanwhile, he thinks that he only made a rough draft, but there's no need to mention that things just happened to work out. And so he asks everyone what they think of the knights. Can they really send them to the territorial war right now? And the commander says yes. He chose the ones with good experience, so there don't seem to be any problems. And a confident Adrian looks at his 2nd-generation metal fortress. There's a 1st-generation metal fortress, another 2nd-generation one, and a 3rd-generation one. And he thinks that if they were going to give him some, they should have given him the latest generation, not these discontinued models. But since they're gifts from the royal family, he can't just get rid of them. So he'll use them for a while, and then sell them for cheap to a smaller state. He announces that they will depart now, which surprises many of them. He says it's time for battle. The commander asks where they are going to battle, and Adrian says they must finish preparations in 3 hours. They will divide into 4 groups and lock down the territory so their enemies can't join forces. And the main force, including him and Arcia, will capture territory by territory. The commander says that they need permission from the royal family. But Adrian says it's just a matter of whether it will be fast or not. The permission will come either way, and until then they'll just call this training. And that's an excuse many people use. He thinks that this time, he won't be giving orders from somewhere safe. Instead, he'll go directly to the battlefield, along with Arcia, and will show off his military might without hesitation. and he wonders, what about the other houses right now? One of those brats is getting beaten by his father, and the other father of the year is drinking heavily. That chubby girl is just begging her mother to save her, and the other girl is terrified in her room. And now with everything prepared, with 3 gigantic aerial fortresses and other smaller ones, our boy, Arse and his commander are setting off for the territories to take everything from them, especially their lives. And now in the Viscounty of Parma, a girl is sipping some juice, saying that this is problematic. To think that the title was granted to Adrian, Lawrence, and His Majesty, the Emperor wanted to recruit him. But who would have thought they would make a move so quickly? What's more, as soon as he received his title, he requested a territorial war against the 4 Viscounties at the same time, and they'll find out if he's a lunatic with no plan, or an eccentric with a brilliant mind soon enough. And she is Elfred of the Briga Empire. But to her surprise, she hears a voice from her side, saying she didn't know they would have visitors. She stares and recognizes that voice as Duchess Olivia Riverdale's, and the two of them stare at each other in the middle of the crowd without saying a word. And now back to our boy. 3 very nervous warriors are standing before him, telling His Excellency that he's aware the permission for the territorial war has not yet been granted. But he has already placed his troops in front of the Viscounty, and they ask if he's ignoring the law. However, the lawyer says he is mistaken, and that they are just conducting a training exercise. He asks if he has attacked the Viscounty, and the man says no. So he tells him not to worry, as he is a person who upholds the law. Therefore, he will not attack until he receives permission. So he shouldn't concern himself with them and to continue their hard work. That guy asks if he's going to attack immediately, as soon as he gets permission. And Audrey says, of course. For now, his army is just conducting training in front of them. The guy starts getting hysterical, asking if this isn't pushing things too far, and that it's an action that goes against all morals. But Audra thinks to himself that his young master, bullying someone at school, is apparently moral. But that guy says that permission for the war hasn't even been granted yet, and asks if it's really plausible to start a war over a school fight. But at that moment, Audra receives a message, and with his magic he blocks the voices of the 3 of them. And on his watch it says that His Excellency has received permission for a territorial war. This completely shocks the guy, and then Adrian looks at him and says that the timing was perfect. It seems the royal family has a different opinion than you, and after he dispels his magic, that guy asks if they really have been abandoned by the royal family. But Adrian says they must have decided based on who is more valuable to them. But the guy begs him, please, don't do anything irrational. But Audra tells him to get out now, because from this moment on, the person he has to convince isn't him. He says that for the Count of Parma, the only way for the Parma territory to survive is by surrendering. There is no other way to avoid this war. And he makes a gesture to the old man, and he begins the teleportation interference spell. The spell was activated, and the floating fortress, the vanguard troop, they're going to march, with the goal of taking down the Viscounty of Parma. And so they begin to march right in front of their house. And that's when he's asked if he isn't coming back, and if he really has that much time to spare. And that terrified guy starts running. Meanwhile, Arcia reaches for our boy. He extends his hand to her, and with the 2 of them together, he says that from now on, he and Arcia will be right on the front lines. And during that time, he leaves the command to him, Sir Persis. This greatly surprises Persis, who asks what he means and that he can't possibly go now. Our guy just says he's going, that he couldn't care less. Then Sir Persis gives the voice command to the warriors, saying that His Excellency Marquis Lawrence and Her Excellency Countess Daisy Klein are personally heading into battle, and they must protect them. Meanwhile, over there, Adriano thinks that if someone had once told him that months after achieving his revenge, nothing but a sense of futility would be left, and that in the end, revenge only breeds more revenge. But he has a different opinion, because nothing gives a better sense of purpose than revenge. And Anne. Cedric is one of the villains from the Academy. So the eradication of their existences can be described as the starting point of his new future. And what's more, he says that it's satisfying to see his enemies screaming with their faces twisted in pain. And now in his room, that young master asks what kind of explosion that is, and if that guy has really gone crazy and is attacking them. And he asks those 3 vanguards what the probability of winning is. And the man in the center says that their military force alone is twice as large as theirs. They have a golden master and an archer, and to be honest, their chances are almost 0. It pisses the kid off even more, saying that he should be doing something, and wondering if they think he hired him to do nothing and just lose money. But that guy just stares him down without saying a word, and says that even in this situation, he still only thinks of himself. He then asks if he can give him a piece of advice. My advice for the young master is that he should go out there and fight Marquis Lawrence and die by his hands. And if the Marquis gets his revenge, he'd be a little less irritated. And then there would be one less lord in this territory. But the young master asks how he could possibly say that to him, to the one who is his young master. But the soldier just glares absolutely furious and says that probably everyone in the castle thinks the same way. He was always a wicked person, but no one understands why they have to suffer because of him. And when those beneath them die, they'll probably die cursing his name, not Marquis Lawrence's. There have already been more than 10 people who have died directly or indirectly at his hands. And in the end, they finally understood what the phrase, "you reap what you sow" means. And they are so thankful for this shitty decision that came from him. Meanwhile, he's thinking, what do you mean you reap what you sow? I'm from the ruling class. And what's the problem with these guys? He only disciplined those low-class people, those inferiors. And he thinks that Adrian really is a bastard, which is to be expected. But just then the door opens, and it's the commander. And the commander is going to direct the boy. The boy says that it's true. And if they ask the other territories for help, will they even have a chance? But then the guy brings him some state-of-the-art equipment, which is power armor and a power sword. And he has to put it on and demand a one-on-one fight with the Marquis, Lawrence. This completely shocks the boy. And the commander stares at him and says that this is an order from the Viscount, as he forces him to get dressed in that gear, and he keeps screaming, begging them to let him go and remembering his past with the doctor when he was a child, her telling him that she would make him regret being born into this world, so he starts to cry terrified, screaming for his mommy. And just like that, those guys start escorting the young master, while he's incredibly, and I mean incredibly nervous. And the commander tells him that there's no reason to despair. And even if Marcus Loren is a hack-level mage, he's still just a mage. And a warrior armed with power gear should be able to handle him. This makes the guy cry, and he asks if that's really supposed to be comforting. But the commander says he's telling him this so he'll try to survive, and if he's just thinking of cowering in fear, hiding in a corner, he might as well just rip his head off right now. Because even if he hides, there's only one outcome. And he's just becoming an offering for their revenge. But what would happen if he used the state-of-the-art equipment and caught him while his guard was down? If he attacked the Marquis and even defeated him, he would be cheered as a hero, and Marcus Lawrence has no spouse or successor, so the territorial war would end. It would be his victory then. In other words, he'll be the hero of the Viscounty, while the kid filled with fear is determined. He doesn't have much confidence in this, but he wants to try, thinking that he'll be the clown that the Marquis wants him to be, at least once, and he tells everyone that he's going to survive, and that he's going to kill that piece of shit Adrian, and that he'll be alive in the end, and make them eat their words. The soldiers by his side said that if he manages to defeat the Marquis, they will gladly accept their punishment. And as he's opening the door, he thinks that the Vanguard's equipment, with its powerful attack and defense, didn't get its name for nothing, just to be destroyed by a mage. And as the commander of the Knights said, if Adrian lets his guard down, he can kill him. And the possibility of a miracle happening is almost zero. But as soon as he opens the door, he sees a vision from hell. All the Vanguards are dying easily, and screaming that he's a monster, and that they shouldn't get near that mage. They ask what the hell is this? With Adrian finishing them all off easily, he's left wondering if those two are really an Archmage and an Aura Master, and if this is their true power, and he speaks to the commander beside him, and asks if this is a joke, and if he really wants him to go in there, but without letting him say a word. The guys start running towards him, and calling him a monster, surrounding him to attack, but the opponent teleports away, and unleashes a massive shock, electrocuting everyone. It makes the kid tremble even more at his core, and seeing several aerial fortresses in front of his mansion, he realizes he's totally screwed. They're already in his territory, and there's nothing he can do. And with the fortresses surrounding them, they emit a very powerful sound, and the pressure bears down on them. The kid, crying out of fear, can only stare at Adrian in front of him, while our boy says that he thought he'd stay hidden until now, and that this is truly unexpected. The young man lives in hiding in Zenith Parma. The kid, trembling with fear, walks in his direction, and the soldiers behind him just push him forward. He asks what the hell that was, and as he just stares at him, completely nervous, the kid thinks he's done for. And then, he musters up the courage and challenges Lawrence to a duel. This greatly surprises our boy. The kid says that if he's a noble who values honor, he won't ignore his challenge. He asks what kind of crap he's talking about, and if he's really that pathetic. And with a snap of his fingers, he cuts off his arm. This shocks the boy, who screams in pain, asking what the hell this is. And Adrian says he spent 70 million on facilities to buy weapons. This time he feels like he can get a quick return on his investment. The kid, trembling in pain, glares at our boy with immense anger. And then Adrian says that he has state-of-the-art equipment scattered all over the place, and a floating fortress in the backyard. He must know what's best, and he still has a family treasure. And the kid is screaming in pain, asking if that's really his objective. And Asa says that's also part of it. He did it for his revenge, and the money is just a consequence. It'll be like killing two birds with one stone, as he orders his eagle to advance on the boy. And the kid, trembling with fear and crying, only hears Adri say, "2 broken ribs," and also a number and a bone in your back. The kid wonders what the hell that means, and Audrey just says that those are the bones he broke. And of course, he would have let it slide if you had broken a few of your own bones. After all, he's a very patient person and avoids taking revenge. But he didn't tell him that because you all tormented him mentally, to the point that he got irritated. And even a furious Ark starts advancing on him. But Adam tells her to stop because the boy needs to understand that he won't have a very peaceful death, and he gained the ability to heal the boy's wounds. And Adam says it won't be fun if he dies from blood loss. They have to take care of him. And while the kid begs for him to please forgive him, Adam just glares at the others and tells them it's time. But the commander interrupts him and asks if they should escort him to the Lord's office. And Audrey, smiling, says that's kind of them. And so in 30 minutes, the war between Marquis Lawrence and Viscount Parma ended in just 30 minutes, which was a milestone for the continent's history. And now back to that girl who's ready to think. The Marquis Lawrence is part of the Riverdale family's social circle, and you wouldn't have come to help if it weren't for him. But either way, she wonders if she came here in person just to see him, because she suspects he isn't from the Riverdale family, but she just tells her to stop. Not as if she were committing a crime, since he really is from her social circle. However, it could be that she's just there to cheer for him as an excuse. But she asks, what brings the head of the intelligence department of the kingdom of Brigand here? Is she thinking of taking him out of the Empire? It would be a good idea to stop her. As the two of them stare at each other with great anger at one another, the one from Riverdale says she just wants to keep things this way, while the other says she agrees. And even if they were to fight, they would only tire themselves out. But to both of their surprise, they notice that the interference spell for teleportation has been activated. And the war has finally begun, and they must see just how good he is. They begin to watch Adrian's fight, only to be completely shocked by the scene, not understanding how the mage is fighting at close range. And the chief of intelligence says that the main reason the movements of mages are limited on the battlefield isn't because of compatibility with the vanguard, but rather because of the short-range teleportation spell. The short movement spell that can increase the survival and mobility of a mage who is relatively slower. It's called Blink, where when the vanguard turns to attack, he's able to use Blink and escape the attack. And the best technique to prevent this is the teleportation interference spell. It's become quite common. That way, the spell can't be used on the battlefield, where mages basically can't even run on their own to escape from the front lines, and most of them can't manage it, ending up eliminated from the battlefield. But she doesn't understand, because Marcus Lawrence's fight basically proves that he can dodge, even without teleporting. And so he asks Riverdale if she thinks that type of fighting is possible for her. But she says that even with support magic, it would be very difficult. And it seems it requires a lot of battle experience, a good physique and a great sense for battle, too. And a great sense for combat. It's not something just anyone could pull off. And the girl in the back says she has an incredible priest and tells her up front that she should stop interfering with her people. But she says it's truly a shame, because she liked him in many ways. But well, there's nothing she can do. So she'll leave since she lost. I just look at Lars and remember him, telling her that he doesn't want to share the glory of his hunt, and that she should just watch what happens. And she thinks that he showed off many unique habits, from his school to Riverdale, while casting those spells. She had been doubting him, but she ended up seeing a great show thanks to him. And since she lives on her own, she has to go back now. But to her surprise, our boy was watching the two of them. It seems they've left. And a Devon guard says that this is the office. And just like that, Adrian unleashes everything at once, which leaves the old man completely shocked. And with Adrian approaching him, he becomes even more afraid, and just begs for him not to get any closer. But he trips and falls to the ground. And our boy asks, why not sign a document of renunciation? The old man then asks what he will do to him, and to his family if he does that. And Adrian just tells him not to worry, because he doesn't intend to kill anyone, besides the main culprit. And in return, they will become a fallen noble family that had their titles and property stolen. Or perhaps they would prefer to die. This makes the guy tremble with fear. And after he starts to cry, he says he will sign the agreement. And it was said that the moment the Viscounty of Parma collapsed in the war between the Marquis, Lawrence, and the 4 Viscounties, everyone knew the war was practically over. And now in the Dorrit Viscounty, right there in his same office, that guy says that Marcus Lawrence, who has occupied the Viscounty of Parma, is coming to their territory. And Adrian Lawrence and Arsaclin must have already arrived. He warns them not to forget that if he loses, they will be next. And the two of them say that this is bullshit. And with the summons being destroyed, he hides under the table terrified. And on the call, the guy says that maybe they just gave up their children at once. But the woman says it is no use. They said that right after ascending and throwing down the young master of Parma, he walked into the castle on foot. And the men ask what she means by that. He's very on edge. He says that for him, revenge was just a justification for starting the war, and it's obvious he wants to increase his treasures while he builds an army. Marquis, Larry is planning to pass his army spending bill onto them and steal all their money and territory, and they ask if it's really possible and if there's any way to stop it. But she says that now, it's obvious they can't win this war. They need to change their method, and so they changed their method by sending some vanguards to another location, with that guy telling his lord that Denis is there, and the Viscount's vanguard. Dorrit has just arrived in the teleportation area, and this is the commander of the troops, the Knights of the Dorrit Viscounty, and so they joined forces, the Viscounty of Karma, the Viscounty of Rani, saying they must take advantage of this move and seize the hostage marching facilities. And if this operation is a success, the tide of the war will turn in an instant. They must achieve this at all costs. I relayed this over his commander, saying that they have 15 seconds until the operation begins. And on the count from 10 to 0, as soon as it hits 0, they tear their teleportation scrolls, and they are all sent to another location. And just like that, they say Running's vanguard is online, and Karma's vanguards are 2, and the 3 are together. But a voice interferes with their message, saying that he prepared a ceremony to welcome them all. They are his guests, and when everyone looks, they only see a gigantic ship, with our Marcus Larry's up on top of it, waiting for everyone. He tells them they must come with him. With a gigantic magic circle, he prepares to attack them, while they say, "Damn it," and that the operation has been discovered. But before they can do anything else, all of them together are teleported to another place. But when the guy sees what's in front of him, they ask, "What the hell is this?" And they are totally surrounded by other vanguards, and also by several aerial fortresses. They say this is really bad, that they're completely surrounded, and that they were deceived by Viscount Lawrence. And so our boy still on his airship, the 3 of them feel a strange pressure. And so Adder stands up and says that they're here. But Perseus says it's just as he predicted, and asks if he really has the ability to see the evidence. But Adder says of course not. It's just a simple prediction. Meanwhile, Perseus says he's getting scared. Now he has no idea how relieved he is not to be his enemy. And with that, Adrian activated a teleportation matrix and says that this isn't a bad strategy for them, but it's useless if they can read their movements. Meanwhile, Perseus says that finally the enemies will receive his mercy. And with that, returning to the present, with our boy going up to them, ordering everyone to drop their swords and surrender now, because then they'll be allowed to live. They did so, but the commander says, "That's him. That's the Marquis of Lawrence, and the war will end if they capture the Marquis of Lawrence," which really surprises our boy, who says he wasn't expecting this. But the pathetic guy just screams at him, and while she's worried, he just moves in front of her. The vanguards charge at him, saying this is their chance, and they're ready to attack. But Drago easily activates a barrier, and then a magic attack, and explodes the head of one of them. And he says they should surrender, because otherwise they'll all end up dead. And the only reason I've been holding back is because it's not even worth doing this. But if they want to, they can take a step forward and be sent straight to Bunny Hell, attacking all of them with a snap of his fingers. Meanwhile, the commander says that this is crap, that they should kill him instead of getting captured. Waging a territorial war will end up like this. Meanwhile, she wonders if it's because he went easy on them, that they seem so truly pathetic. And then he uses a flame explosion and wipes out a good part of the army. While the commander doesn't understand what kind of power this is, he has to stop it with the strength of his sword and with a tremendous attack. He tries to stop Larry's attack, but he isn't strong enough, and his armor shatters as he sees our boy advancing on him. He begs him not to get any closer. Please. He tries to attack him, but the other guy easily blocks it. And now he's face to face with him, with that commander, thinking he's using the power of an aura from Vanguard-grade equipment to patch himself up with a mere 5th circle shield. And then he asks how a mage could possibly do something like that, with Adrian getting really happy and saying that's the best thing he's heard all day. And after he finishes off all those guys, he finally goes back home and gets a message. And while browsing the internet, he sees several articles talking about him, of course, and about how he won a territorial war against 4 Viscounts. And after that last battle, the territorial war ended and he did it as a solo operation. There was no way the Viscounts could win. He was able to capture them in the remaining castles, while his subordinates and soldiers were tremendously surprised by his strength, and he really took care of everything in the end. But just then, he hears something at his door and tells them to come in. And this girl Arsa bursts in all at once, while the maid says that the young lady, Arsa, is covered in dirt. But Arsa says her mouth is bored, and she wants cake. But the maid tells her that snacks should be eaten after meals, and she already ate a lot of cookies in the morning. But she just sits down on Adrian's sofa, while he thinks that she's being really noisy. It seems Catherine has adapted quickly, and it's a real relief. And a few days ago, right after the end of the territorial war, he ran into her with 4 people, who were apologizing to Miss Catherine, saying that they were wrong, and begging for her to please save them. and she asks Adrian what that was all about. Meanwhile, the boy says that, seeing her, the 4 people who bullied them in the past, especially her, who was so badly hurt she had to leave, just because she spoke to him while he was being bullied, and the mastermind behind it all, those people who destroyed her self-esteem and her future. But Adrian says that for political reasons, he needs some time, but he plans to get Isabella and their son Brooks, and they will definitely apologize to her too, so he just asks her to please wait. Meanwhile, she says he didn't have to do that, and she begs him to stop while trembling with fear. But Adam grabs her arm and says he can't do that, because she's not supposed to know, but she is his savior. Then he heals all the wounds on her body, and she was so happy about it. He then tells her that they will keep smiling from now on, and he calls out to Catherine and she asks, "What is it?" And he asks her how her days have been, and she's very happy. She says every day is a lot of fun, and he just stares at her as she eats her cake. Meanwhile, Audrey is really happy, saying that's very good to hear. And now the scene changes to the prince's office. He said that he was reminded once again that it was a true masterstroke to bring him over to his side. And the Viscount of Pharmaco, the Viscount of Dorit, and the Viscount of Karma. The disappearance of these 3 families who supported the second prince had a favorable outcome for him, and he is flattered. And Adrian says that in the process, a family that supported the crown prince was also wiped out. But the prince says there's nothing to be done, and that they sinned against him. They must pay a fair price for it. But he asks, Prince Luke said nothing, while Adrian said he was quite bitter about it. He had wondered if he needed to go this far for his allied nobles, even if it was for revenge. And the prince asked what he had said, and Adrian said that he told him that Count Brooks and Marquis Cascabel had also committed the same sins as the 4 Viscounts, and that Marquis Heaven is his archenemy, and should also be held responsible. But he has to hold back for the second prince's safety, wiping out 3 more of his own forces. And after a moment of silence, he said he would let it go. And the prince bursts out laughing, saying that either way, this narrowed the gap with the second prince's faction even more. However, he doesn't want a victory like that. What he wants is a devastating victory. He asks if the civil war isn't destroying the country's livelihood. After all, it's certain that, if the nation's power becomes unstable due to a civil war, the enemy-tracing empire might show its ambitions again. That's what his betrayal was planned for. The Crown Prince's complete victory. And no matter how you look at it, politics is a dog-eat-dog fight. A basic betrayal strategy will induce anxiety, and he might have the thoughts of a normal man. And he asks when he should proceed with the mission. And the prince says that they still have time, but asks if there's any problem, while Audrey speaks very happily, and the second prince continues flirting with his Arcia. At this rate, he might end up causing a bit of a mess, which really surprises the crown prince, thinking that his dear second prince is totally screwed, and looking very disappointed. He apologizes for him, and his confidence has gotten out of hand. He says that he's become an aura master, and he seems to think that any woman would want him to seduce her. Meanwhile, Arcia wonders if he's really a child. And as for Arcia, she ignores people as often as she drinks tea. But she's just an innocent child who doesn't know about these things yet. And if this keeps up, it seems like it would be better to get rid of this airhead first before the real confrontation. But the prince interrupts his thoughts, telling Lawrence that this is just his opinion. But how about holding the ceremony? Which really surprises our boy. He asks if he's talking about marriage. And now in a castle in Clan County, our boy is walking around and remembering what the prince talked about, with him marriage. And that marriage is the best option in this situation. But it's not something he can decide easily. He and Arcia are superficial lovers, not true lovers. And Arcia is the legacy of the great Manuel Lucas. He's sure that she'll accept his decision, without complaining. But that's only because she was raised for him, which means he can use her any way he wants. He can even marry her, regardless of her feelings. But then Asia sees our boy and runs in his direction, while he looks completely surprised, asking what all of that was about, pointing to several guys lying on the ground. And she says she taught them all a lesson. He asks her if she's really talking about a lesson, and she says it was just training. But then the maid Katerina comes up to them, addressing the young lady and his excellency. Meanwhile, Andre wonders if there's a problem, and why she's so agitated. He asks what's wrong. The maid says that the bachelor second prince has sent someone because he wants to meet with Miss Asia, and our boy asks her if the prince has completely lost his mind. Asia, without showing any reaction, says that the second prince has the eyes of a pervert. So she doesn't want to meet with him, or get involved with him, or even speak to him, and she wants the maid to send him away. But the maid says that she can't act that way. But just then, the second prince's envoy says he greets her ladyship, Countess Clane, and also his excellency, Marquis Larry. And our boy asks why the surprise, and if there's something unusual about seeing him next to his fiancée. He asks what brings him here, and tells him to get straight to the point. And that nervous guy takes out a bouquet of flowers, saying that His Highness, Prince Luke, invited her ladyship Clea to a meal and sent these flowers. She takes the flowers and then hands them to Adrian, who tosses them into a dimensional void. And he asks if that's everything. The guy is very nervous and says he would be grateful if she gave her answer to the invitation. But she asks about Sir Adrian. The guy says His Highness only invited her. She says that if that's the case, then the answer is no. But he begs her, please don't be like that. But then Adrian asks him what family he's from. And the nervous guy asks, what do you mean? Adrian stares at him, saying that he figures that to become a royal knight, he must have some sort of backing. And the guy asks why he's so curious about that. And Adrian, looking quite pleased, says he enjoys tearing families to pieces. He asks if the guy doesn't read the news about it. And even though he can't pop his head because he's Prince Luke's errand boy, he was wondering if he could pop the heads of his parents in his place. This really shocks the boy, and he says that was very rude of him. He only came on His Highness's orders. But Adrian says he's offended and asks if he should put him in his place. And from now on, he won't just stand by. If someone comes with unpleasant offers for Arcia, he should go back and tell His Highness exactly this, that he hopes their relationship continues to be this good. However, if he provokes him any further, he might end up doing something crazy. He's saying this to make it clear. This woman is his fiancée. And after he tells the prince all of this, the prince, absolutely furious, asks if he really said that. And the guy very nervously says yes. With a look like that, he didn't seem to be joking. And the prince says he really didn't think that Marquis Lawrence was that kind of man, and that he had completely misinterpreted his invitation. But the commander behind him tells His Highness that it's time to back down and that provoking Marcus Lars any further would be a bad idea. And the furious prince asks what he means by that. But the man says that if he really wants that woman, it would be better to take her after he ascends the throne. And the prince says that's actually a good idea, and that he definitely has to educate that Marquis Larry, the spoiled brat. But now is not the time. And now he has one more reason to take the throne. Now on another day, with the end of the territorial war, the bills for the war have arrived, and they totaled 42 trillion won. This made Audrey very happy. He said that everything was finally over. And not only did the 4 losers have to pay up and lose the territorial war, but they also lost mithril and mana stones. And in addition to that, there were jewels, precious metals, paintings, and so on. And anything worth at least a penny was looted. And stealing his enemies' belongings and enjoying their wealth feels really, really good. But he thinks the biggest gain from his territorial war was this. It was the hilt of the celestial sword. It's believed to be the hilt of the sword used by the Celestials in the mythical age, and it's made of orichalcum and holy bloodstone, and staring at it he says that anyone would know. It's not at all surprising to think it was made of orichalcum, which is a rare mineral that's produced in minimal quantities, around 500 grams per year, in the sacred land of Evry, and even one of these is worth more than an aerial fortress. He's thinking about visiting this sacred land and wants to check it out. But right now there's something more urgent, back inside the game. With Arsa kicking a mob in the face, and after the vampire starts to bleed, our boy says that he looks a lot like the second prince. He gets really annoyed just by his appearance, and starts launching fireballs at him. And Audrey and Arsa continue fighting that vampire together, and after finishing him off, they celebrate. And our boy thinks that he can't just leave this place abandoned. He's been really busy with work lately, so he's only been able to play for less than 3 hours a day. And because of that, he's barely reached level 205. Therefore, he decided to focus on leveling up. And first, he left the matters that didn't require his presence to his aides, and to recruit new talent, he gave a pair of glasses to Arta in the real world, and had him proceed with that while he played. And with this boost, he can level up as fast as possible, and reach the 8th circle. Someone finds him, faces him, and tells the surgeon that they've discovered a top-tier talent, which surprises our boy, who asks her to recruit him right away. But she says she understands, and will leave the negotiations to her attendants. But I ask, which of the high-level talents she's talking about, and she says it's divine power, and she has a unique characteristic, the nature of a saint. And Adrian says that this is really rare, but after he remembers the word saint, he asks what she means and what she's talking about. And now back in the real world, Arke, along with 2 recruiters, are in front of a receptionist, pretty much staring her down, and the receptionist asks if they need anything, with a very cute little smile. Meanwhile, in Adrian's glasses, he sees that her name is Avery Barnett, who is a 15-year-old common citizen, and her talent is very high-level divine power. Her characteristic is the nature of a saint, and it's said that only one god and one religion exists in Honda, which worships the creator of this world, and it's an entity known as the one true god, which is Sepia, and this god's doctrine is called Sepiaism, and the headquarters of Sepiaism, and the place where the command is located, is called the Holy Land of Everil, and it's so famous that not even the kingdom of Brigand dared to invade. And the three lords of the Holy Land, the Holy King, the Saint, and the Saintess. The Holy King handles the general administration of the church. The Saint is in charge of the army, the Holy Knights, and the Saintess is in charge of all the priests, performing the divine miracles of the world. And Adrian, speaking with Ark, asked where the girl is, and she says that Eric took her to the talent room. As soon as he walks through the door, he finds her with Eric greeting their lord. The little girl also greeted him, and Adrian says she's welcome, and he is Adrian Lars. And she's also nervous touching his hand, while he thinks that she truly has the nature of a saint. Arx said she found her working part-time in a convenience store due to her family's circumstances, and he tells her that she chose well, and Arx thanks him. And now sitting on the sofa, he asks her if she said her dream was to become an administrative officer, and she says yes, very happily. But Adam says that unfortunately, her talents don't fit in the administrative field, which leaves her looking quite downcast. And then Adam surprises her by saying she has a talent for divine power, and her nature is so incredible, to the point where she could even aim for the position of a saintess, which completely shocks the girl. Even Eric asks if this is true. Eric says that of course she can't become a saintess, just because she has potential. And the Holy King, who received the blessing of the one god of Sepia, was chosen by the royal family through their bloodline. But the saint and the saintess are chosen by God every 50 years, no matter their position. Because in the competition to choose the saintess, you have to perform well and stand out to the god. So she asks what he suggests. And our boy says that, since God sent this kind of talent his way, he can't just stand by and do nothing. And he did some research, and discovered that the competition to elect the new saint and a new saint will be chosen soon. And he plans to give her his full support for her to become a saint. And she's very nervous, asking if it's really possible, and how she of all people could become a saint. The Duke says that 7 out of every 10 saints were just commoners, and that it's not impossible. But she says that even so, she can't believe it. However, he says it doesn't happen overnight. It still requires a lot of effort and willpower on her part. And before the contest, she'll have to learn many things, including etiquette, theology, and divine magic. And for now, he's thinking of giving her an initial payment of 200 million sols and a monthly salary of 500 million. This completely shocks the girl, but he's thinking it wouldn't be a waste, even if he gave her 10 or 100 times more, because if he can create a saint with his own 2 hands, that alone would give him a great, and he asks that she please think about it. He then asks if this isn't just a career change from an administrator to a saint. After all, they're both jobs, aren't they? And Eric says that His Excellency doesn't joke around about things and that she can trust him. Meanwhile, the doctor thinks that Eric is a really great assistant. But the Duke looks at the two of them and thinks that he put Eric there without much thought. But he doesn't think that these two would be a bad match. And if Eric, who has political traits and talent, helps her, it might be possible to create a synergy effect between them. And he tells her that she is to be a member of the Lady's Castle from now on and welcomes her parents to visit her at the Lady's Castle anytime they want. And he says she should feel at home. And she is very happy and thanks him. Then our boy tells Eric that he should take care of her. And it seems the two of them became pretty close, and the guy says he understands. And our boy, with a very wide smile, thinks that he's really looking forward to the Saints battle, because he wants to see what will happen when he has a saint on his side. And now, while Everil was getting used to her new environment, our boy and Arcia were grinding a lot. He would tell her to head in the 10 o'clock direction, and would also call for Black Eagle, and would then attack those monsters. As they're currently facing a gigantic orc, when it attacked with its axe, the eagle dodged. And then he quickly attacked it with his magic. They used their free time to level up, but he thinks the pace is pretty slow. And at this rate, you can't get anything done. But of course, at a time when hunting with a party of 5 or 10 members is essential, and they are equipped with various items and skills, the combination of 2 people and an animal is helping. The real problem is that he keeps encountering players frequently. And as he gets up and is about to leave, someone interrupts him and asks, "Excuse me." They say they've never seen a support, like the eagle at his side, and ask how he got one. Our boy says that it is a wild animal that was temporarily tamed with magic, and it's not a support class. And when he thinks about the first time he has to explain something like this, and they ask what this market cap is for the online chronicle producer, and if he should actually just buy it right away, none of it seems like a bad idea. And if the user base is full of commoners, there's a high chance it's being undervalued. That could be possible. But then he sees that the market cap is 102 trillion. He doesn't have that kind of money. It seems like it's not undervalued at all, but he wonders what he should do. Should he buy slaves or start a workshop? But still, it's not right to buy slaves when you're from a democratic country. Or maybe he should use his last ticket as a wish and he wonders if there's a more efficient way to level up without running into other users. But he gets an idea, saying there's an extremely convenient method. You just have to buy the whole game, which is to monopolize the hunting grounds. It's a surprising idea to many. And now, at the Black Dragon Guild's executive office, that guy on the side says that his country is going to double the time limit for accessing the game. And the girl on the other side says that a long time ago, even real money transactions for items were blocked. So I guess we need to work hard now. But the person in the center asks if it wouldn't be possible to sell items directly to countries where cash transactions are legal. And their leader says that little by little, it's getting really difficult to play games, and it's getting really complicated. But then a girl enters the room, saying that someone is looking for the guild leader, and she asks who it is. And she's told it's a mage above level 200. But he's asking for a meeting for now with the guild leader, saying he has an offer to make. This surprises all of them. One tells the leader to send him away, since he probably wants to use cheap tricks to get into the guild. But the girl says she thinks it's a good idea to meet with him. And the guild leader asks why. She says that he bought 10 Clado hearts as a gift. This greatly surprises that girl. And she says that besides that, he's equipped with the best hybrid gear that can be used at level 200. And considering the equipment's skills, she thinks he's better than the top-level users. And now at the meeting, our boy says it's a pleasure to meet her, and that he is mind. She says he really does have a peculiar name, and she introduces herself as Penny while staring at him, noticing that everything he's wearing is very expensive. Maybe he could be a noble. She says that he mentioned a deal, and she asks what brings him there. He says he wants to rent the hunting grounds. That Black Dragon area, he wants to monopolize it, and he asks what it means to rent the hunting grounds. And Adriano says that it's if he'd like to prevent other users from accessing the hunting grounds, just like she's doing now with the Black Dragons area, to rent the place on the condition that only he can use it. And they ask what this renting grounds thing is. She's never heard of anything like it. And besides that, he wants the guild to manage it, when they can't even use the hunting grounds themselves. What kind of nonsense is he trying to pull? But he tells her that, of course, he would pay if it were for rent. He would give her 5 times the total profit that she could get from this land, in cash, of course. But she asks, by the way, which hunting ground he wants to monopolize. And he says he wants the Chimera one, the Chimera dungeon. This really shocks the girl, and she asks him to wait a moment, because more than 200 people use the Chimera dungeon per day. And of course, that's because it's profitable for max-level players. And in that hunting ground, if each person earns at least 50,000 gold from that land, the total profits per day would be over 10 million. The confident guy says that's not a problem, and in return, she has to ask the other users not to enter the place. And she asks if by any chance there's something special about that place, or if it's related to some kind of hidden quest. But the guy says he just wants to level up, while everyone is wondering if he's really going to burn through 50 million a day just to level up. He tells her that he's leveling up alone, but he'd like to enjoy the game, with no one in his way. And she says it seems like he's doing some kind of challenge, but he says that if she wants, he can pay in advance. They can even do an online currency trade, which makes her very happy. She asks for how long he wants to rent it. He says for now it would be a month. They'll continue if he's able to level up, but if he sees that it's taking too long to level up, he'll rent other grounds. She asks if that means, but he cuts her off and says yes. He's going to keep renting it until he hits the max level. This really surprises the girl, making her incredibly happy, and he gives an order to everyone here. Bring some tea for my esteemed guest now. Then he tells her, open your account now, because the money has been transferred. And she looks at her account. She says that it's really 350 million per week. And now over at the hunting ground, all the hunters say that Master Minde mentioned he wants to use the hunting ground soon, so they have to hurry up and clear out the Chimera dungeon now. And then finally, our boy says that his experience acquisition speed has already increased, and he's at a completely different level. He's reached level 220. And Arts says that his experience acquisition speed has doubled compared to before. And he says, yeah, I'm at level 220 in just 1 month. It looks like he'll reach level 250 even faster than he expected. But to his surprise, back in the real world, Purcell says that he was told the contest would be held in the Holy Land much earlier than expected. This really shocks our boy, who was thinking that just when he thought he could level up non-stop, something really urgent came up. And then Perseus says that the Saint and Saintess contest has been moved up. And from what he's heard, it's supposed to happen in the second half of next year. But he's looking for a candidate and intends to get it over with in a month. And Edgar thinks that he really believed it would be possible to survive without interruptions. But he tells him that, to be frank, this is very sudden. But the situation isn't bad either, which really surprises Perseus. He says that the faster the competition advances, the number of rival candidates will also decrease more quickly. And what they have to do now is create a winning strategy for Miss Ivor to stand out, which isn't a concern. And Perseus asks if he has anything in mind. He says that first, they must turn her into a saintly candidate, who represents the Herod kingdom. 2 weeks ago, Anderson was sent on behalf of Evelyn to the kingdom's Arch of Bones in Hayward, and tomorrow, the kingdom's archbishop will visit their territory. He and Miss Evelyn will be there to greet him. And Perseus asks if he's planning to win over the kingdom's archbishop first, and Adrian says of course. Besides, if they manage to win over the archbishop, they can ask the royal family for reinforcements. And Perseus, very happy, says that he really did plan everything. But he asks if the girl will cooperate with his plan, and Adrian says of course. Miss Ivor has someone who motivates her frequently by her side, who is her assistant Eric. And Perseus says of course. Now that he mentions it, this is going to work. And he tells him that he sent the material he asked for. And when our boy analyzes it, he says that he understands perfectly. And Perseus, it says that among the candidates participating in the Saint contest, these 3 are the most promising. Grace Helgvin, a supreme elementalist who is 210 years old, and the granddaughter of the Queen of Evern. The second is Evelyn Francis, a 21-year-old High Knight class, the third daughter of the esteemed Evelyn from the Briga Empire, and also 19-year-old Jude Esther, a citizen of Everol. And our boy thinks that since the third candidate is a citizen from Everol, then it should be easier. But he sees that her guardian is the Duchess, Olivia Riverdale, from the kingdom of Lucianus. But he thinks no. It can't be that simple, not with that woman involved. He says that they're attracting a lot of attention, and his aide says it's a bit much, but he thinks things are about to get really intense very soon. Meanwhile, he's thinking that even if you exclude their sponsors, they are all more notable than Everworld. And to be honest, the moment he saw the list of candidates, he just wanted to scream that he gives up. But he tells himself that he already expected rivals would show up someday, and there's no reason for him to get so frustrated. It's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible either. And the butler says that in that case, his lord is taking this matter very seriously. And Adrian says of course, because he believes in Ever's potential, and can't give up on the title of being the sponsor, who created a saint. And so he says that today's work is done. Now he wants to go out and have a little fun. But his aide stops him, and asks if he could ask something. And Adrian asks what's wrong. He asks how much he donated to archaeology. And as far as he knows, the Archbishop of the Herbert Kingdom isn't a man who would be moved by money. But Adrian just smiles at him. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Olivia, saying, so it was 10 trillion. And her brothers say yes. Marquis Adrian is Everil Barnett's sponsor. He made a huge donation of 10 trillion. And she says that it seems that her handsome junior is planning to attend the Saintus contest. And Olivia says her junior is really interesting. And her brothers wonder why Olivia is smiling. And another one says it's really sinister. And now the next day, the Archbishop went to Adrian's territory, saying that it's truly wonderful. And to think that she's also capable of using divine magic. And this old man believes she will be the new candidate for Saintess. And the little girl asks if he's serious, while our boy thinks that they managed to bring the Archbishop, Fred, over to their side. As he claps, the little girl cheers him on. He tells Archbishop Fred that there's something he'd like to discuss with him, and the old man asks him to please say it. And Adrian says that, to be honest, Jude Esther's side suggested they form an alliance during the contest. And to be more precise, this was a request from her sponsor, the Duke of Riverdale, rather than a suggestion from Jude Esther herself. And the Archbishop said that Miss Esther is a good candidate. He thinks this suggestion is worth considering, and Audra says he thinks so too. And first, it would be better to increase the possibility of Miss Everest being selected, and then competing with Miss Esther. Then I received this, and it says it seems the polite Riverdale has no desire to confront the Marquis, a fellow competitor. Meanwhile, Audra thinks that, in fact, his side was the first to suggest this alliance, and what's missing now is to bring in the Rayward royal family. This second prince says there is no reason to refuse, and if the saint is born in his country, their national status will increase exponentially. He'll have a good talk with his father, and Audrey thanks him for his grace, while thinking, as expected, he didn't refuse my request, since nothing good would come if they continued to have an uncomfortable relationship. And he says that with that he'll be leaving, but the prince asks if he's aware that the daughter of Marquis Otis and Count Akers have disappeared. This greatly surprises our boy, and he says that because of this, the crown prince's side has been turned upside down. The prince asks, what do you mean? Are you talking about the daughter of Marquis Otis, as in Michelle? That crazy woman! And also Count Akers, who was the second-rank Aura Master after Marquis Vicente, and he had thought he would certainly be on the crown prince's side. The second prince says, I'm surprised the news hasn't reached you, but that's understandable, since I only received this news myself about an hour ago, which surprises our boy, making him wonder what the hell happened as he forces a happy expression. Congratulations, Your Highness. He says that this is wonderful news, and the prince replies that it is. Meanwhile, Dora thinks that this is just awful. These things are happening, right? At the same time as the Saintess competition. He doesn't know what this could possibly mean, and now he goes directly to the first prince, asking what the hell happened. And the prince says that judging by his expression, it seems Lucas has already told him about his current situation. And then he explains that Marquis, Zotes, and Count Akers are cousins on their mother's side, and so the two are like brothers and are very close. And Edgar thinks that as a bonus, they have the same political leanings. But he explains that the Count Akers is very fond of Miss Mikel, as if she were his own daughter. And he volunteered to be her personal bodyguard when he saw that she was going on vacation alone. And Adriana wonders why an aura master would need a bodyguard. And so he asks if the problem must have happened during their trip, after they arrived at their destination. And the prince says that's right. The problem is that their destination is the place where tensions are at their highest, with the Briga Empire, where war could break out at any moment, and the Republic of Prios. And our boy wonders, what kind of new death wish is this? And why would they go to a place as dangerous as that? And they ask, who was it that egged that lunatic on? But the prince said that he doesn't know. But Miss Michelle is a huge fan of the Hard Duke. Lucas, he's seriously committed to finding his destiny. But they heard that this destiny had been discovered in the Republic of Prius. It's just that she couldn't accept this fact and impulsively planned a vacation, which shocks our boy even more. He's thinking it's all his fault, and that he was the fool who added fuel to that lunatic's fire. And now elsewhere, we just see Adrian saying he's going to meet with the second prince, and that she should stay put, instead of getting involved with him. And she's so sad. As she's eating, she just keeps pleading, please for Mr. Adrian to come back soon. And then the prince says that, first of all, he requested the extraction of the two individuals through diplomatic channels, and he secretly mobilized special forces along with the National Intelligence Service. And Audrey thinks to himself that the best-case scenario would be if the case resolved itself, quietly on its own. But the chances of that happening are very low, and diplomatic problems might be unavoidable, one way or another. However, he's willing to take that kind of loss for the sake of those two. And he can't help them, so he has to do something. And so he tells the prince that he'll go. The prince asks, what do you mean? And Adrian says that he is perhaps the one best suited to rescue the two of them, and he will move in secret while hiding his identity. And as a precaution, he would like to ask him to arrange some things so that his identity isn't revealed. And the prince is quite surprised, while the boy thinks that he shouldn't be looking at him. This is all your fault, but then he lost him. He says he'll send the location of the last time they were spotted. He'll narrow down the places where they might be, so he can get some kind of clue. He'll leave it in his hands. And Audrey says yes, thinking that this is going to be an illegal and involuntary migration. And the scene changes to the two of them running from an attack. The attack gets really close to Michelle, but her uncle goes and saves her. With her uncle badly injured, she gets really worried. But several vanguard soldiers just tell them to give up. But her uncle says it is all a misunderstanding. They're just tourists, and they have no intention of being hostile to your country. They should just think about it. If they really had other intentions, he wouldn't have brought this woman with him. But the vanguard asks what kind of misunderstanding this is. From the moment he approached that woman, the verdict for his death sentence was decided. And the girl apologizes to her uncle, but he asks her if she can see that small opening on the left side of the encirclement. And he says that once he gives the order, she must run in that direction without looking back. And if she runs for approximately 300 meters, she'll be able to use her teleportation power. But she asks, and what about you? But he tells her he can escape without her, so she shouldn't worry. But she says she won't go. But he yells at her, telling her to stop talking and go now. And he just orders her to run, which really surprises the girl, because she's never seen her uncle so nervous before. And so she starts running without looking back. And those guys starts attacking her uncle, to then chase after the girl. But as he defends her, he tells them they wouldn't dare, not unless it's over his dead body. And the vanguard is right above her uncle, ready to finish him off. While her wounded uncle thinks that this is really the end, to his shock, the vanguard's head is destroyed right in front of him. As he looks back, he asks what they are doing there. And now in the fortress, it was Icarus using invisibility magic. Our boy said that on second thought, he was the one who caused this. But logically speaking, it really makes sense to go to the Republic of Prius with things in this state. She's really crazy. But Arsa says they've been discovered, and he asks how since they'd already been found out. And she says it's true. And just when he says it seems like things are going to be resolved more easily than he expected, they activate a teleport and are already right above the two of them, watching all the commotion. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that the Republic's vanguard unit and the other forces are clashing with each other. They're helping them escape, and the force that's helping them is the Revolutionary Army of the Republic of Prius. and she asks what he would like to do. Adrian says they will join the fight. The two of them immediately charge at them, and Adrian activates the fire jade and burns several vanguards. In contrast, she, with her sword, finishes off a few more with several slashes. And after they land, they face Michelle and her uncle, and he says they came to find them both. He asks them to please return, activating his restoration ability and healing her uncle. Michelle stares at him, trying to recognize him, but Adrian knows she has sharp eyes, so he signals for her to keep quiet. Meanwhile, she quite happy understands and stays silent, thinking to herself that now they must be going back. Meanwhile, he asks if everything is really over, relieved that it was all resolved so quickly. But to both of their surprise, someone stops them and Adrian asks what it is. The man apologizes, but says that, however, they have something they would like to ask. This young lady? He then tells her that he'd heard that she accessed the discovery of Louise Falmont. This completely shocks our boys, wondering how she did it. And that man asks her if the discovery is real. She replies that judging by its form, it's plausible. However, after a quick look, the contents were cruder than she had expected. And the man says, there's a small chance it's real, but it's also clear that it's not. And so, the commander thinks it might be a fake discovery, created by the real discoverer. This once again surprises Adrian, who wonders if maybe he should just kill them all. But in that moment he cancels his power, thinking that doing so, without knowing how large the Revolutionary Army is, or who is behind them, is dangerous. And nobody knows what he's discovered yet, so it's better for him to keep his mouth shut for now. And the man says that, however, how did you get close to the discovery? There was no way she could have broken into the president's palace. And she says she got close to him online, and she thought the rendezvous was hidden in a virtual world, not in the real world. And when she accessed Louise Farmont's terminal, she was able to confirm that he had been accessing a certain domain frequently. So she thought that was the entrance to the rendezvous. And Adriano thinks, just as I expected of her. She's no ordinary person. She really dug deep. If I hadn't discovered it first, she would have become the owner of the rendezvous. And that guy says, who would have thought she could remotely access, Farmont's terminal? She really has a unique talent. But Audrey interrupts them both, saying that the pursuit team will arrive soon, so they have to wrap things up. And they must escort these people. But that guy asks him to wait. He's not finished yet. And his commander has invited them both. And now in the Republic of Prius, at the Northern Glacier, he meets with his commander. And Audra thinks that the guards are all aura masters. And then, that man over there says that he's a citizen of Prius. But this is also his first time coming to the Northern Glacier. And as our boy stares at him, he realizes this man is Israel Oscar Prius, the Archmage of the Seventh Circle, a 27-year-old human, the former prince of the Prius royal family, and the commander of the Revolutionary Armada. And he says he was surprised, because they said that the aurora seen in the north of the Republic of Prius was a rainbow aurora, and it's truly a shame. And our dear protagonist, showing his talents, notices that they are all tall, and his attribute is Conspirator of Justice. And he says it's a pleasure to meet them, the Kondiakos and the young Countess Otis. He thanks them for saving them, and says they will never forget their kindness. But the guy asks if it isn't the right thing to do, as a human. Meanwhile, Andre thinks the right thing to do, my ass. He must have ulterior motives. But the guy says, who would have thought that he would meet the person who has been the center of attention recently, Marquis Lawrence and Countess Arcia Klein, and our boy starts to laugh. And that guy apologizes for surprising them. And for your information, Marquis Larson. He follows him on social media. And her uncle asks if this is really Marquis Larson Arcia's, but Michelle just tells him to shut his mouth. But at that moment, they take off their masks and face everyone. And her uncle asks, what is the reason for the second prince's entourage to be here? And Michelle asks if that's really important. And Adrian asks that guy how he found out. And the long-haired guy says it's a secret for a secret. And our hero says that it seems His Highness Israel Oscar Brios is quite a sly man. This surprises everyone. That suspicious guy says he's truly surprised, and asks how he knows him. And Anderson says a secret for a secret. As they just stare each other down, the commander asks them to calm down, saying it was purely his intuition that led him to meet them both. A duo composed of an archmage and an aura master. And it was nothing more than a hunch, based on their youthful voices. Adam thinks that this means he was a fool, and fell for it. And that guy gets a yes. So how did he figure out his identity? And Adam said that he's had an interest in the Republic of Prius for a long time now, and in its revolutionary army as well. And I just have to say you really can't grasp the depth of his insight. He's definitely someone you wouldn't want as an enemy. And so, he speaks to the young lady Otis and asks if she copied the research materials from the archive that she accessed, which really surprises her. Meanwhile, the doctor thinks that copying the research materials is in fact plausible. Could this just be a chance encounter? But to see it as just that would be too naive. And even if it's a bluff, they can't ignore its value. and though it might be rude of him on behalf of his faction, he would like her to share a portion of the research materials. And of course, they would pay her appropriate compensation. This left her completely startled. She says that the data is in a format that can be obtained step by step, and she can't obtain the data that Louise Falmont couldn't. Also, most of the information that he accessed has already been commercialized, technologically. He says no problem. But she asks, "What do you mean by that?" And he explains, it would have been better if they could obtain equipment blueprints for the current generation or higher, but there's no other choice, because not even they have that. And what he wants are materials to do research on the vanguard forces, and he thinks the information is basic, even within the industry. And Edward thinks that he has in fact found it, and she comes in looking very nervous. The editor thinks it's only natural for her to be, because her actions could start a war, and she says that Marquis Lawrence has revealed his identity. He's a descendant of their former royal family, and she thinks they know how much blood was shed, the disputes with the nobles, until her royal family established a republican political system in this country. Meanwhile, Dora thinks the democratization of the Republic of Prius was achieved in a very strange way, in his opinion, as an earthling, and he thinks that the royal family of Prius was the first to push for the Republic. But it's obvious the last king was a great person, but he forgot something. He created a democratic country for the people, but it wasn't a democracy achieved by the people. It was literally a unilateral democracy. And the current president, Quattro Farmat, sincere in the gap of consciousness that was being established among the public. And as a result, this country became a dictatorship, worse than the feudal countries. And the prince says that His Majesty's future, the future that the last king planned, was nothing like what was predicted. And Adri says that's why he decided to correct his mistake. The descendant of the royal family. He says yes, they will inform the people of the Republic of Bros, introduce a system without distortions, establish the country's foundations correctly. And Adipence, who still seems like he has a long way to go, sometimes appears to do better than the current regime. And if he talks to Michelle, she seems to have plans to establish an agreement. And she apologizes. But that's the problem. And it's too big of a decision for her to make alone. And the prince says he understands her concern. But I gave you... She steps forward to defend her while adoring her. He thinks that in the end, if the situation persists, there's a high probability that this will turn into a transaction closer to extortion, combined with threats. He wonders if he, a citizen of the Korean Republic, could lend her a hand and step forward. And he asks him if he wouldn't mind, regarding the meeting with Archduke Lucas, why doesn't he make a deal with him? This surprises everyone. With him, he thinks that at the same time, by paving the way with a new business partner, he can sort of infiltrate this country. But the prince says that what they want is a blueprint for cutting-edge power equipment. And the other guy explains that he was going to produce and sell cutting-edge power equipment at any moment. That guy asks what this means, and Andre says that's correct. He already has a power-burning blueprint, which greatly shocks everyone. And the prince gives a little smile, saying that he truly is a man, beyond common sense, and Andre thanks him for his favorable assessment. That guy asks what its performance is like, which shocks many of them. Meanwhile, Adrian says he can guarantee that it won't be left behind by the equipment provided by his kingdom. And that guy says that the Vanguard strength equipment from the Herod Kingdom is of exceptional quality, asking if he by any chance gave them some kind of prototype. And Adrian says that it's just a strength communication device and asks him to wait. He shows it to him, and the guy says it has a unique design. And Adrian says that performance may be important, but appearance is too. The guy says there's no doubt. It's truly of excellent quality. But he says this is unexpected, and asks why he wants to help them by revealing his secrets. But to everyone's surprise, Adrian says it's because he likes them, which surprises a lot of the guys. And the prince, laughing, says he really couldn't have imagined that he would pique the Marquis's interest. This is truly beyond expectations. And Adrian says he should then just pay a good price for it. But Michelle's uncle asks if he'll be all right, trading a piece of technology without the royal family's approval. That's highly illegal. But Adrian says it will all be resolved if everyone there keeps their mouths shut, which really surprises the old man. And Adrian says what he means is, now that they know each other's secrets, they will all behave themselves, and the identities of the people who are treated as rebels by the government. The young lady of Count Otis, who got her hands on the treasure, will be no ordinary person. Even if she were suddenly attacked by the Empire, I would fight at any moment. And besides, your offer is illegal. They are all completely entangled in a huge secret. And so Michelle is very happy. She says that they are now in a relationship of sharing secrets. Andrea says that it seems so. He's very quick to say that he will keep her secret well guarded. Meanwhile, Andrea thinks that, to be honest, it doesn't matter, even if they find out. He can just make something up later. And then he asks if they are now ready to discuss the value of the transaction. And now at the first prince's palace, the prince didn't waste much time with the two of them, who were looking very nervous. He says he heard that they returned from the Republic of Prius, the place where the User of Destiny appeared, and where a war could break out at any moment. And it's the place that was designated as one of the most dangerous areas due to the rebels. They went there, just the two of them, without any guards. They really are quite responsible. And at the very moment when the entire world is on edge and the battle for the throne is heating up, an uncle and his niece visited a dangerous area and even came back after being attacked. And it's a really good thing that Marquis Adrian was there to help them, and the two of them looking very nervous. Just apologize for it. However, the prince says that they must behave in the future. But I'm going to go tell the crown prince that I have a question. And what if something happens to the Marquis de Larry? The Clanes aren't on the second prince's side. What could they be doing there? Everyone knows that this guy is a complete blockhead. And the prince says that's because they're actually on his side. And Michelle tells her idiot uncle that this means that they're making a scene, pretending to be on the second prince's side. And he should have realized that the moment they were rescued by him. Which begs the question, is that really true? She thinks this guy is completely insane. He can only be this dumb because the only thing he thinks about is wielding a sword. But then he stares at Michelle and gives her a little wink, very cheerfully, and she is absolutely livid. She says she thinks it would be better to kill her now. But then Audrey stands up and says that they'll be leaving. But her uncle asks the Marquis, Larry, and Countess Clane not to act like that, and to stay for a little tea with them. But the butler interrupts the conversation, calling for His Highness, saying that it seems he hasn't seen the news, where the Briga Empire has declared war on the Prius Republic. And in the age of magic. On the 10th of November 2019, the Briga Empire declared the start of the war. And meanwhile, the powerful people of the Prius Republic criticized the Briga Empire for starting the war. They are appealing to the public and to their neighbors for the legitimacy of the ownership of the Encontro. Led by the user of the Encontro, Louis Farmon, and the other prisoners, conflicts are growing over Archduke Lucas's Encontro. The prince asks how he thinks the war will go. And Adrian says that the chances of victory are 6-4, and the prince says that naturally, the 6 should be for the Briga Empire, and the 4 for Prius. And Adrian said that because of the leak from the Briga Empire, the Prius Republic has a problem, having to cross the ocean and enter the closed-off territory. And so, the prince says that Prius's defensive potion certainly brings some advantages in the end. And the other man says yes. However, as long as the opponent is the Briga Empire, the Prius Republic will face a difficult fight. He thinks that even King Nohavat can't do anything in this war. For now, they can only hope the war happens without any more fatalities. But he thinks that as a bonus, this will be the best-case scenario for the Revolutionary Army, which has been gaining experience during this time and can seize the opportunity to get rid of the current corrupt regime. But Michelle's uncle just stares at our boy, and Adrian asks if he wants to say something, and her uncle asks if he made that decision, knowing all of this. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that it seems this old man is interpreting everything the wrong way, and he doesn't care what he misunderstands. But how could he mention something like that in front of the first prince? And the prince asks what he means by that, but Andre interrupts. He starts to explain, saying that, to be honest, they utilized the power of the Prius Republic's Revolutionary Army in the process of rescuing the two of them, which surprised the prince. Andre says that they will need some kind of information network on site. Apparently, he has some connections with them. And the prince asks what kind of connection it is. Adrian says that their leader and he follow each other on social media. And the prince says that's actually interesting, while his boy explains that because of this, they need to spend a little money. But he was surprised that their level was higher than he thought. And the prince said that in a way, the Revolutionary Army might use this situation as an opportunity. And Edgar says that for now, it seems like they won't declare anything about the war. The blonde guy says he thinks so too. But he falls silent and says, then the meeting is adjourned. Count Akras and Lady Otis, you must keep your mouths shut regarding Marquis Larson and the Countess, Cousteau's client. The two of them are my most valuable cards for the upcoming battle for the throne. And they both say yes. But the prince said that especially Count Akras, he would prefer if he didn't meet anyone while he's still in the palace, because otherwise he'll definitely give us away. And Edgar thinks, yes, that's the right way to handle him. But Michelle asks if, in that case, she should stay there as well, just as a precaution. And the prince says he would be relieved if she did. And she says yes, she can do that too, and it's no problem. And she says that in any case, she feels that if she stays there, she'll be able to see Marquis Larson hiding that clan of his more often, winking at him again. But right next to him, he was just burning with rage. And after that, I believe the war between the Briga Empire and the Prius Republic quickly intensified. And at the same time war was declared, the expeditionary forces of the Briga Empire were deployed at a frightening speed, as if they had been waiting to surround the Prius Republic. And in response, the Prius Republic gained an advantage by using their homeland, forming a solid defensive line. Although a direct clash has yet to happen, experts predict that it will occur as soon as possible, or within 3 days at most. And just like that, while the world was heated by the war between the Prius Republic and the Brigand Empire, another major news story might go unnoticed. The host introduces himself as Anthony and says he'll be presenting a variety comparison show that caters to the curiosity of the viewers. And for their 10th anniversary special project, The Magician and the Knight episode. And representing the Mages, a 20-year-old genius archmage, they've brought on Adrian Lawrence. This, Adrian says it's a pleasure to meet them, and that he is Marquis Adrian Lawrence, the new star of the Hayward Kingdom. Then the scene flashes back to a few days ago, with Adrian's assistant saying that Everreal is currently lacking in public awareness compared to the other candidates. For sainthood and to solve this, they'll both have to work extra hard. And our boy, reading that message, asks what's with this suggested look? But he thinks to himself that he knew Eric was planning something, but to imagine it was this? That he would require his master to do something so crazy to achieve his goal. He's grown so much. And so, Anthony asks if he knows that he's very attractive. And Adrian says of course. He thanks his mother for that. Meanwhile, Anthony, confused, asks if he shouldn't be grateful to his father. And Adrian just said that his father isn't as handsome as he is, and if he hadn't been blessed as a nobleman, he wouldn't have married a woman like his mother. And Adrian says that, as he mentioned before, today's subject is treated as taboo in society. This was an experiment, a comparison between mages and knights, and he asks what he thinks of today's topic. And Adrian says that he thinks it's extremely interesting. But Anthony said that, however, the experts evaluate today's subject as being potentially harmful to Marquis Lawrence, who is a mage, and even if he does well in the strength comparison part of the test, they will be able to get new investments, again. But if he doesn't do well, his reputation will suffer. So he has no choice but to be careful. Our boy, excited, says they don't need to worry, because he's going to get rid of the prejudice against mages while he's there. So he shouldn't feel overwhelmed and should just go all out. And Anthony said that in that case he'll rest easy. And with that, he goes on to introduce another guy, who will be representing the knights, Count Felix, a new and proud aura master from the kingdom of Lucianus. As the lady stares at him, she wonders if it's just her imagination or if he reminds her of someone. And Anthony says that in many ways, he will be compared to Marquis Lawrence. In today's recording, he asks what made him want to enter today's event, and Felix says that he accepted the offer, thinking it would be a casual stroll. So Anthony asks if he's comfortable with facing Marquis Lawrence, and Felix says he heard that the Duchess of Riverdale praised him for his exceptional talent. But now that he's seen Marquis Lawrence for himself, it makes him think that her love for her junior influenced her into making a hasty judgment. Today he will show Marquis Lawrence that reality isn't as simple as he imagines. And at that moment, our boy recognizes that guy and thinks that he looks a lot like Cedric. They even act the same way. And Anthony says it seems that today's presentation will be a declaration of war. And he asks Adrian what he thinks. And our boy asks, "So your name is Count Felix?" And he says he has no idea who he is, as this is the first time he's ever heard his name, which makes him furious. And the other one, animated, says that he's an interesting man then, someone who became an aura master. But the interpretation of that, reading between the lines, is that he doesn't concern himself with anyone unimportant. And so a nervous announcer says that this will be a nerve-wracking battle, right from the start. So now they will head to the testing grounds to make your comparison. And the director of the animated show says he's sure this episode will be a huge success. And these two were taken to an island, featuring a huge dueling arena, and this place is called Duel Island. And today they've specially invited some experts who will analyze and give their opinions on the training match. And the loyal listeners who won a 10th anniversary event will be in the audience today. And he goes up to them and says that first, he asks if it wouldn't be better to compete without using strength-enhancing equipment, and knights prepare with magical equipment, while mages fight empty-handed. Felix said that he doesn't mind, and if the Marquis wants, he can fight using only his normal equipment. But to his surprise, Adrian said he doesn't care about that. And how could he possibly lose to an aura master who's just a beginner? This really shocks Felix, who retorts that he's also a beginner archmage. But Adrian tells him that the two of them are not the same in any way. This pisses Felix off even more. And Anthony in the background says that if that's the case, then they will proceed with the match. And he announces that they will now begin the countdown. And our boy stares down Felix, while the knight in armor wonders how he dares to look at him like that. And he's going to show him clearly who's on top. The moment the countdown hits 0, Felix immediately rushes at Adrian, telling him to die. But after a few seconds, he was already completely defeated. Model, with his armor shattered, and the Aura Master was the one who lost. and Anthony points out that the last magic spell, the one that was a 6th circle blade spell, and he asks if he had memorized it beforehand. But Audra says no, he just cast it in the middle of the fight, and so he calls for Miss Everwell and asks her to please heal that man. She runs over to him and starts to pray, and as she prays, his body begins to heal. Meanwhile, the generals ask what that is, wondering if those are angel feathers. And Anthony says that, come to think of it, he heard that he himself had invited today's medical team, but he didn't expect her to be such a young girl. And Adrian says, well, what's better than calling someone you can trust? The announcer asks if she's a priestess, at a bishop's level, at such a young age. He says it's truly shocking, but Adrian says no. She's only been baptized and hasn't officially joined the church yet. So, her name is just listed as a ward of his house. This greatly surprises Anthony, who says that from what he's heard, divine magic and the angel feather effect can only be performed by someone at the bishop level, the highest-ranking healing priest in the church. But Adrian explains that she learned divine magic from Archbishop Fred, who resides in the kingdom of Harry, and her angel feather effect is caused by her own remarkable nature. And he asks, what do you mean nature? And Adrian says that's right. Miss Everwell is planning on participating in the contest of holiness as we speak. Surprises everyone by saying that this is incredible, and our boy thinks so too. Her part ends there, and Ever's uniquely good impression, along with her delicate voice, perfectly fit the image of a saint that they had imagined. And that was exactly what he wanted. She puts on an innocent face for the camera and says it's a pleasure to meet them. She introduces herself as Averial Barnett and is in charge of today's magical support. She says she'll do her best, but she asks them to please not get hurt too much, all while making a cute little face. This surprises everyone, while our boy just stares, not understanding what that was all about. But then he thinks he knows what it is. It was all because Eric did such a great job. After appearing on TV, Ever is walking home, escorted by 2 security guards, while people stare at her, wondering if that isn't the girl who appeared on TV with the Lord. It seems this girl might actually become a saint, but in her head she thinks this is all too much. For now, she's following the orders and guidance of Mr. Adrian, trying her best to be a saint, but she wonders if she can really do this. Until just a little while ago, she was just a part-time employee at a convenience store. She opens the door and says she's home. Her mother asks if she's really back already, but to the girl's surprise, someone says it's lucky that Ever is here. This guy calls her Ever and says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Ever, filled with anger, just gives him a very serious stare, and the blonde man starts saying that he's her uncle. He then asks if she remembers him. Meanwhile, someone in the background comments on how expensive those shoes are. They're real elven shoes. She heard they're made by elves and cost more than 5 million per pair. Then the girl sitting down says it's not just the shoes. Her dress and her phone are also all very expensive items. And they wonder if it's because she's a saint candidate. And it seems the Lord really likes her. In the other room, the girl asks why her relatives are visiting them out of the blue, since they always acted like strangers in the past. But her uncle stands up and with a briefcase in hand, he walks over to her asking if their lives have been difficult. So, he's there to reunite the family and propose a business deal. He presents his business plan and says that it could be a huge success, and if they use the fact that it's the family business of Everwell, the saint candidate, there's no way this business can fail. Her guard in the background just thinks that this is completely unethical, but her mother goes over to her and tells her not to worry, because they have absolutely no intention of following this absurd plan. But the uncle asks why they won't accept, and her father says that regardless, they can handle things on their own and don't need his help. Her mother agrees, saying that's right. They shouldn't even think about using her name for anything. And if they do, she won't let them get away with it. But he asks if she isn't being too cold with her own family. And the man sitting in the back agrees, saying, that's right. Model. And if they really think that they're doing this just for themselves, this is for all of them. And he says that she wasn't like this before, and that she's being way too cold. But Ever's father goes up to them and says that 4 years ago, they used the debt as a deposit and ran away. And after all this time, they've come back like this. And how could he not be cold? But his brother says that they're sorry, and that's why they're trying to make up for it. But her father says that if they were truly sorry, they would have helped. They were struggling to pay off their debts, while they had run away and were living very well wherever they were. And he tells him that he's going to say it again, and it's not because he wanted to, and they really did try to pay the debts. To be honest, he can't put all the blame on him. And the incident with the deposit was caused by the in-laws. He had a part in it because he didn't check properly. And the girl's father asks if it was his fault then for trusting his own brothers. And his brother says it wasn't his fault, and that he was very wrong. But still, it's not right for brothers to keep fighting over money. But Ever steps forward and asks that they please just leave, and she doesn't want to get involved with them. they will go back to treating them like they did before, like strangers, which surprises everyone. And they all stand up and tell her that she can't talk to adults like that, adults from her own family, and they are still the brothers of her parents, the ones who gave birth to her. And how can she not at least help them? And while they're saying this, the security guards behind them are already getting ready for a fight. But to the surprise of the four of them, someone shows up asking who these shameless people are. And just like that, our boy appears right next to Evero. She's completely shocked, calling him Sir Adrian. And everyone kneels before him. And the guards announce that the third commander of the 1st Company of the Strategic Mobile Battalion of Lawrence, Jasmine Trayton, salutes the Lord. And the other Rick Castro salutes his lordship, the Marquis Lawrence. Everell's family, terrified of him, greet him as well, as our boy makes sure they won't forget with a snap of his fingers. He paralyzes their bodies, and he asks if they know what the best part of being a great noble is. They completely flustered, apologize and say that they're insignificant. How could they possibly know something like that? And Adrian stares them down and says that the best part is that he can do whatever he wants with trash like them. This leaves Everell's uncle terrified, and our boy starts to levitate him, and then throws him far away. Then he calls her other relative, and simply throws him right next to the other one. And the girls in the back start frantically apologizing to the Lord, and our boy questions them. So you're begging for forgiveness? And do you even know what your mistake was? They say yes, that they were blinded by greed and made things difficult. But Adrian says no, that wasn't their mistake. Their mistake was harming one of his own, and he asks them if this is a declaration of war against him. The two extremely nervous say that they are insignificant beings, and they would never dare do such a thing. And with that, Adrian orders all of them to be arrested, while they, terrified, just apologize and beg for them not to do it. And Adrian goes to this girl's parents and says that he overheard everything by accident, and he's going to make it so that they'll pay off the debts they owe to Lady Everell's family with forced labor, compensation for psychological damages, and even interest. Her mother thanks him profusely, and our boy says that the two of them, they can move into the Lord's castle. He asks if it wouldn't be nice to enjoy the luxury of having such an incredible daughter, but they ask if they can really do that. And our hero says that her father, the Baron of Eveline, has approved it, and the two of them nervously say that they will do it then. Meanwhile, our boy looks over at the Saintess candidate and gives her a thumbs up, which makes her really nervous. And Evelyn in the background gets incredibly embarrassed looking at our boy, thinking that she wants to be someone who can help Lord Adrian. And she starts to wonder, if she were to show interest in Lord Adrian, who already has a fiancé, maybe he would be bothered by it. But being by his side as an aide is possible. So she's going to do just that and give it her all. And now the scene shifts to the Empire of Spriggan in the Duchy of Francis. Someone is watching the broadcast of that battle between the Mage and the Knight, with the image of Everall as the Saintess. And Duke Francis, one of the 4 great dukes of the Spriggan Empire, says that this is quite irritating. And he thinks that if this continues, it will interfere with his plans to make Evelyn a Saintess. And so he calls for his assistant Gregory. And from the shadows, the assistant appears. And so the Duke orders him to do it. And now in Adrian's office, he receives a message. And reading it, he realizes the message is from the Duchess of Riverdale. Reading her message, she asks him to be careful with Duke Francis, because he's been acting strange. And now the scene changes to the emergency waiting room of Lord Lawrence's castle, with several knights talking. They're saying that their lives as soldiers have improved a lot. And they say that, compared to their previous jobs, this place seems like paradise. The Lord manages their working hours well and cares about their well-being. As they talk and laugh, another knight with his head down approaches him, asking if he's okay. But he glares at him, asking if he's talking to him. And with a psychopathic smile, he says he's forgotten his name, and that it's been a while. The other knight grabs his arm and tells him to stop joking around, asking if he's trying to mess up their mission. And he says that people who make mistakes can end up in a bad way. And Dami, who is sitting, says right, and asks if they can forget about it. But to everyone's surprise, they are called out as disguised spies and are ordered to reveal themselves, asking how they dare to invade this place. But that guy sitting down just stares at them with his glowing eyes. They become paralyzed and start to feel sleepy and leave the room. And the guy next to him, asking if he was really going to trust his abilities blindly. And he says that they can judge him by his methods, but not by his results. He says he can just play with their memories and pretend that nothing happened. The angry guy tells him not to forget, because his target isn't Marquis Lawrence, but the girl named Everall, and they can't expose themselves to unnecessary risks. And the man sitting down says that he's more serious than ever today. But the other guy says that before keeping an eye on the castle, he observed Marquis Lars from a distance. So the man asks if he was extraordinary, or something like that. But the other one says no, their eyes just met. And the guy says that he too has looked into his eyes several times. But the standing man says that's not it. When he stared at Marcus Lawrence, he stared back as if he knew who he was, but he tells him to forget it, saying he must just be imagining things. And to the surprise of them both, an alarm announces that there are intruders in the east area, and that they must prepare now. And so all the knights go running over there, while he says that his 5 assassins, armed with force daggers, and while the others run, the 2 of them hide, saying that it's going just as planned. The target is in the last room of the east building next to the Lord's office. And as soon as he opens the door, they see those 2 security guards asking what Sir Damien and Sir Farman are doing there. They're the backup team, and they should be protecting the Lord. But Farman says he didn't see that there weren't enough guards to help them. But to the surprise of both of them, the security guard orders them to stop, saying that no one in this castle is to approach Lady Everio aside from those designated by the Lord. And Everio's guards will be here soon, so they had better get out. But Pharma draws his sword, as they ask if it's an aura blade. He realizes then that the 2 of them are assassins, and he's already charging at them. But the one in the back starts messing with their memories, and they're paralyzed, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, that Pharma guy heads straight for Ariel, ready to kill her. The guards behind them can only scream for her to get away. But to everyone's surprise, Everly just flicks her finger and sends the assassin flying into the wall. He shouts that it's a trap and she isn't. The target, and the security guards, stunned, can only stare as Everly transforms into Countess Clay. Seeing this, the 2 of them back away, cursing, and the assassins say that this means information about their operation must have been leaked. But to their surprise, our boy enters the room saying, "It's better than that. You've just been discovered." And he asks, "Haven't we met before? It's good to see you again." Gregory Hayden and August Inox. He says he didn't know an organization that he thought only existed in fairy tales temptation actually existed in the real world. And he asks if they aren't the Blue Moon. This completely stuns the 2 of them. And Inox says they have no choice. They have to proceed with Plan B. Gregory agrees, and the 2 of them transform into their true bodies, as he boasts that no enemy who has seen their true forms has ever survived to tell the tale. And that's a real shame. But today, they'll have to turn this place into a living hell. And our story says that's exactly what will happen. That was pretty cool. And he asks what she thinks. And she says they have 5th grade syndrome. And it's said that the Blue Moon is a legendary organization, surrounded by many mysterious and bloody rumors that established the foundations of the empire, clashed with the royal family, and was forced to work in the shadows of the dragon. An organization that people wonder if it's even real, and where it is, and if it truly exists. The Blue Moon organization are followers of the demon, and it's an organization created before magic in the year 2019. And everyone knows of the Blue Moon, but no one actually knows the Blue Moon. And maybe because of its mystery and bad reputation, just like witches on Earth, the Blue Moon often appears as villains in the fairy tales of Honda. And Adam thought it was a fictional group that only appeared in stories, but apparently he was mistaken. And who would have thought this organization actually existed? As he stares down Gregory Hayden, 39 years old, an aura master. And right below him, August Knox, a spiritual mental class spirit user. And this Wade guy says that, so is the Blue Moon just a lapdog for the Francis Duchy? Or maybe the Francis Duchy is using them, without knowing they're from the Blue Moon. But he thinks they're probably using the Francis Duchy as a temporary hideout. And even if it's just a front, the thought that 2 special members of the Blue Moon are clinging to Francis's attack dog is really something interesting. And Knox asks if he really knows his whereabouts, but Gregory tells him to shut his mouth right now. While our boy wonders, what does he mean? Is that what they call their support? And he thinks they might be more naive than he thought. And with that, Adrian says he's not exactly their partner, but he is someone who understands them very well. And Gregory says that in that case, he'll have to die right there. While our boy asks if he's really capable of that. And just like that, Knox activates his butterfly magic. A gigantic swarm heads towards them. And our girl and Arcia just stare at those butterflies. And Knox asks if this is the first time they've seen a spirit, and he's going to play with them. But before he can finish his sentence, Adam throws his power at him and Gregory. He jumps in, saving Knox. This left the 2 of them very shocked that our hero attacked them without a second thought, as they ask if that was an empowered attack. And our hero says that the world is vast, and there are many talented people. They can't go around thinking they're the only special ones. And Gregory asks if that was an empowered attack, and if he's a magic swordsman. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that he just released a charge of aura with an auxiliary function, because the extra war sword has this function, and this Gregory tells him that it does. That's why he's so confident, and he can fight hand-to-hand against an aura master, even though he's a mage. And Adrian confidently asks him if he thinks that's all he's got, and with a snap of his fingers, Sog appears crashing through the ceiling and attacking Knox, while he says that he's also a beast tamer. and that Nox with his injured leg just calls him a piece of shit and asks how he could do this. And with a gigantic evil spirit, he tries to attack them both. And our boy thinks that's so. This is a mental attack. And this is spiritual sovereignty. Mind control. Except our boy wasn't affected by it. He asks what he's doing, while Ars in the back just gets a little sleepy. This left the two of them surprised. And an irritated Arx says she's getting hungry, and asks if she should just finish them off now. But Edra just tells her to wait a little. Meanwhile, Nox, seething with anger, tries to activate his main ability one more time, but nothing happens. And Edra asks what he's doing, while they say that it can't be. Not even Duke Francis, a great master with such power. And our hero thinks that the skills of a user of Destiny in Chronic Online are transferred to reality. And for them, with a debuff resistance skill that's almost at max level, these attacks are useless. And he asks what he thinks he can do against him. He asks if his combat ability is 0, if his mental attacks don't work. And Gregory thinks that he's seen through everything. He knows too much. He can't figure out his identity, even though he's right in front of him. Marcus Zedrin Lawrence, a genius mage who became a magic archer at 20 years old. The last disciple of Duke Riverdale, who is considered the greatest master of all time. But he thinks that's not all there is to it. And the person in front of him isn't just that, because he's a complete monster beyond all expectations. And at that moment he drops his sword, while our boy just keeps staring at him, thinking that it would have been a waste to kill them, just to discard them like that. So he played a few tricks, but it worked better than he ever imagined, just watching the two of them in a state of fear. And he starts walking towards them, while they scream for him not to get any closer. But to their surprise, our boy uses recovery magic healing Nox, and our boy says he has no plans to fight them. And to be exact, he has no plans to fight Blue Moon, and what he would like to do was meet their leader. He asks if they could pass on the message for him, and a trembling Gregory says he understands. But he says there's one more thing. He apologizes, but they ended up killing the others. He asks if they were Duke Francis's people, and they say yes. And after communicating with them a little, he tells them to leave. And the two of them apologize for their rudeness, and disappear from there running as fast as they can, fleeing from that monster. And our boy, watching them, says that was truly incredible, and she says it was a lot of fun. But they look at everyone down below, and he thinks it's really going to be very difficult to turn Ariel into a saint. And after that, time passed. And on the 25th of November, 2019, a proclamation was sent from the capital, Saint for the whole world, selecting 15 candidates for Saintess, and the candidates for Saint. And the competition is about to begin to select the two leaders who will guide the church. And the competition is scheduled to last for about 1 month. And the content of the competition will be shared transparently through online broadcasts. And so, with the three of them in the office, Every asks what Adrian thinks. And our boy thinks that, while he was waiting for Blue Moon's response, the real Saintess competition has finally begun. And now in the holy land of Everyworld, a ball is underway with various nobles. But to their surprise, someone is approaching. They ask who that is, and, considering the level of influence that his position grants, he's actually very young, but he has outstanding abilities, and what's certain for now is that he's someone no one there should underestimate. And with that, they announce the arrival of the superiors, and everyone bowed before them. And this pope says that they would like to greet and thank everyone present at the competition's opening ceremony. 15 candidates for Saintess have been selected, and 11 candidates for Saint. The competition is scheduled to last for about 1 month. And everything that occurs in this competition will be shared through a broadcast, and the preliminary round will be held online. The theme for the first round is based on tactics, centered on subjugating monsters, and the number of members in each group must be 5, including them and their companions. There must be 2 swordsmen, the ones with strong auras, and 2 mages of the 3rd circle or lower. And furthermore, I would like to inform you that all the powers of the candidates, the Sandas, who are not deities, will be sealed. So I hope that all of them enjoy the event and commemorate the first day of the competition. And if the Atom, all hail your holiness, the Saintess, the Saint and the Divine King, and the Pope says that he is welcome. Marcus Lares, our boy, then realizes that the 3 leaders of the Holy Land of Everil are the pinnacle of all the world's believers. Of course, the person Everil should focus on among the 3 is the current Saintess, Sharon Sylvester, a 66-year-old human Saintess. This is the Saint. He then says that he is Marquis Larry, and our boy says yes to your holiness. And he says that he is very young, and if he were a little younger, he would be hitting on him. And our boy thinks that for reference, Santiago, the Saint of Everil, maintains his youthful appearance through the goddess's blessing, and in other words, although he appears to be his age, in reality he's a grandfather who must have gotten married some 40 years ago and already has grandchildren. He says that it's a complicated question to answer because his fiancée is right behind him, and she apologizes for her forwardness. At this, our girl introduces Miss Everell to her, the one he is sponsoring, and asks that she please take care of her. This surprises the Saintess, and she says that it's truly shocking, and that Marquis Lawrence has selected a very suitable candidate. Meanwhile, our girl thinks that it's just as expected. She understood her value with just a single glance. And he says that if he hadn't come across her, he wouldn't have even considered entering the contest. He's not there for political reasons. He starts to analyze her status of favorable/neutral. And as they are leaving, he thinks that he managed to put a lot of pressure on her, so it was a success. But at that moment, he faces a group of people and says, "So it's Duke Francis?" The man is staring at him absolutely furious, while our boy says it is good to see him. "Your Grace, I am Marquis Adrian Lawrence of the Hayward Kingdom." And he heard about the gift they sent, and it was quite a gift. He heard there was a major incident in his territory. Meanwhile, the Duke, Francis, thinks that those two vermin announced their resignation and fled, avoiding pursuit after causing a huge mess, telling him they were going to give him some advice. Considering the relationship they'd had up until now, he shouldn't make Marquis Lawrence his enemy, but that man is a complete monster, and he can't fight against him. And then, Adolfo says that his aerial fortress vanished out of nowhere, and the industrial district also exploded, and it was really just bad luck. And from what they say, the fortress pilot fainted just like that. But he stops looking at him and says that the one beside him then must be Miss Evelyn Francis, and he asks that she please go easy on his saint candidate. And Evelyn stares at him and says she'll think it over. Meanwhile, our boy says that she is truly her father's daughter and that their attitude sucks. But he asks the Duke, Francis, if he'd heard that he decided to meet again with Gregory in August. This surprises the old man. And our boy says that this means they don't talk anymore, and since it no longer involves him, it's none of his business. This leaves Francis seething with rage, and our boy walks away, saying that it looks like he's getting worked up, so he won't bother him any further. And Evelyn nervously asks if that was Duke Francis of the Brillo Empire, and our boy says yes. He tells Her Excellency that he's a more important figure than she had imagined, but he says it's nothing, and that if she's one of the candidates for sainthood, then she should be more confident and keep her head held high. And more than anything, she is the one he chose. And now in front of them, someone appears saying it's an interesting scene. And our boy says that then he's managed to find her Duchess Riverdale. And she just asks that he call her big brother, Olivia, since she is going to call him little brother, Audrey, from now on. And she says that this is Jude Esther, who she's supporting, is the one who bows, greeting His Excellency, Marquis Lawrence, saying that she is a follower of the great goddess Sepia. And our boy thinks that her talent must be divine power, a very powerful one. And he wonders if her ability is the ultimate skill of a saintess. And it's truly impressive. And he goes to talk with Riverdale, with the Duchess, and she tells him that strict conditions were applied to the first phase of the contest, and she asks if he has any problem with that. But he says no and thinks they'll be fine, since he found a good girl, and tactics focused on subjugating monsters are not bad at all for Miss Esther, since she is at the level of a priestess, a first-class one. And the blonde woman says that's true, and in the worst-case scenario, she'll still use divine magic, better than the other candidates. The real problem lies with the personnel, who will be in Miss Esther's group, and they have 2 knights, but they don't have any mages with actual battle experience, while the other one thinks that, of course, most modern mages are focused more on research than on battles, and he asks if she wants him to help with that, which gets her very excited, asking if he could really do that. And he thinks to himself that yes, this was what she wanted from the very beginning. And he says he'll find 2 skilled third-circle mages for her, and she's very happy, saying that they'll form an alliance then. But it seems like she's the only one there who is going to take advantage of the benefits. But he says that's not true, and just talking and laughing with her like that already puts a lot of pressure on the other participants, and she excitedly thinks she understands, while he says he has a question, but it has nothing to do with the topic. She asks what it is, and he asks if, in this tactical contest, a magic knight counts as one person. And now in the Saint's office, she starts reading the list of participants for the first round of the contest. And the representative is Everell Barnett, and she has a knight, Barbara Arterson, an aura user. And the second knight is Andre Dillon, a first-circle aura user. And there's also a third-circle mage of aura and mana, and also Leonoa, a third-circle mana user. And she starts to laugh, while the assistant asks what they should do. But she says that he is really interesting. However, the assistant says that a knight, capable of using magic, the other candidates will surely complain, but she says that it's their own fault for not making it clear that it was against the rules, and they should just allow it. But the assistant says that wouldn't be fair. But she says that even so, they can't change the rules now, and finding loopholes in the rules is also a skill. As he walks away, she thinks about Marquis Lawrence, and that he's more interesting than she thought. And now the scene changes to the next day, at the beginning of the competition, with the hungry wolf charging at Lady Everell, and that knight of hers protecting her as she begins to activate her sacred defense, generating a barrier protecting everyone. Meanwhile, it's announced that the theme of the first round of the competition is monster subjugation tactics, and saints, both male and female, have been registered with mercenaries and are leading 4-person groups made up of mages and swordsmen to defeat monsters. Cameras follow each candidate the entire time, and the competition's progress is shown live on TV and online. Each contestant has their own channel, and the size of their audience can be seen by the number of supporters they have. Those knights over there tell Lady Ever that these are the monsters they've caught, and she can take them if she wants, which leaves her quite surprised. They approach her and ask if she isn't Lady Ever. They tell her they love her show and ask if she wants to use these monsters, but she asks them to use the monsters to complete their own mission. There are several people there, but she asks everyone, "What do you mean?" as they all vie for her attention. But she goes up to the cameraman and asks if he can just leave things as they are. The guy says he doesn't know, because this has never happened while he's been filming, and when the others appeared on TV, they drew a lot of attention for their incredible visuals, but with their rigid personalities, focusing only on their tasks, and doing everything perfectly. They turned their broadcast into something like a really boring documentary. And no matter how good-looking they are, if the content is boring, people lose interest. That's why as soon as the contestants get into a rhythm, the audience starts changing channels. And unlike the other candidates, Ever's channel had elements of entertainment and development, like a teen drama, and this started to generate a lot of interest. And on top of that, the other candidates have terrible personalities, with some saying they're just irresponsible playboys. And even Evelyn said that she hired them to do her dirty work, so they should do it themselves. Meanwhile, they say that the saint candidates, and also the saints from the noble families, have turned into villains, and public opinion started to support Ever's broadcast more and more. And the knights say that she's shifting the blame to the mercenaries and calling them low-class people who risk their lives for money. But Ever's way is different. She will treat them well, without discrimination. And the other channels are ridiculous. Even without her help, someone like Lady Ariel would have become the saint easily. Meanwhile, she gets very nervous looking at them. But the old man approaches her and says that everyone there actually wants her to become the saint. They did this of their own free will, so she shouldn't feel pressured. And he may look the way he does, but he guarantees that he's the most rugged-looking of all the mercenaries. But even so, she came to him first and cast her healing magic on him. And that guy in the back asks if he thinks it's just because of his rugged looks. He even fought with Lady Ever at the beginning, and the fact that he also provoked her wins him a lot of points. And they start bickering again, while she just stares at them very awkwardly. And then the other knight finally says that, anyway, they have also gathered all sorts of monsters there, and he asks her to please take them with her. But she says that they all fight to survive, and asks if it's okay to waste this on her. But he says yes, they're doing this to put on a show, and she asked what he meant. Meanwhile, they very happily tell Lady Ever that since they helped her become the saint, their image will also change, and they start celebrating supporting her as much as they can. She is very nervous about this and says she will do her best, while they get really excited. And in the back, the knights say that this is really a teenage drama, a teenage one. And so, the statistics show that the current audience for the competition's channels are at 1.52% for Averio, 1.16% for Light, 0.95% for Grace, and 0.92% for Jude Esther. And so, the priest from the Kingdom of Harvard gets very excited, cheering for Averio. Meanwhile, our boy walks up to him and says there's a reason why he asked them to meet in the Holy Land today. And the priest asks what it is. Our boy says that he wanted to show him this. And the priest asks if it isn't orichalcum. It's just a piece of orichalcum, and it's a large piece and has divine power flowing through it. And our boy interrupts him and says, yes, this is a relic. It's estimated to be over 20,000 years old. And the priest says that if this is true, they must announce it far and wide. Meanwhile, Adrian thinks that it's just as he expected. As soon as he saw the relic, he thought of how to use it to benefit Averio. But he doesn't want to use it that way. And so he tells him that with this exceptional artifact model, is there a possibility of repairing this relic? The priest asks if he really wants to revive one, an ancient relic. And Audrey says yes, and it's certainly possible. And it's a sacred magic circle that seems to be from the mythical era located inside of it. But only one part of it was destroyed, the rest is intact. The priest asks if he wants him to recruit a skilled artisan, and our boy says yes. The priest then says, of course, he'll definitely find one, since this was an incredible discovery. And then the priest asks if he needs to hand the relic over to the church. But the priest says no, he doesn't have to, and that the imperial royal family of each country also possesses at least one sacred relic. And if you think about it, to promote Ever's law, R would be the best choice. But if it's a functional relic from the mythical era, donating it just for publicity is going too far. And even if he doesn't donate it, there are many ways to promote yourself using relics, to which our boy says is true, thinking that to be honest he never considered donating it. But he must think the priest is being way too nice. And so, the priest says he'll look for the best artisan, and Adrian says he'll leave it to him. And with that, the priest and his assistants say goodbye to Adrian. As our boy leaves, he thinks that forever and the saint to succeed. There are a lot of people working hard behind the scenes, and he must also use all of his means possible so that this effort is not in vain. And now in a dark room, someone is watching Ever's broadcast, showing the mercenaries giving her their support. And as she watches the broadcast, she got really angry, thinking that this sucks, and she can't let this continue. And now a few days later, a half-dwarf master engineer says it's a pleasure to meet him, and he is Kobe Venter. And our boy says that he is Adrian Lawrence, and it's a pleasure to meet him too, while thinking that the Archbishop, Fred introduced him to one of the 3 best artificers of holy artifacts in the world. And so Kobe faces our boy, and starts looking at his cloak, and says that he can't analyze his clothing easily, and it seems he's wearing a great treasure. He apologizes, and says it's the curious mind of an artificer. He finds it difficult not to observe new equipment when he sees it. Meanwhile, our girl thinks, yes, he recognized it just by looking, and that Archbishop Fred introduced him to the right person. And he tells Kobe that he has an item that he'd like him to examine. And Kobe says he thinks this is a hilt of an ancient divine magic sword. And Audrey says that he's right. He says that he'd like to be able to use it. And Kobe says that it's certainly possible. He's also seen similar items in a place deep within the church. And compared to those, this artifact is in almost its original condition, which made Audrey very excited. But he asks him if he can use mithril for the blade, since it's hard to get orichalcum. But Kobe says it doesn't need a blade, and Audrey asks, what do you mean? And the dwarf tells him that it's because this is already a finished product. And then he says that it's already complete. He explains that the sword that vanquishes evil, the sword that cuts through darkness. It has many nicknames, but this is its most famous one, the Holy Sword. This really surprises our boy. He asks what he means, what he's talking about. And he tells him that although they vary in form and function, there aren't many items that can be called holy. And currently, there are only 3 holy swords in the church's possession. And he'd seen that there are 6 in the entire world. So this one is the 7th. And our boy says that in that case, what he means is that it doesn't need a blade. And if he's correct, a blade of divine light will be created from the divine bloodstone. And Audrey says, so it's like a magic sword. And the dwarf says, of course, but this is on a completely different level than something so simple. And according to what he's read, this type of holy blade is comparable to an aura blade, and it has much greater power against demons. This surprises our boy, as the dwarf continues saying that on top of that, it's a very versatile item that can convert any type of energy into a blade. And it doesn't matter if it's magic, or a divine power, or even elemental power. And so, one of them wonders how such an amazing item was in the possession of a countryside viscount. And then the dwarf says, if I hadn't had the opportunity to read about holy relics thanks to the former saint, even I wouldn't know what this is. And there's a high probability that not even his 3 subordinates knew what it was for. So you can see why people think it's just some random, broken sword. And Adrian asks if this thing were working, how much would it be worth? And Noah says that in a worst-case scenario, it'd be enough to buy a large city, and that it's hard to even put a price on it. This really surprises our boy, who thinks he's really hit the lottery. So he asks if it can be fixed. And Noah says that first, he'll need a bloodstone and new tools. So Adrian transfers him the money, but Noah asks if it isn't too much. Adrian tells him he should think of it as payment for his effort, and if he manages to fix the sword, he'll give him double that amount. Noah says that in that case he won't refuse and that it's fair, considering the value of the item. He asks for 1 week, saying he'll do his absolute best to fix it, on his honor as an engineer. And after Adrian leaves, he's smiling from ear to ear, thinking that if he can get his hands on a monoblade, on the same level as a holy blade, he could afford to be a magic knight again. He's thinking of taking it and transforming it into a magic spear. This is really good. But just then he receives a transmission from Arcia. He wonders what it could be and asks what's wrong. And Arcia says that Miss Avery has been kidnapped, which completely shocks our boy. And now, on the border between the Cruisin Empire and the Land of the Dragons, Eva is being levitated by a holy barrier. 2 guys are watching, wondering how this is possible, since their attacks aren't even touching her. And apparently, she's connected to some kind of 8th circle magical artifact. And they said that all they would have to do was get rid of the saint candidate. And he thought it would be easy, but things are getting out of hand. And the other one just tells him to stop talking and attack her mind. And that even artifacts created by magic have mental attacks as a weakness. And the long-haired guy says he's never heard of that, and asks if it's true. But his friend next to him asks who he's talking to. And the guy asks, what do you mean, who? But when they both notice, there's someone right behind them and it's Knox. And they ask who he is. and he says that he's just a spirit user who was passing by. And after that, our boy went to where they were, and Gregory says he greets His Excellency again, and Audrey asks if they're the culprits, but he says no. They caught the ones responsible for the kidnapping. They're right over there, and our boy asks where Miss Everell is, and he says she's resting in the cabin, and that Your Excellency took great precautions, so she's safe and sound. But they still have to find out who the real culprits behind the kidnapping are, and it seems they were hired through a proxy. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that, of course, unless they were idiots, they'd never make the stupid mistake of leaving a trail behind. That's the most worrying part. But he asks them why they helped him. And Gregory, he says that, to be honest, this place is inhabited too. And our boy tells him to go on. And Miss Avery was truly very lucky, while he thinks that he'll just pretend to believe it. And then Gregory said that honestly, it was an order from his leader. And he said that if Miss Avery was in danger, they were to do everything possible to save her and hide what happened. And our boy asked, "What do you mean?" And he says it was the first time he'd ever seen his leader so angry. And his leader said that the polite Francis was of no more value to them, and for Red Nose to move their base. And he says that, in other words, what happened with him before was their decision, without any involvement from their leader. And Gregory says that's exactly it. The Blue Moon doesn't receive many orders from the leader, excluding the necessary ones, and our autonomy is practically guaranteed. But since the last assassination attempt, the entire Blue Moon received guidance not to harm anyone involved, with Marquis Lawrence or even Aris Klein. And Adrian thinks that the more he hears, the stranger this gets. And he doesn't understand why the leader of the Blue Moon is being so cautious with him. And then Gregory bows and says he hopes this conversation has made up for what happened before. Our boy says that he thanks them for saving Miss Avery, and he will forget any resentment related to them. But honestly speaking, they were never a real threat. So it's not as if he was holding a grudge against them. And considering the direction of the situation, they should assume that their leader has accepted his request. And Gregory says yes. His leader is looking forward to your visit, and they are here to say that. As soon as this situation is resolved, he is free to visit him at any time. And our hero wonders, why is he inviting him to his base? Maybe this is a trap. But he doesn't think so. Just by looking at them, it doesn't seem like it. And so Gregory says that's the password, and the terminal they use is connected to his, so he shouldn't hesitate to call him if he needs to. And Adder says he understands and tells them to leave. And from behind, Ars asks if he should follow them. But another person says they can talk to them at any time, so just leave them be for now. And Ever's security is more important. And ever since the kidnapping incident of a saint candidate was broadcast, the world has been in an uproar, so it would be better to involve the church's investigation team. Instead, and as she wakes up very surprised, she asks where she is. And so the priest goes on thinking that they not only accepted his request, but the leader of Blue Moon himself also ordered that no one get involved with him, and he thoughtfully wonders what the hell is happening here. Then, they call him a rule breaker, and she asks if he wasn't told he couldn't use anything but designated equipment in the competition, mercenary tactics. And she asks what necklace that is, and she doesn't remember having allowed the contest shackle. But Audrey says it was an unavoidable choice for him, who recently went through an assassination attempt, and in fact, if he hadn't taken measures, Lady Ever could have died. But she says that is just a matter of hindsight. And Audrey tells her that this hindsight is everything. If the church had done a better job managing the situation on site from the very beginning, this sort of thing would have never happened. A Saintess candidate was kidnapped by people who broke in during the competition, and the church couldn't even find her until he had to intervene. Meanwhile, he's thinking to himself that this is the end of his good image, the one he'd built up with the Saintess. And he tells her that, setting that aside, he begs that she please evaluate Lady Everell's potential. She's a victim, and besides, she isn't someone who should be punished for something like this. Since he's the one responsible for breaking the rules, he thinks it's only fair that he alone be punished. She just stares at him very suspiciously, and then lets out a laugh, saying he's a truly interesting man, and that she would have seduced him if she were 10 years younger. And as he wonders what this lady's problem is, the Saintess says that, to be honest, there was suspicion within the inner council that this incident was arranged by him. And Adriano says, "So you mean that you were just trying to see my reaction?" She apologizes, but says that it's the truth. She says that now she has confirmed that there were no lies in his words. She shows him a mirror, and he asks what it is. Now, at another moment, the Saintess has summoned all the candidates, and they ask why the Saintess has called for them. She thanks them for answering her summons, and says the reason she has gathered all the sponsors, the candidates for sainthood. This is to uncover the truth about the kidnapping from the other day. And this is the mirror of truth, a sacred object that reflects the truth. And contrary to what some have said about this incident, through this mirror, he confirmed that it was not an act of Lady Avery, Barnett, nor of the Marquis, Adrian Larry, and therefore, she would like everyone to come forward, one by one, and prove their innocence. Guys, the mirror of truth. But Duke Francis, filled with rage, says that the people gathered there are nobles of the highest rank, including the royal families of each country, and he asks if she doesn't think she's going too far. But she asks him very seriously if he's busy, and he asks, "What do you mean?" And she says that if he isn't, then there shouldn't be a problem. Or is it that difficult for him to say one sentence in front of the mirror? At that moment, Marquis Lawrence appears, and they ask why he's accompanied by the Holy Knights. And our boy says that the culprit who tried to defy the law of Avril might have been a grandmaster, so he's there to help. Meanwhile, the Duke, absolutely furious, asks how he dares to doubt him. But she speaks up, telling Marquis Lawrence that they haven't confirmed the culprits yet, so he should be careful with his words. She then asks that, please, each of them come forward. And the one to take the first step is Claudia Rigvel, the Queen of the Everest Kingdom. And right behind her is Grace Rigven, a candidate for sainthood. And she says that Claudio Hegvin. He says he has nothing to do with the kidnapping of the saint candidate. And his daughter says that Grace Hegvin, has nothing to do with the kidnapping of the saint candidate either. And as soon as they say this to the mirror shines. And the saint says that their innocence has been proven. So they must continue now. And Riverdale says that these are the next ones. And they each go up one by one. And the saint says, very well. Now only 2 people remain. The Francis family. And the Duke says he has nothing to do with the kidnapping. And his daughter says that she also has nothing to do with the kidnapping. At that moment, the mirror shines again. And our boy thinks this is such a drag. Meanwhile, Duke Francis from behind him asks what's with that look on his face, and if he's trying to show who he really is. But our boy says he's doing it because of his past actions, and it's a natural response. And Francis says it seems like his life will be a short one. And our boy continues to mock him. But the saint, very irritated, just tells them to be silent, and says that it isn't over yet, so they must be quiet. And now the last ones to prove their innocence are the Austes, Prime Minister Auste of the Republic of Prius, and the saint candidate Mille Auste. They must step forward now and prove their innocence, and trembling with fear they say it wasn't them. They can explain, and the saint says this will be their last chance. They must stand before the mirror of truth, and she asks if they don't want to. Then there is no other choice, and from this moment on, they will be arrested for the kidnapping. The assassination attempt on a saint candidate, Lady Everil Barnett, is making them quite nervous, and our boy wonders if it was really the Republic of Prius. Meanwhile, the Frenchman in the back says they're incredibly stupid for pulling something like this during the saint competition. And in any case, this is an unexpected windfall, as our boy thinks the attempt to commit murder during the saint competition is without a doubt an act of apostasy. And since Prime Minister Austin and his daughter participated on behalf of the Republic of Prius, it will be severely shaken, both internally and externally. And he thinks that this, then, is an unexpected windfall for the Briga Empire, which is at war with the Republic of Prius. In the case of Evero's kidnapping, which had left him perplexed, the church's leadership, including the saint, and the people watching the competition all over the world, surprisingly ended on an anticlimactic note. And contrary to that bland ending, with this incident, the course of the first competition shifted slightly. Among the remaining candidates, the top 5 are considered the strongest. The granddaughter of the Elf Queen, Grace Hyven. Next, the one who possesses the nature of a saint, Evero, the one they made an alliance with. The daughter of Duke Francis, Evelyn. And also from the powerful eastern continent of Triton, the princess of the Roberto Kingdom, Chia-Lin. And our boy was thinking that, after the humiliating elimination of the candidate from the Republic of Prius, they began to actively support Princess Chia-Lin, and the original 4-way contest became a 5-way contest. We're starting to think it's only a matter of time until the Republic of Prius collapses, whether it's because of the Revolutionary Army or the Briga Empire, and then Shylin will fall like a kite with a broken string, so it's not something to worry about. And he tells Ars to go now, thinking that after the kidnapping incident, awareness about Evil and her popularity have increased even more. And he officially launched the power equipment that he developed, the Feng Shui 1.0, and there were no problems in the territory. The magic tower was doing well, and he also didn't need to worry about Evel. And he could finally relax for the first time in a long time and enjoy each day to the fullest. And that's how he met the leader of the Blue Moon, the Devil of Vasson. And our boy asks, relax, since he doesn't even know what that is anymore. And Vasson, with a fake little smile, says that this refreshment is great. The leader of the Blue Moon said that this is great, and that he made it with double the care, since someone as important as him was coming over. Meanwhile, Saya is eating her cake, not paying any mind to anything, but the 2 of them think this is very strange. And this guy is Baron Jared Vasson, a 49-year-old aura expert from the Creston Empire. And Lord of the Barony of Vasson is his disguise. He thinks that he's certainly a great man, with 4 high-level talents: administrative power, learning power model, political power, and command authority. but he wonders why his status is favorable and ally, and he thinks the information on the screen doesn't really apply to him. And so George ordered the two of them to stay outside, which surprises them both. He says he doesn't need protection either, so don't even think about spying. And to get lost right now after being surprised, they just leave. And after they're gone, our boy says that there's no one listening anymore. So now he wants him to tell him who he really is. And George stands up, while our hero wonders what is suddenly happening. And George walks over to him and kneels before our boy, saying it's an honor to meet him, the one who followed the great mage Manuel Lucas and his legacy. This comes as a huge shock to Adrian, and Adrian asks if he knows Archduke Lucas. George says that's exactly right. He was the former master of the Blue Moon. And our king says he knew this meeting wasn't just about forming an alliance between them. So he asks him to explain the details and what is going on. And George says yes. And he hands him a high-performance terminal. And on it is an image. He says that this is the first time they've met like this. And our surprised hero realizes that it's Chester. And Chester says hi to Adrian, while our boy asks if he knew everything. And Chester says yes. And our boy thinks that this guy was truly a genius. And then Chester says that the Blue Moon, it was supposed to be part of the Fate mission and was the reward for level 8. But Adrian says that they ended up making contact much earlier. Chester says yes, and that it's clearly your fault. 5 years ago, as you embarked on the final route to acquire effects, various forces and task forces resumed their activities, and the Blue Moon was one of them. The dormant Blue Moon awakened and began to operate externally to expand their influence. And thanks to that, their influence is now stable. And as a consequence, you ended up making contact with them much earlier than expected. And it's a mistake that came from choosing this path, which happened because of the benefits you gained. So our boy asks who this George Vasco guy is, and Chester says he's his assistant and the administrator of the Blue Moon. Our boy asks what this is about. So the Blue Moon was his reward at level 8, which means it's useless to talk to them now. In that case, he should have just said so inside the game. So why did he make him come all the way here? And Chester says that there's no use crying over spilled milk. He can't recognize him yet as the master of the Blue Moon, but he won't stop him from cooperating with them for now. Our boy asks if he's serious, and Chester says this happened because of his own negligence in management, and he should think of this as compensation for the damages to the user, and he is very sorry for what happened. Meanwhile, our boy thinks I take back everything I said about him. This is really good. And Adrian says he'll be in his care. Oh, Sir Varson. And Varson bowing says it's an honor. Meanwhile, Chester says that the Blue Moon has a total of 8 special members, from Aura Masters to Archmages, and 1,200 assassins of a high-ranking knightly level, armed with power daggers, and 450 vanguards, and 5 sky fortresses. And not only that, but also the luxury hotel and resort network all over the world, as well as clubs and casinos operating from the base, and a variety of businesses, from accommodations and entertainment, to trade and transportation. And the Pacific Hotel, where he is now, also belongs to the Blue Moon. And our boy, very happy, tells Sir Varson that they'll get along very well, while thinking that the business capital adds up to almost 100 trillion, and a military power that surpasses that of most dukedoms. Silva said he would do his best to support Marquis Lawrence. And after a week, that half-dwarf finds Audrey looking very shocked, and asks what good thing happened. Meanwhile, Audrey says he's happy to see Koob, thinking that when the first round of the Saints competition was ending, Kubi Vantra, a master engineer from the Holy Land, came to the hotel where he was staying. And Audrey even asks why he came all this way. And Kubi says that it was certainly because he took longer than he should have, and he is very sorry for that. At which point Toddy asks if he succeeded, and asks for an explanation of how to use it. And Kubi says that he should just put any type of energy into it, be it aura, magic, or anything else. So Audrey starts to test it, imbuing energy into the sword's hilt, and just like that the blade appears, looking more like a lightsaber. And they ask if it's inspired by Star Wars, and the cube asks him to swing it. And as he's testing it out, things get cut very easily. And he thinks to himself, yeah, this is incredible, and it cuts so well. It even cut his own body. Meanwhile, the cube is panicking, because there's blood everywhere. And our boy says he cut himself and didn't even notice. And the dwarf starts yelling for them to call a priestess, with Audrey on the floor, losing a lot of blood. And so Arts goes over to him and takes out a healing potion, and applies it to the wound. As soon as he gets up, he gets a shock. And Ars says it looks like he needs a lot of training. The cube goes over and asks if he's okay, and Audrey says, of course. I'm not going to die that easily. All while thinking that this was actually the second biggest attempt on his life, besides the assassination of Honda and Anna. And as he stares at the sword, a notification appears, asking him to please choose a name for it. And he asks Kobe if this sword has a name, and Kobe says no, because he's the one who must master it. And the name of this sacred sword will be Excalibur. And just like that, the sword Excalibur was registered, containing various effects within it. He gets really excited thanking that Viscount, because he got an incredible weapon thanks to him. And a worried Kobe asks if he's all right. Audrey says that he is, but that he should get off the dirty floor. But our boy is just happy. He says that now he has to think about what kind of advantage he'll get from studying everyone in the competition. And now the scene changes to those mercenaries crying for Miss Averio, saying that she has to become the saint. And just like that, the first round of the 1-month contest for the saint has ended. And our boy is just watching the scene with these guys, crying their eyes out for Miss Averio. And he thinks that he'll never get used to seeing these tough guys acting like this. And the rankings were Grace Higvin, first place in mercenary tactics, third in audience and second overall. Jude Esther, fourth place in mercenary tactics, second in audience and second overall. Sheelan, fifth place in mercenary tactics, fourth place in audience and fourth overall. Evelyn Francis, fourth place in mercenary tactics, fifth place in audience and fifth place overall. And Evelyn performed really well, getting second place in mercenary tactics, first place in audience and in the overall ranking. She came in first place. He's very excited, telling everyone that he's going to do his best. Meanwhile, our girl thinks that aside from the other participants, she thought that Princess Shinin was just a candidate who got lucky by getting the support of the pro-Republic. But in the end, she surpassed even Lady Francis and climbed to fourth place. And it's truly a surprise she wasn't expecting. And so Avril finds our boy, and our hero gives her a bouquet, telling her that she worked hard, and she thanks him, very excited and blushing. She says she hopes to live up to your expectations, and our boy says that she will. She's already doing well. Meanwhile, he thinks that the goal of the contest, for the Saintess, is to choose the candidates who will be chosen by God. And God, who is watching the contest, always chooses one person who fits his tastes from among the highest-ranked candidates. And if the contest continues like this, she will become one of the 5 people to be chosen as a saintess. And at that moment, someone appears from behind, greeting His Excellency. She says that candidate Chyanlin wishes to meet him. This surprises our boy, who wonders why the princess wants to meet with him. And so she says that the great name of your excellency, Marquis Lawrence, a person from across the Central Sea, has reached her continent of Triton. It's an honor to greet you in this way. Our boy says that she's praising him too much, and that with her intelligence, the future of the Roberto kingdom seems bright. She then says that the woman by his side must be Countess Clay, and that it's a pleasure to meet her, introducing herself as Her Highness, Princess Shinin. But the girl says she can just call her Princess Chia, while the Countess thinks that this is the first time they've seen each other in person. But she seems sharper than expected. And he likes this personality of hers. He thinks that she's one of the candidates who, unlike millions of other people, has a special magic, even though she's from the royal family, and her spontaneous behavior was unexpected. In any case, it's a good thing that the surprise he was worried about is seeking him out on her own. And this Axeling says, your sponsor requested this meeting. And this blonde guy says he's Garcia Vallon, the president of the State Council of the Republic of Prius. And our boy wonders who this guy is, the president of the State Council. He must be one of the 3 most important people in the Republic of Prius. And there are so many things about the Republic that bother him, that he's reluctant to meet with them. For starters, he was the one who delivered the fake destiny. On top of that, he's supporting the Revolutionary Army. And there he is with that fake smile, saying he was looking forward to his meeting with the beautiful Princess Chia. And our guy gives a fake smile back and says, right, thinking that it was a choice for a more secretive approach. And if that offended him, he apologizes. And our boy looks at him and says that for someone who's busy with the war against the warmongers, why would he bother meeting with him? And Garcia says he knows he must be very curious. He then asks, how about we talk over a meal? And to our boy's surprise, it's a more Eastern-style meal. Garcia says they have plenty of time, while Audrey, looking very excited, thinks, so here we have steamed rice and stewed fish, and dishes wrapped in leaves, and a broth of aged pickled vegetables, and even the main dish, the velo stew. And Princess Chia's clothes greatly resembled those from Nachia, Goru, and were very familiar to him. Even the food was similar to Korean food. It was a taste of home that he hadn't had in a long time. It was really, really good. But then he notices the silence and stares at the 2 of them, without saying a word. He gets very nervous at the princess's little laugh, and Garcia says, my apologies. But this is the first food from the Roberto kingdom that he's eating now, and it's very much to his taste. And Garcia says that's good. As the host, he's happy to see that. And he says he'll get straight to the point then. To be honest, something really bad is happening in his republic. And our protagonist says he understands. They're at war with the Briga Empire. But Garcia says it's more than that. It's an internal problem. For some time now, they have been disturbed by the activities of a group, an anti-government group, that calls itself the Revolutionary Army. and our protagonist wonders if the problem then is the Revolutionary Army and not the war against another country. Then Garcia says that surprisingly, this anti-government group has even produced its own vanguard equipment. But they discovered that their equipment bears a strong resemblance to the new core, Vincer 1.0, which Larry's Magic Tower is currently producing. And our protagonist says, does this mean that their power equipment was copied? And Garcia apologizes. He says that this is something that governments around the world might have done, consciously or unconsciously. And Adrian thinks that he already saw this coming, and they probably couldn't analyze the core like that anyway, and are just feigning ignorance. And he says he's very sorry, but perhaps he isn't aware of what kind of resemblance their equipment has with the equipment from his Magic Tower. But they shouldn't have the exact same items. And Garcia says he didn't request the meeting because he was suspicious of His Excellency. But that's not enough to make a connection, that they stole the technology from Marquis Lawrence. And our group thinks that this was what he wanted all along. In other words, he wants him to accuse the organization called the Revolutionary Army of having possibly stolen his technology. And Garcia says that's exactly right. His republic was at war with the Brigo Empire, but that immoral group was destabilizing the republic from within. And Eddie thinks that in that case, he needs a scandal to break the people's trust in the Revolutionary Army. And he asks him what he gets out of this. And Garcia says that he plans to pay a price that won't disappoint him. And on behalf of the Republic's army, they will purchase 1,000 units of power equipment from Larry's Magic Tower. What's more, at 10% more than the regular selling price. And our hero says that's a tempting offer. And so, he turns to the princess and asks what she thinks, and she's left speechless, while our confident boy asks her if she thinks he should accept their offer. He's wondering if it's right to harm the Revolutionary Army for political purposes in the Republic of Prius, which made the princess very nervous. And she says she doesn't think this is something he can interfere in. This greatly surprises Garcia. But she then says that as the country's representative, she makes the decisions for the Republic's government. Our boy thinks that ending was pretty skillful by mentioning her position as the country's representative and siding with the Republic, without expressing her own opinions until the very end. That would be the best choice for a princess, receiving the support of the Prius Republic. And he says it's a little bittersweet, because it reminded him of his past life, where they had to keep an eye on the powerful countries around the world. But still he likes both her and Garcia. He says he doesn't even need to think too hard about it. If he just nods his head right there, he'll get more than 50 trillion. And obviously he'll accept the offer. But Garcia asks, what do you mean? Obviously. Which surprises the other guy. And Garcia says it's just like he mentioned. He doesn't even need to think much. So he's going to refuse the offer. After he says that the cat wonders, what are you talking about? Saying that he'd better have a good reason, while our boy casts a spell on him. And he wonders if he doesn't do what he's told. Is this guy really going to threaten him or something? He says to Garcia that he seems confused. They are on the Deperon continent, and currently, the Briga Empire and the Prius Republic are at war. And the Deperon continent and the Tartarus continent are very far apart, separated by the sea. And he asks him why he thinks he would do something that would cause the defeat of the Briga Empire when he's on its side, since it's on the same continent as his own. Which means he has no reason to solve problems within the Prius Republic. That would put the Briga Empire at a disadvantage. This completely surprises Garcia during their talk. It's not just some simple story between countries. Anyway, wouldn't it be better for the Marquis to consider his own personal benefits first? And Audrey says that over time, being on the wrong side can lead to a great loss. And besides, he asks if the government shouldn't just solve these problems on its own. And if the public would rather listen to the rebellion, there must be a reason. He thinks he can solve it easily, if he puts his mind to it. This really pisses Garcia off, and he gets up angrily and starts to storm out, while our hero comments on how rude he is. And now that the intruder is gone, he asks how about they enjoy their meal in peace, and he can finally appreciate it properly. And now the next day, there's a guy shouting saying that Marquis Lawrence doesn't think about the consequences. They should see what His Excellency posted, where a photo of him from Asia shows a secret meeting with Princess Chia and Chief Garcia. And that guy tells the king that he shouldn't have posted information that sensitive in times like these. In response, the Republic of Prius has even declared economic sanctions. And if they ignore this, Marquis Larry will surely make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, our girl thinks about how this high-level meeting of nobles is being described as a countermeasure meeting and held as an audience. And his post spread rapidly across the world, causing an uproar not only in the Republic of Prius, but also with King Harry. And because of that, there's now talk of stones and bullets. And then, the accuser says he thinks that his strength as someone older and a sage in aristocratic society, and he has to discipline a disorderly young man like him. as he thinks about how his Marquis handled it over there, and as far as he knows, he never made him his enemy, and he doesn't know why he's being so rude like this. But then, the grave Watsmart raises his hand and says that the Republic of Prius, and the kingdom if they even want to, negotiate frequently and in fact, even less than their neighboring kingdom George. And even if they decide to impose sanctions, the damages won't be that great, and it can just be ignored, instead of taking exaggerated measures. But the accuser says that the Republic of Prius has a very good connection with the continent of Triton, and they would certainly cooperate with them. He says that his lordship should know that there are many artifacts and weapons, that his kingdom trades with Triton. And the other one says that they were caught by surprise by the Revolutionary Army's offensive and came to ask Marquis Lawrence for aid. And he asks if the continent of Triton would make them enemies for supporting the Republic like that. As they argue, the king gets very irritated. This is a guy who knows Clem. Raising her hand, they ask if she wasn't shy and if she was always quiet. But now she's decided to speak, and she says she doesn't understand what he did wrong, and asks everyone what Marquis Larson did wrong. And the noble explains that Marquis Larson then carelessly revealed the Republic's secrets to the world. But Arsa says that even so he didn't lie. And he says that's why it's a problem, and whether this doesn't put the Republic of Prius, my complicated situation. But she says that in this case it's their fault, that the truth was exposed, infuriating Marquis Lawrence, which left him speechless. And the king said that she is certainly correct. But he also tells His Majesty that no matter how sensitive the information is, it's immoral to expose it and put the other party in a difficult situation. But the king said that this only applies if they had agreed with that information. And if he, Marquis Triton, were robbed, and he told everyone who the thief was, would he really be held responsible for causing problems for the thief? And the Marquis said that's an unfair comparison. But then the prince in the back starts to laugh and says that this client is right. Just as Marquis Otis and Marquis Lawrence's post put the Republic in check. But they were the ones who got themselves into this situation. And it might be his personal opinion, but he thinks the sanction is an exaggeration. And our boy thinks that he kept quiet knowing this. And the prince said that besides that, but his brother beside him says that he doesn't think Marquis Lawrence needs to be punished. This republic belittled their kingdom and imposed sanctions. They can confront them directly with their allies. They should start with a declaration criticizing the republic's choice. And our boy starts thinking that, who would have imagined that Arcia would be so proactive with his words? It was a real surprise for him, and he's very proud. But just then, a girl beside him asks if she can ask a question. And this is the fourth princess of the kingdom, the first daughter and third in the line of succession, Princess Diana. And she asks him, what makes him so relaxed when the topic is punishment? And our boy says he prepared it as a precaution. And she asks how it was prepared. And Audrey says that yes, they were talking about an interesting topic, so he recorded it. And he starts to show them the recording, while they watch in shock at the footage. And the second prince falls over laughing at the weakling. That's why he included that hashtag, saying that Briga was scared. And if this clip is revealed, Briga will have no choice but to take a stand, because those who value their image would have no choice but to protect themselves. He cornered them with that. And Eddie says that's exactly right, while thinking that was the reason he made the decision to side with the Briga Empire, and mentioned the Depton continent. And the nobles say that Chief Garcia didn't even realize he was being filmed, and that he was so stupid, because he was dealing with the Archmage. And Adrian thinks that because of this, it's no longer a problem between Harry and the Republic of Bruce, but it has become a concern for Briggan. And on top of that, he created a reason for the other countries on the continent of Depton to enter into conflict. And the video recorded with the head of the State Council was published after the meeting. And when the video was published, not only the Briga Empire, but the allies of the Harry Kingdom also commented in his favor. And with this flood of messages, with the exception of the Holy Land, all the countries on the continent criticized the Republic. And so Princess Chia is watching the news, saying how scary this all is. Her maid asks what is it that's scaring her so much as she watches. She says that Marquis Lawrence is only a year older than her, but he's already shaking up the world. And unlike her, who has nothing but the title of princess, he has so many things. The maid says that a man like that would be perfect for her princess. She agrees, saying yes, a man like that would be ideal. But right after she says it, she realizes and gets annoyed, saying that he's already married. The maid said she was just making conversation and apologizes. But at that moment, another maid enters asking to be excused and tells the princess that a message has arrived from the Holy Land. And secondly, that the trial will be held with 2 participants at the same time. She asks if that's for real. So it will be a round focused on confrontations. She asks who she was paired with, and the maid says she was paired with Miss Avril, who is being sponsored by Marquis Lawrence. This comes as a huge shock to Princess Chia, and to see the showdown between these two, leave a ton of likes on this video. For the next part, the goal is 5,000 likes. Also subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to share the video, it helps me out a lot. And consider becoming a part of our members community to receive exclusive videos every week. And so that's it for now. I'll leave it here and see you in the next video. Bye.